Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an Airbus pilot, and today we are going to check out the larger one of the two Fenix Airbuses just released, the Airbus A321. Now originally I intended to use one with the IAE engine, but I figured that I would slightly change my mind and rather use the Swiss version over here, which has the CFMs fitted, but rest assured we will see IAEs over the course of the next couple of days here as well. Okay, so starting on the A321 CFM then, we are standing in Nice and we're gonna fly it over to Zurich, and later we will continue on towards Copenhagen, where there is going to be a controller practical test today, which we are going to participate in, and then later on we'll probably fly back to Zurich depending on how motivated I am at about that time. In the meantime though, we can certainly see our lovely A319 has taken its medicines here and has grown a little bit, and this is what it looks like, the beautiful Airbus A321. In my opinion, the most beautiful of the series, but we are going to go and have a look at them all over the time. Now, I would like to use the opportunity to say hello to the chat as well, and Riza Omar is asking whether I prefer IAEs to the CFM engines. The answer to that is honestly, I don't have a favorite. They're both beautiful engines in their own way, like the IAE just takes much longer to start up and is a little bit harder to control by EPR, but the CFM engine on the other hand side is using a little bit more fuel, so to be completely fair, I don't think I have a favorite there. It's just that most airlines seem to have chosen the CFM engines over the IAEs, and for that reason it is going to it's just going to be that we are going to have more CFMs over there. Okay, so lots of questions coming in the chat already. We'll try to answer as many as possible, but we don't want to omit the flying experience here as well. So I do suppose that we are first of all going to jump into the cockpit, and we are going to start with a little basic procedures over here. So A321 in the cockpit, again, not that many differences until you get up to the overhead, because over here you can actually find quite some. For instance, since we have more cabin crew stations in the cabin, we do have more call buttons over here as well. And then moving up to the fuel panel and the electrical panel and the air conditioning panel, you can see quite some differences here as well. For instance, the A321 only has the Econ Flow button up here and not the rotary selector. Then you've got slightly different electrics and slightly different fuel panel here as well. We'll talk more about the fuel panel and the center tank as we go along with our flight. Now, all of that out of the way, the greatest change, of course, is going to be what we find in the... Hello, is that the jetway? Wow. Okay, no comment on that. Great job, Justin, on that jetway. The greatest change is, of course, the cabin. Just look at how huge this is. And as a first in the A320 series, we actually have some full-size doors along the way. So the door number 2 is the one we have right over here, and that one's actually used for boarding and deboarding in the A321 on a normal basis. So we do have that set of doors over here, and on the other hand side over here as well, and then we have a third and a fourth set of doors in the aircraft as well, located behind the wings. Now, we will definitely have a look into some more details in flight, so this is just going to be a quick demonstration here, and in flight we'll have a look at some more details. But again, over here we've got the door number 3 that's located just behind the wing, and then of course we have the aft galley as well. Once again, very good repaint of the cabin over here. Only that jetway over there is a little bit annoying, isn't it? But well, we are going to deal with that later. So the plan for today is to fly this one from Nice up to Zurich, and then later on to Copenhagen. The first flight's going to be roughly 50 minutes roundabout, maybe a tiny bit more or less, depending on the traffic situation in Zurich. I don't expect it to be that busy just yet, but when the event starts later on, that's definitely going to be a factor for delays. But I do estimate that by the time we arrive in Zurich, we should be all clear of the huge traffic jams that they have every Tuesday. We should be flying a little bit around that. Alright. Matters. Economy class member since 17 months. Wow. Well, we're certainly going to have a little look at the economy class on this flight today. Okay, but for now, let's go ahead and get out our books and have a look into our lovely Airbus. So, first things first, we're going to start and prepare the airplane for our basic operation over here. In other words, we have to do our preliminary cockpit preparation. You can see the plane is powered up already. That's because obviously we are taking it over from another crew. So the other crew has secured the airplane over here, went off board, we boarded over here, and we are going to take it flying from here on. But nonetheless, we got to do the full preliminary cockpit preparation because it does include a lot of checks where you can never be 100% sure if the previous crew did their work correctly. So never assume, always check. Alright, and that starts down here. Engine master switch is off, mode selector norm. Looking at the weather radar, ground clutter suppression should be auto, gain should be calibrated over here. And then our landing gear is down, wipers are off. We don't need to check the battery since the airplane has been powered. And look at that, there's a button already that they definitely are not meant to keep on. Okay. So, we don't... Well, yes, we do need to do the APU fire test here. And that one works just about fine. Our external power is connected and powering the aircraft. It's probably a little bit hot out here in Nice, I can figure, so they don't seem to have an air conditioning unit attached to the jetway over here. For that reason, let's go ahead and start up our APU so that we get some warm air before our passengers start to board. Talking about passengers boarding, we have 230 seats in this aircraft, so obviously boarding is going to take a little bit longer. Now, let's go ahead and get into it. So, my flights, tap to import, and why is that? I probably forgot to set the time in the sim. Oh yeah, here we go. So, real time, real weather, that's the better part. Okay, 21 minutes to run, that looks pretty good to me. So let's go down to mass and balance, and let's have a very quick look into our flight plan as well. So, in terms of the weather, over in Zurich, today we're expecting good weather conditions here, 24 degrees, few clouds, variable winds in the forecast. Now, for our alternates, I really don't know why they took Schiphol as an alternate. It's just SimBriefs. Sometimes it's really mad with the alternate selection. If we look at that, you can see 3.5 tons of fuel to go to Schiphol, 1.7 to go to Geneva, so that's, well, in other words, we are going to load not a single kilo more than this. 8,013 it is. We can just change the alternate downwards at any time, if we really need to. Look at that, the alternate is 23 minutes longer than the actual trip. Okay, no further words on this. We're gonna take the numbers exactly as they are in here then. So let's hit load aircraft, use GSX for that. And yeah, with that, off we go. Okay, apart from that though, let's go ahead and turn off those lights. Definitely don't need them today. Here we go. Okay, so our EFB is basically set up over here. We can go ahead and grab our charts already. So, Nice. Oh, that route is interestingly displaced over here. Anyway, doesn't matter. So let's go for the ground charts, and we're gonna get the airport chart, and there should be some parking chart here as well. Yes, there is. Okay, for our standard instrument departure, let's have a look at the flight plan. And they do say it's the IRMA 7 X-ray. That does not sound very familiar, but let's just go over the SIDs we have then. So IRMA, obviously these are the departures from 04, but it's probably going to be runway 22 that's in use today, so do keep that in mind. And well then, let's go ahead, and that's probably going to be this chart over here. And when I looked on flight radar, they indeed departed via the IRMA 7 X-ray. Okay, well, if that's correct, that's correct. So that's going to be the SID we're going to take. Alright, and last but not least, we got to do some preliminary takeoff calculation. 2 to left is the runway. Optimum config, let's see what that's going to give us. We'll just synchronize the preliminary load sheet here. Look at that, 78 tons of takeoff weight. That's more than the Fenix A320 take, and we are by far not at the limit yet. Okay, flaps 2 takeoff looks about fine for me, so we are gonna keep this, and then we can go on and with the rest of our setup. So Carlos is asking in the comments, should you fly to Mexico again? When it fits, then sure. Okay, well then. Nathan, bonjour to France. And Santi, at how many miles maximum can other planes be seen on the TCAS? That really depends on the TCAS version installed in the aircraft and on how many aircraft there actually are outside. So if you only have like a single aircraft, then you might see it, you know, 80 or 100 miles out. But if you have several aircraft, then the range is going to reduce. So you got to figure it out from that way. And Captain Philip, is the Sharklets pack coming soon? Well, hopefully. We don't know what soon means with Fenix. They do seem to take a bit longer than everyone initially thinks for their product. But on the other hand side, when the products come, they do turn out very good. So I really have no idea. I don't want to guesstimate on when the Sharklets are going to come, but I am sure that when they come, they will be very good. Okay, so A321 200 CFM 56 engines. Once again, I forgot to update my database. Okay, we do close cross checks anyway. Alright, so that stuff out of the way. We can request our flight plan over here, and while we're waiting for that, let's go ahead and do our checks on the overhead panel. So, refueling is probably going to take a little bit longer right now. Yeah, 5 tons on board. So the seatbelt sign is going to stay off, and we can turn on the APU bleed now. Fueling is in progress, so the fuel pumps are going to stay off. Let's go ahead and do our engine fire test. Looking good on number 1, and engine number 2 as well. Looking good on number 2. Okay, over here, nothing we need to do, and the PA is selected on the 3rd audio control panel. That way, all the PAs are getting recorded. Now, Babel Benjamin asking, do we know anything more about the brake temperature issue from yesterday's live stream? Not yet. I did write a little bit with Amir over the course of the night and the day-to-day, but we mostly talked about the aircraft drag, and we evaluated that a little bit, and there will be a couple of updates coming for that. So I'm sure that Amir will be able to dial the drag situation in and get us some very good results eventually after an update or two. In general, he's a very cool guy to talk to.
These traffic, channel A323 is clearable runway.
Well, that's really what I can say there. Had a great chat with him earlier today. Okay, so our flight deck check is basically done. Now, before they connect all the ground stuff, ground from flight deck, go ahead. Well, on the best case, no go ahead there. Hopefully nobody's connected right now. Okay, mind your ears, oxygen test. Unfortunately, we can't quite do the test the very same way as we would in the real aircraft. So in the real one, we first do this, then we press that emergency button down here, keep it held down, and hold the press the test selector for 5 seconds. And that gives us this very continuous flow over here. Interesting. So they set it to... Oh, okay. That's not the default setting you should have over here. In any case, while that is in progress, what you would do is, with intercom selected and the speaker turned up, by the way, I wouldn't quite turn it up all the way, otherwise you are definitely not going to pass your next medical again, at least not the hearing test. But then you would press the radio transmit button so that it transmits on the intercom, and you should hear that sound through the speaker, because that checks the microphone of the oxygen mask. Okay, Daft Duck, am I going to Gamescom? No, probably not. Hello, Jetway. No further comment. Okay, refueling still in progress here. You can see it does take a bit of time. Okay, so before we go into our FMC setup, let's quickly do a few things. first of all, we're going to get the latest weather over here. Okay, send that out, and then we can have a quick look at our preliminary load sheet. And here it is. So, Swiss 553 Lima, Nice to Zurich, Hotel Bravo, India Oscar Mike, and that is correct. Once again, the cabin crew is incorrect here. Looks like they used the standard 2 and 4 for all the aircraft. Now that's not correct. On the 319 you should have 3 cabin crew, and on the 321 you should have 5 cabin crew. The background is that for every 50 passengers that the airplane is certified to carry, you need 1 flight attendant. So since we are certified to carry 230 passengers on this flight, we should have 5 flight attendants. Otherwise, with only 4 flight attendants on board, we would be limited to carrying 200 passengers only, and no more than that. So, I'm definitely gonna write a report about that. Apart from that, 0 fuel weight, 70.4 takeoff fuel, looks okay to me, and passengers 230 are planned, just 104 kilo underload, based on the maximum landing weight. Okay, so we got to be a little bit careful today with our directs, so that we make sure that we don't exceed the maximum landing weight. But look at that, almost 75.5 tons. That's more than the max takeoff weight of the A320, at least of the Fenix A320, that is.
And these traffic was at 80 November Bravo.
Okay, going on, 100% portable water, so they just filled it up over here. And fuel in tanks, 8013, looks good, we can accept that. We also have received our weather data, so 190 at 9, 29 degrees, 1010.
Hey yo.
So today's aircraft actually has the Asus equipped, and not the analog instruments. And the India Oscar Mike is actually the only Swiss A321, as far as I'm aware, that actually has those. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We'll change the alternate in here to become Geneva, and then we are going to deal with the rest later. Corsair DDR5, flight level 300 is planned, and then let's go ahead for our departure. So Nice departure, runway 22 left, and we'll take the EMR 7 X-ray departure. Here it is. Insert that, and for our arrival into Zurich, let's see what they have in mind for us today. Dopil 2 Golf, runway 14. Okay, we can do that. So ILS 14, Dopil 2 Golf, and, well, what's the last waypoint of that route? Let's find out real quick. It's going towards Gipol, then we take the Gipol 14 transition in here. Now the real one actually filters the approach vias, and if you have a star inserted that ends at a certain waypoint, then you're only going to see those vias that continue from the last waypoint. That's pretty cool. That makes it really, really easy to pick the approach transition. You don't need to look it up like that, but it's going to filter it automatically. Hopefully that's something Fenix can add with a future version. Now, Aditya Meher, I do apologize if I mispronounced your name there. Am I running Reshade or any NVIDIA overlays? No, I'm actually not. This is the sheer default Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab our engine out SID. So once again, as I mentioned in yesterday's live stream, I do really appreciate fellow YouTuber Blackbox711 for his databases. So if we go on his web app up here on his website, that's blackbox711.com, really good guy, then you can see we can get our engine out SIDs from here. And wow, that's a lot of information he's got in here. I do really like him. That's really, really great. Okay, anyway, let's see, airport departure infos. Preferential runway 04 right with up to 6 knots tailwind. Today we're above that, so it's gonna be 22. So 22 left, normally used for departures. Wait for handover to departure radar from tower. Do not switch automatically. Strict adherence to the routing for terrain and noise abatement. Special noise abatement procedures in force. So thrust reduction at 2020, acceleration at 3020. Okay, we gotta keep that one in mind. And finally, different initial climb altitude for jets and props. Okay, shall not be an issue. So, 2 to left as our departure runway, acceleration 1600, and the engine out sits straight at 3.3 dini Alpha Zulu Romeo, and then left turn to Neras and hold. So let's go ahead and program that in our FMS. Okay, so, start with Alpha Zulu Romeo slash 223 slash 3.3. Let's put that, well, normally it should go in right below the departure runway, but that bug unfortunately is still in there in the Fenix, so we can't do that. We have to do it this way. So thereafter Neras and hold. Neras holding, yeah, I really don't mind what the inbound course is. Let's just take something here. Here we go. Alright, and immediate return towards Nice. So let's go ahead and enter that. Did I just kill my active flight plan instead of putting it onto the secondary? Oh boy. Okay, that was stupid. We just need to re-enter the flight plan. I messed it up. I did it in the active. Doesn't matter though. Here we go. So secondary flight plan uplink, LSGG, with the Swiss 553. What's the rest of the call sign again? .553 Lima. My apologies for that, guys. That definitely goes into me. Okay, Costenix 18, flight level 300. Okay, so activate secondary. Departure 22 left, Yamaha 7 X-ray. At least we now know what we have and don't need to look all of that stuff up again. Arrival, Zurich, ILS 14. Dopil 2 Golf and G-Pol 14. Here we go. Alright, that's what we had. So this time, this is definitely the secondary. Copy active. PBD01, we created that one already. Here we go, then on to Neras. Hold over Neras, 223, and new destination, LFMN. This time we're definitely on the secondary, so that's making our life a bit easier here. Okay, in fact I'm only going to enter the runway, because if we have to come back, it's going to be a visual approach. Good. So let's go ahead and have a quick look at what that looks like on our plan display here. So we have PBD01, yeah, and that Mike November 222 here. That should not be in there, but if I delete this, I'm probably going to mess up the entire flight plan now. So for that reason, I'm not going to delete it, but just remember that we fly PBD01 and then towards Neras. Okay, that's that part. So then, let's go ahead and continue with our performance, please. 0 fuel weight, and now we're getting those insane numbers here. 70.4. Slash 25, we've got 8 tons of fuel, and in terms of the numbers down here, 0.3, 1.3, and we'll do the alternate in a moment. So 0.3, 1.3, and now for the alternate, let's have a look down here. Geneva, 1.7 tons of fuel. I think that's a lot easier than, I think that's really a lot easier than doing what they said with Amsterdam. Okay, STF, so sorry, someone's asking in the comments there, from where comes the Mike November point that's annoying there? That's part of the SID. Now, in the real world, I could just delete this. If I do that in the Fenix, it messes up the route. That's a little bug there that I really hope they are going to fix eventually, but let's not worry about that for now. Okay, so departure using flaps 2. Let's see what our flex temperature was again. That's 48 degrees.
traffic, Turkish 8.
And our takeoff speeds are going to be 155, 158, 159. 55, 58,
traffic,
and
Alpine 1318,
59. So,
passing, reaching level 08.
thrust reduction and acceleration. So the reduction was at 2020, acceleration in 3020 as per the RPL brief, and the engine out acceleration in 1600. Here we go. Now, here comes an issue that you are going to face rather often with the A321. You can see our minimum clean speed here is 228 knots. So that is rather quick, since the wings are pretty small for the aircraft at hand. Now, on our SID, you can see we've got a speed restriction of 210 knots. So we are going to be far above that speed restriction if we retract our flaps. For that reason, we'll have to keep the flaps extended until Mike November 228 over here. And that's something that you will rather only see with the 321. Now, Blue Rider asking in the comments, since when the A321 is released? Since yesterday. And Aero Guy, have I ever checked if the operational impacts by SimBrief make any sense? I haven't actually checked it, but they do look pretty much like the numbers I would expect based on my experience with the 737. And the 320 doesn't use much more fuel, so I do believe it does make sense, yes. And if SimBrief can get the other numbers right, why wouldn't they get this one right? Okay, so initial climb clearance, Yamaha 7 X-ray, flight level 130. That's rather high indeed. And then a quick check of our route. We're going via Mike November 222, 223, 224, 226, max 210 above level 70. And that's exactly what we have in here. And then via 228, Barzo, Yamaha. So that is the wrong button. Here we go, 228, Basel, Irma, SID looks good. That's how we can do it. Alright, boarding is completed, it seems. Fueling is completed as well. Seatbelts coming on. And the fuel pumps coming on as well. Okay, let's say hello to our guests and then we'll get the aircraft prepared for our flight. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. From Flightech, this is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel in the name of Swiss. Welcome aboard our flight to Zurich. We expect the flight time of about approximately 50 minutes at a cruising altitude of 30,000 feet today, with some excellent views on the Alps as we go along. I would like to thank you very much for being our guests today. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight with us, and if there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour from the flight deck. I'm not going to do that thing in French, my apologies for that, so welcome aboard. Einen guten Abend, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, aus dem Cockpit spricht hier Kapitän. Mein Name ist Emanuel, im Namen des Swiss darf ich Sie ganz herzlich an Bord unseres A321 auf unserem Flug nach Zürich begrüßen. Die Flugzeit heute etwa 50 Minuten in einer Reiseflughöhe von etwa 30.000 Fuß. Machen Sie sich bei uns an Bord gemütlich, lehnen Sie sich zurück und wenn es etwas gibt, womit wir Ihnen den Flug gestalten können, zögern Sie nicht, sich an unsere Flugbegleiter zu wenden. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Alright, so that's the passengers done. Let's start to prepare our position for departure, please. And now that everything is done, someone's asking whether we can explain the engine out procedure. I will in a moment on the briefing. And then Magnus is asking, how do you close the cockpit windows again? So that's quite easy. To open it, first unlock them, and then you can pull them open. And to close them, you have that little latch down there that you need to switch. So that's the default position. You gotta pull it aft, and that unlatches the window. And now you can close it. And when it's all the way forward, close it like that. So that's how you operate the windows in the aircraft. Okay, so that's pretty much everything done over here. Let's go ahead and do the briefing. And when we're done with that, we'll get going. So, Nice runway 22, Irma 7 X-ray departure, climbing flight level 130. MSA wise, in the south it's all the sea. In the north we have the mountains up here with MSAs up to 12,000 feet. Extra fuel and time, now they did load quite a bit of extra due to that alternate. Yeah, 50 minutes in form of ons. Okay, I do fully agree in that. Don't see any hotspots for the taxi. Now stop margin for rejected takeoff. Not all that much. Unfortunately, it doesn't really tell us the exact number. Now for our engine outset, we are going straight ahead to 3.3 DME from Alpha Zulu Romeo. And that's all programmed in here. And thereafter, it's going to be a left-hand turn towards Neras. So 3.3 Alpha Zulu Romeo. And we might as well just fix that in our radio nav page, like that. And thereafter it's going to be left towards Neras, and then if we need to return immediately, we've got good weather conditions over here, so we can always just come back for a visual approach onto runway 22. In terms of special operations, we are going to keep the flaps extended for a little bit longer due to the 210 knot restriction on our SID for the initial turn. With that in mind, remember to turn the packs on, since we delay the flaps a little bit and some pilots do use the flaps as a trigger for the packs. So we don't want to do that. Threats. There's one obvious threat right behind the terminal, and that's the mountains. So we will turn on the terrain display later on during our taxi, and that's this part completed. I don't have anything miscellaneous over here. Do you have any questions on the briefing? No. Okay, cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 7,980 kilograms, balanced. Seatbelts on, ADRs. Nav, barrel ref, QNH 1010. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, so the final load sheet should be here by now, and once that is on board, we can go ahead and start our pushback. Okay, zero fuel 71.1. That is heavy. Okay, let's see what kind of numbers we get with that. So 24.4 is the CG. And that gives us a landing weight of 76.1, 600 above the maximum. Splendid job, SimBrief. Absolutely splendid. And of course the airline sold some last minute seats, and now we're over the maximum landing weight. Okay, well, that's gonna be for us to solve in flight then. Anyway, what do we get over here now? 78.9 on the takeoff weight. We have that in here as well, except so well, first of all, we got quite a bit heavier, so we got to redo our takeoff performance here. 700 kilos more, calculate. So flaps 2, up trim 0.6, 47 degrees. So 2/up 0.6, and we have 47 degrees now. And the takeoff speeds 155, 159, 159. So only got to change VR, and that's it. Okay. ST Faustine is asking, is there a jettison procedure in the A321? No, there isn't. So we've just got to burn those 600 kilos. But we'll figure that out when we're in the air. Obviously, we could just wait on the ground and burn fuel while we're standing idle. That is what some airlines would do. But we're going to do a couple of tricks here. So if we take a look at this, you can see flying 2,000 feet lower is just going to burn 81 kilos extra while adding flight time. So that's not going to be worth it. But we can fly faster a little bit, fly a bit lower, and well, then we'll see about the rest once we're in the air. Once we're up, things are gonna change anyway. Okay, so that much about our flight preparation. There is currently no ATC online here in Nice, so we can do everything on Honeycomb. Okay, ground from flight deck, go ahead. So please confirm all doors and hatches are closed, ground equipment removed, and bypass pin is installed. That's all confirmed, Captain. We are ready to push at your discretion. Roger, push approved to the right, and the parking brake is set. So that's going to be facing northeast. Okay. Parking brake released, clear to push. These traffics with 553 Lima, pushing back, stand 8 Charlie. Before start checklist, please. Parking brake. Released. Takeoff speeds and thrust. V1 155, VR 159, V2 159, flex 47. Windows. Closed. And the beacon is on. Before start checklist complete. Engine 2 start. Now that's a very good comment from Nathan down there. You seem quite at ease flying the aircraft alone, playing both roles at the same time. What would be the biggest difference having a second person in front, and will you one day try shared cockpit? The biggest difference is actually just going to be that you actually talk to the other guy, that you don't talk to yourself. And honestly, I think that's the only difference. Pretty much all of the procedures we just did would be done by the pilot flying. Except for maybe setting up... Oh, I didn't even set up the EFIS control panel, you see? So that would be a difference. Okay, engine 1 start. And the push is complete, set parking brake. Brake set. So yeah, the biggest difference would actually just be comparing figures with your colleague and deciding on stuff together, but that's really it. Apart from that, your colleague is mostly there to check. And of course he does the walk around, Fernando, you're absolutely right on that. Okay, cool. So, engine is coming up, then let's already go ahead and open up the airport chart. Ground flight deck, go. So we've got two good starts. So clear disconnect and show me the signal on the left side, please. Prepare the airplane for taxi. Au revoir. Right, I tell you what, it's so hot and we have the larger Airbus. We'll keep both packs on. Okay, there's the ramp agent and the signal is received. After start checklist. Anti-ice. Off. Ecam status checked. Pitch trim. So what do we have over here? That's 26%. Radar trim, neutral. After start checklist complete. Okay, we can do the flight controls on the taxi. Let's go. These traffics with 553 Lima taxi, holding point 22 left, holding short 22 right. Okay, so this one most definitely needs some thrust since we are rather heavy. But as you can see, that's like what, 33% power here. Brake check, pressure 0. It does move quite okay. Now the challenge is going to be to get the turns right. This, as the title of the live stream says, this really is my first flight with the aircraft, so I haven't practiced this. Gonna be interesting to see how it's going to handle. Alright, no more than 10 knots over here. Let's go to idle. Okay. So, flight control track. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Rudder. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Okay, so we'll get the aircraft clear of the apron and then we can do our taxi flow. In terms of the departure briefing, nothing has changed. We'll keep everything as it is. Okay, so first turn. Let's just check it from the outside. Looks okay. Tiny bit inside the turn, but overall looks okay. But something I do notice, we had 12 knots, we're down to 6 already. So the plane really does seem to need a little bit of power here. Okay, right side is clear. Left side is clear. Okay, that's Golf 1 over here, so 1 to the left, and then we can cross 2 to right over there and hold short of 2 to left. And Fernando, that's a very good question. Is the A321 large enough that it requires larger gates? No, it's not. At least in terms of wingspan. In terms of the length of the fuselage, of course that might be a different thing. But in terms of the wingspan, it's the same as the A320. Okay, so we have one open item on the ecam memo, so we're gonna wait for that before we run the checklist. And Geraldo, maximum turn speed is 10 knots for turns that are tighter than 30 degrees angle. So for anything like here, 90 degrees, it's 10 knots. Okay, the approach area is clear. Nice traffic with 553 Lima crossing runway 22 right. So strobe lights coming on. Nothing on the right side there as well. It's VATSIM, you never know if you're in for a surprise. So the good news is we shouldn't have any problems with the brake temperature today, because I just don't have to use the brakes. Hi, Emmanuel here. Danke.
East traffic, Channel 867, pushing back from gate 14 Alpha, facing east.
Okay, taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conv 2, radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto. Engine mode selector, norm, ecam memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. East traffic Swiss 553 Lima, line up and takeoff runway 22 left. Okay, we definitely take the full runway length over here. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Lineup checklist, takeoff runway, 22 left, full length. TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2, off, lineup checklist complete. Okay, ready to go? Takeoff. So, tail strike occurs at 10 degrees pitch. So let's try not to break it. Man flags 47, SRS, A thrust blue. Thrust set. Oh, come on, thrust levers. .100 knots, checked. All almost missed the call. V1. Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Nav. Checked. Alright, that worked beautifully. And there are no straight marks down here. Excellent. So, that was a good takeoff. Not as bad as I initially thought it would be. Not as bad. Okay. So, in terms of pitch and power, looks like it's quite similar. A little bit less pitch, it seems, than on the A320. Thrust climb, auto thrust. Man, beautiful. Really beautiful, isn't it? Okay, so, starting the left turn. Pack one on. Climb. Pack 2 on. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. As you can see, our S speed is almost at the speed restriction, so we almost had to keep flaps 2 for our takeoff, or rather for our initial climb here, but as you can see, it works. Even though it is definitely an interesting one. It is definitely an interesting one. Also very nice to see how the noise abatement procedure works here. At first, while you've been over the sea, you keep the climb thrust until a bit higher, and then, as we're flying around the land over here, we had to reduce our speed and our thrust in order to make it more quiet and to climb faster. That's the general idea of the noise abatement here, it seems. But yeah, we are more than far enough from the land. They probably don't even hear us down there. I would be surprised if they did. Okay, so my first impression of the manual flight over here, the same as the A320. I mean, it's designed to be the same by Airbus. Set standard. Standard cross-check, passing flight level 5.5. Now. Checked. I have to say, I had a little bit more respect for the tail strike, but the plane lifted off at, what, 6 degrees pitch or something? So that was really not critical at all. That worked really easy. Okay, so from here, once we overfly November 225, or 226 that is, sorry, we can start to accelerate and retract our flaps, and when those are retracted, I'm going to turn on the autopilot. We're closing in on the terrain, but we can see everything, so I can't be bothered putting the terrain display on. Didn't really mention that during the taxi anymore, as I originally wanted, but just to have you guys in the loop, since we can see anything and everything, I'm not too worried about turning on the terrain display here. Because the terrain does look a lot nicer when we are looking outside there, doesn't it? Okay, what's the flight director commanding there? Quite a significant left turn. Okay, so passed the speed restriction and just barely made flight level 70. Flap 0. Speed checked. Flaps 0. Okay, here we go. So about 7 degrees pitch, 7.5, 8. Seems to work quite well. So here we are, nicely established in the climb. 2,500 feet a minute. That's not too shabby. It really is not too shabby. But we have to keep in mind that the CFM56 engines we have down here have been uprated compared to these CFM56s we have on the A320. So the engines are a bit more powerful. The plane is larger and heavier, but the engines are that bit more powerful, which is quite good. I like it. I like the variation in the length of the aircraft bodies here. Makes it a lot... just makes it a lot more fun to fly this, since, you know, it's not always exactly the same. Right, passing 10,000. Let's go ahead and start the acceleration. Can release our passengers already. And then we can do clear and copy. Didn't have anything in here. Clear this. Copy this. Okay, optimum 340, cruise 300. Now, since we needed to burn a little bit of extra fuel here, I'm thinking about just cruising in flight level 260. The route is probably not valid in lower airspace, so we can't go any lower than that. But what we can do is this. Select the 320. And then we can cruise a little bit lower as well. All of that should help burning a bit of that extra fuel that SimReef has given us. I tell you what, let's do even quicker, 330. Because why not? I like the number 330, so that's what we're gonna use. Okay, let's accelerate all the way up, and once we're established in the climb, then I'll definitely turn on the autopilot, and then we'll start a little bit of that fuel management. Even though I have a feeling we'll just have to do a round in the holding. I mean, it's Zurich. Holding over there is kind of Watson tradition, isn't it? And it is the event day today. Okay, Autopilot 1. So, Wilson asked in the comments, why isn't Autopilot 1 engaged? Because I like to hand fly. Get to do really little hand flying on long haul. I mean, there are times where you're happy that you get your 3 landings in 90 days in order to be able to even be legal to keep flying with passengers on board. So, you know, whenever I have the chance, I do hand flying. So, costing is 100. Still managed. Wow, that even gives me 340 knots. Okay. Because why not? Then we can change our cruising level to 60. So for those of you who only joined a little bit later, the reason we are flying lower and faster is because SimReef made some rather bad fuel predictions, and then when we got the final load sheet we were 900 kilos heavier than planned, and this brought us right above the maximum landing weight. So we gotta burn a little bit of fuel here in order to get the aircraft down to the max landing weight, and that's the reason why I'm flying faster and lower. So, a lot of comments here. Aero Guy, would I like to go regional with the Airbus instead of long haul? No, absolutely not. I wanna stay in long haul. Jay Blinsky, what was the takeoff weight? I believe 78 tons? Yeah, 78. And Andy Ivy, yeah, absolutely. That's SimReef's favorite hobby, breaking landing gears. You are absolutely right on that. Now, Atmo333 asked me, hello, I have a question. Do you use the rudder pedal for nose wheel steering or something else? In terms of my flight simulation hardware, I do use the rudder pedals indeed. The reason I do is because I still have to find a proper tiller I want to invest into. And the problem is just the tiller is so different on all different aircraft. You know, an Airbus has a completely different tiller than a 737, which is different from the 777, which is different from the 747. So I'm not quite that decided yet on what kind of tiller I want to get myself, and if I want to get myself one. So Nicola Bernardi, hi A330 driver, do you know why in Germany most of the non-European flights depart from Frankfurt and Munich and only a few or none from the capital, unlike in other countries? Yeah, that's because of Germany's history. If you go back in time to when Germany was a divided country, then Berlin was not really accessible in a proper manner for most West Germans. However, the West Germans were those who had the money and who did most of the long-haul flying, because East Germans just weren't allowed to leave the country for a long time. For this reason, Berlin never really developed into a large aviation hub, but it was Frankfurt and Munich who developed into those hubs. And well, now that the infrastructure is there, and now that Lufthansa got all their equipment and all their buildings and everything in Frankfurt and Munich, it's gonna stay that way. And let's face it, even the new Berlin airport is much, much too small to take over the role that Frankfurt has at the moment. So that's the background behind that. Okay, so we've made it above the MSA, so things are gonna get a little bit easier now. So, reading through all the comments there, Supreme asked, do I fly Airbus in real life? Yes, but I fly the A330, not the A320 family. And Quotenwagnerianer, Frankfurt as opposed to Berlin is right in the middle of Europe, which gives it another advantage. Honestly, I don't think it would make that much of a difference in terms of the geography. I really think it just comes down to history there. But then again, it's only my personal guesstimation as well. Now, Captain Angelo, have I ever flown the A340? Unfortunately not. And Ale Jordan, I'm not going to answer which airline I fly for. And Jay Blinsky, what's my favorite thing to do to keep myself occupied while flying on autopilot in real life? Honestly, talking with the other crew members. We're basically talking all the time. I mean, that, rest assured, there are some periods in time where it's nice to, you know, have a little bit of silence, but normally we're just chatting along. Okay, so, nicely in the cruise here. Not really climbing too well, but we're flying very fast as well, so that's definitely limiting our rate of climb. But okay, why don't we just have a quick look into the cabin? Wow, it's getting so much more quiet in here. That's really nice, isn't it? Okay, let's take a nice seat. Last one before the door, I'd say. And look at that. I do have to say, I hope that my outside views get a little bit better with FS24. I really do hope that. Especially mountains in MSFS. But you can see it outside. They could use a little improvement. We've got such a good looking cabin now. Indeed, as I said yesterday, I really think this is probably best in business. I really do think so. This is probably the best cabin we have in the simulator right now. So let's just go all the way to the back and have a look at the aft galley. We didn't manage to get there earlier. By the way, if anyone is looking for a seat with extra leg room, row 26, my friends. Row 26. In this particular cabin layout, of course. Other airlines may look different. Now, Dave K, how do I move around so easily? I'm using the translate view functions that are part of the standard Microsoft SDK. Or rather of the standard settings, not even of the SDK. You can just go to the settings and assign that. Really nice to see the toilet lights illuminated there. Seatbelt signs working back here, of course. And well, here we are in the aft galley. Not exactly the place where I would want to be working on an aircraft like this. Because, well, you see it, 230 seats in front of you, that's 230 meals you gotta do, and that is 230 people you gotta serve drinks. I'm happy I'm not a flight attendant, but I'd probably offload every second passenger anyway. So, unfortunately the buttons over here don't seem to work. Well, hopefully in the future, I wouldn't be surprised. The same goes for the lights. I really wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing flight attendant panels come to life one day. But what we can see, the slide is actually showing armed down here. It was disarmed on the ground, and well, that actually seems to be animated. Pretty nice. Only the door locking indication seems inoperative. Should see some green paint up here when the door is locked, and red when it isn't. What I also do really like about the Airbuses is the cabin pressure warning you have up here and the slide warning. Those are things that the Boeing aircraft, or at least the 737, does not have, and when you try to lift the door handle while the cabin is still under pressure, or while the slide is still armed, you're going to see a warning come up over here, especially for the slide, the one on the right here. When that warning illuminates, that's a very good indicator to the cabin crew that they better don't open the door unless they really want to fire the slide. Then again, there have been plenty of slide deployments on the A320 family, so it's not exactly a cure, but nonetheless it's something. Likewise, the cabin pressure indicator, if the cabin is still pressurized upon landing, then that can probably save your life. Imagine if the cabin actually had an overpressure condition and you try to open the door, you hold onto here, and then the door slams open because you have an overpressure inside. That could easily throw you outside the aircraft, and that's not going to end up healthy. Someone asked about toilets. Well, that's our toilet down here. No, that's the outflow valve you see down there. I mean, toilet, outflow valve. I suppose it fits, but let's stay serious over here. Unfortunately, no 3D toilets in here yet. However, I really wouldn't be surprised if we start to see 3D toilets at some point. In the past, there have been a couple of add-ons like the Flight 1 ATR. That one could even flush the toilet. That was made by Hans Hartmann, by the way, the same guy who did the ATR for Asobo now. So, who knows? Now, if you ask me about the worst seat in the aircraft, here it is, my friends. Imagine being the flight attendant assigned to this door. You gotta sit over here on a jump seat right opposite of the passenger, and basically you have that passenger looking onto your boobs the entire time. And now imagine if that guy sitting here is an asshole. I'd really have to hold myself back not to take that phone and just strangle that guy. Well, I shouldn't go on because, you know, they can take pilot licenses away for stuff. So I better not continue, but you guys get where I'm going with that. That's probably the worst seat in the entire aircraft. By the way, my condolences to any crew member in the 737-8200 in the MAX, or basically any 737 that has the mid-exit doors. Those have a station similar to this one as well. Oh boy. Okay. Let's go back from the worst seat to the best seat in the aircraft, though. And that's definitely the one we can find up here. I think that's something we can say for certain. Okay, so 21 minutes and we're just about to reach cruising level. Yep, that is a heavy aircraft, my friends. So, mach out start. Obviously, I have to say we gave it the worst possible conditions for the climb, in that we climbed at maximum forward speed, and it was rather warm outside. You can see we have ISA plus 10 at the moment. That reduces climb performance a bit as well. So, you know, that does make it a little bit more complex here. So, I'll cruise. We're about to reach Varna, so let's go ahead and do a fuel check. So, Varna's 22 minutes, 5.9 tons, 2.1 tons used. And we are overhead Varna's now with 5.7 and 2.3 used. So we already used 200 kilos more. That's good though. In our case, that is good. So, Daft Duck, why is there an econ flow button? That's the button up here for everyone to be able to follow. And that's basically the standard flow of air through the packs is made for a full passenger complement. But if there are only very few passengers on board, now each operator defines on themselves how many seats the, or rather what exactly the criteria is to activate the econ flow. Many say, for example, 60% of the maximum amount of passengers. That's just one example. Or another operator on the A320 says 140 passengers or less, and then you turn on econ flow. Or in the A320 it would be pack flow low. Econ flow basically is the same. It's just a nicer way to say it. Okay, so something that we are quickly going to something that I'm quickly going to answer is from Mateus. Tell me about the equal time point that we see on the nav display right now. So that's ETP up here. Now, the Airbus FMS, when you go into the data and the equi time point function, is going to draw you a waypoint along the route where you have the same time to continue to the next waypoint or return to the previous airport. So you can see over here, currently our equi time point is based upon our departure and our destination airport, but you can use this to insert just anything there. On long haul we use it to decide between our diversion airports and so on. Alright, so here we are. Looks splendid, doesn't it? I really think it looks really, really awesome. Only the reflections of light from the airframe are maybe a little bit strong, but the rest of it, honestly, is really cool, isn't it? Really, really cool. I like it very much. Okay, so back inside, couple of things to do here. So let's see, arrival fuel now is 4.7. So 4.7 plus our zero fuel weight makes 75.8. That means we gotta burn 300 kilograms in order to get down to the maximum landing weight. I'm honest with you guys, we can't really burn that in any decent manner, so we'll have to fly a holding pattern in Zurich. But one round in the hold should be sufficient to get that done and get the plane down to the max landing weight. For those who just arrived a bit later in the live stream, SimReef messed up on the numbers, and all of a sudden we ended up with a fuel load and a payload that brought us above the max landing weight. So, gotta figure that out, and once we have, then we are then we're going to come in for a standard arrival into Zurich. So runway 14 is what SimReef suggests the active runway to be. However, a quick look at flight radar just to be on the safe side over here that we actually do plan what is in use right now. Just doing that off screen for you, but in case you're wondering how I'm doing it, let's have a quick look over here. So that's flight radar for you guys. And if we stroll in a little bit, you can see planes landing down here, and that's definitely runway 14. If you're unsure, you can just zoom in a bit. And here it is, runway 14 in use at the moment. So that's how you can do these things. Nice little trick if you ask me. I certainly do that on a lot of flights, because that gives me my easiest choice for the runway. Now George O'Connor asking, is your type rating good to fly the A330neo? Yes, it is. It's the same type rating for the A330 CEO and the Neo. And Livin Zerat, speed breaks out and you're within normal landing weight. That's true, but that's really that's just really not comfortable for the passengers. I rather do one round in the hold. It's not going to hurt us. So, company message, they're probably looking for a delay report. Let's see. Send delay for 2 minutes. Yeah, anything up to 3 we can blame on incorrect departure time. So that's what I'm going to do here. Delay allocation card, incorrect departure time, ODI. That's gonna be 2 minutes and departure on time into the comments. Alright, sent that out. And as we are already in the FMS, let's go for our weather as well. So, LSZH, Zurich, METAR, sent. So, ops, delay received, excellent. Weather, 28085, slightly variable, few clouds 4000, 25 degrees, 1013. Whenever I get a QNH, I tune it immediately, that way I can't forget later on. Okay, so now, first things first, let's go ahead and build that holding into our flight plan. So, airport info chart, and parking stands up here, and parking stands down here. So looking into the arrival chart then, from Dopel, Ermos to Gipol, and we have a holding published at Gipol. So let's go ahead and enter that into the flight plan. So here it is, Gipol, hold, and then the published holding 077 inbound, right hand turn, 1 minute lag time. So 077, right hand turn. Why did the time... Oh, here we go, that's better. Okay, insert. So if we look at the amount of fuel that we're burning, you can see down here it's 66 kilos per minute. So we need to burn approximately 400 kilos. So we're looking at about, yeah, just a single round in the hold, extend the landing gear a bit earlier, and that should be it. That really should be all we gotta do. So, there's a guy immediately above us descending. Shall we take bets that that guy is also going into Zurich? Well, let's find out. All stations, this is Swiss 553 Lima calling the aircraft at approximately flight level 300, inbound position Lamur. Of course no answer. All stations, Swiss 553 Lima calling the aircraft overhead position Lamur, approximately flight level 300. And of course he doesn't answer. Not using TCAS? Well, Watzby tells me his call sign is Swiss 7 Hotel Mike, so let's try it directly with his call sign. Swiss 7 Hotel Mike from Swiss 553 Lima. Swiss 7 Hotel Mike from Swiss 553 Lima.
Good.
You seem to be exactly above me, also descending. Report your airspeed.
270.
Roger, we're doing 330, we'll go in front then. And just to let you know, we will do one round in the hold overhead geep hold, so don't be surprised if you see us turning into the wrong direction there.
No problem, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So, now the thing is coordinated, now he can make his decision there, but knowing that we have 60 knots of difference in the airspeed, we should be separated in no time. Okay, so that much stuff over here, so let's now go ahead and start working on our flight plan and on preparing for the approach. So we've got Dopil, Nolka, Hermos above 8,000, which we have. Then it's gonna be Gipol above 7,000. Well, which we also have. And then we have the holding. Yeah, which looks about right. Oh, what's happening to our airspeed? Engines are running on maximum. There's got to be a little wind shear over here. Now, Minecraft64 asking, do you prefer to fly Boeing or Airbus on these short routes? It really doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't matter. Aircraft is aircraft. Okay, looks like I didn't pick the chart for the transition, so let's go ahead and grab that real quick as well. Gipol, 1-4 and 1-6 transitions, here we go. So that's from Gipol, Zulu Hotel 372. And then onto a downwind like this. And looking at that looks pretty much exactly like it. Right then, coming in for an ILS approach into runway 14. Styling at Osnem 4000, 3 degrees. And we have Osnem 4000, 3 degrees. And now comes the missed approach, that's always my favorite in Zurich. So, initial climb clearance 4000, straight ahead. At 5.1 DME past the station, turn left, maximum 210 knots, minimum 20 degrees bank. On to heading 359, intercept radial 231 Zurich, east inbound at 7 DME, blah blah blah. Okay, so a lot of stuff, and this just looks exactly like what we have on the chart. I'm totally happy with that. Okay, radio nav page, we can tune something for the missed approach here. So we start based upon India Kilo Lima, that's the ILS. And then radial 231 Zurich East inbound. And thereafter Zurich East, radial 094 outbound. So it's going to be Zurich East on both VORs, Zue and Zue. And then we have 231 inbound, which equates to 051, looks good, and thereafter it's gonna be 094 outbound, so 094 and 051. So Zurich 14 for the performance page. Top of descent in a couple of moments here. The speed is looking okay. QNH 1013, temperature 25. No, don't recall the wind. Let's go ahead and grab that real quick. (280 at 5). So a slight tailwind, but that's not going to be much of a problem. Okay, we should have reached the top of descent any moment now. Here it is. Let's go ahead and start our descent. Can't even see the other aircraft anymore, but not a problem. More drag. Nope, definitely not. Okay, so last thing here, minimum 1602. And the MSA on this one is 4,500 in the missed approach sector. So the initial level off is going to be in 4,000, so I'll use 4,000 here for our engine out acceleration. Okay, that stuff is looking good. We'll copy the active. Don't fly me into the overspeed, please. You should limit yourself over here. But I'll tell you what, open descent. I wanted to prioritize the speed over getting into an overspeed condition over here. Okay, open descent, Alt flight level 130 blue. We have that. So last but not least, let's go ahead and do some approach calculations. Zurich 14, refresh, apply. Landing weight is going to be 75.5, so right at the maximum. 2,580 meters. If we do manual thrust, a little bit less. Alright, that's what we'll do. I'll leave the auto brake off though, since we'll have to vacate the runway all the way at the end anyway. And that's it. That's our setup completed. Okay, well, in that case, we still have a couple miles to go towards Schiphol. So let's go ahead and do the approach briefing. Your turn. Okay, MSA-wise, 9,100 is the highest on the approach. We are going to follow the Schiphol 14 transition for an ILS approach runway 14, minimum 1602. Go around trajectory straight ahead at first, then left turn inbound to Zurich East, outbound Zurich East, at first 4,000 feet, later on up to 7,000 feet. Extra fuel is about 50 minutes, that's that. Okay, so guides for the approach is going to be flight director guided and manual thrust, ILS approach, runway 14. Config full, stop margin, we're looking at about 500 meters. Idle reverse, no auto brake, we'll let it roll all the way to the end. For the taxi in, we have one hotspot, that's the crossing of runway 28, which is active for departures. Special operations, we got to get the weight down to the maximum landing weight, so we have the holding over here, and we'll try to land exactly at 75.5. So the threat we have for this one obviously is landing overweight, so we gotta ensure that we get that weight down. If close to the minimum we are still above 75.5, gotta do a go around, come back for a second approach. There is no reason to land overweight over here. And I'd say that's about it. Any questions? No? Beautiful. Okay, let's go back cost next 0, because I want that holding to become a little bit smaller. So speed is coming back towards 250 now. With that, the size of the holding is reducing. Can nicely see that happening live over here. Okay, well, so all that stuff out of the way. Let's go ahead and flick on the seatbelts, and I'm gonna do a quick PA. Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We are just about entering a holding pattern over Zurich Airport over here, because of a lot of traffic that is currently on approach. We do expect this to take about 5 minutes, and then we're going to continue our approach towards Zurich. We would like to thank you very much for using Swiss for today's flight. Hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we did. We look forward to welcoming you again on board of a future flight. In the meantime, the current weather conditions, light wind from the west and the temperature 25 degrees. Thank you very much for flying with us, and we hope to see you all again soon. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, hier spricht Ihr Kapitän. Wir haben unseren Sinkflug in Richtung Zürich gestartet und fliegen jetzt noch eine Warteschleife über den Flughafen, da wir aktuell sehr viel Verkehr haben. Wir bedanken uns ganz herzlich, dass Sie heute unsere Gäste sind, wünschen Ihnen einen schönen Aufenthalt und gegebenenfalls eine gute und sichere Weiterreise, und wir hoffen, Sie bald wieder an Bord eines unserer Swiss-Flugzeuge willkommen zu heißen. In Zürich erwarten Sie aktuell 25 Grad mit einem leichten Wind aus West. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Okay, traffic coming from straight ahead. Zurich traffic Swiss 553 Lima in the holding pattern over at Gipol, descending flight level 80. Can we get a response? Nope. Well, that guy is flying almost directly towards us. But I can't really leave the holding here anyway now, so... I'm wondering if that guy is actually on a star. Because that would mean the star leads directly into the holding pattern. That's interesting. Okay, so, passing 3 miles behind us. That's actually legal. 3 miles behind is okay. Even though it is about as tight as it gets, but it's legal. That's all that counts, isn't it? Ha! Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Oh well. Okay, so let's fly that round in the holding, and thereafter, if we continue our approach, then we should be good to go already. I'm thinking about what to say right now. I don't want to repeat myself saying this is beautiful, but it is. It's just thinking back, even 4 years, by the time we've still been using P3D. You know, the landscape would have looked so much more ugly than this. This is just really good. And so is the airplane. Now, Paul McCarthy, I do not support a specific football team, no. And someone with a Chinese name, wait, shouldn't you be doing a right turn holding over at Gipol? Yes, that's true, but we're flying the holding entry at the moment. And the entry is the parallel entry, and that, of course, has to keep us inside the holding pattern, so for that reason we're doing a left turn here. So the holding entry, coming from up here, is turn to the left, then you proceed on the opposite of the inbound track, and then you make a left-hand turn to join the holding, which then is to the right, like this. This way we stay inside the protected airspace, and the FMS is doing that stuff automatically. The only thing I'm wondering about here is that little bank angle it uses, like only 10 degrees of bank. That seems a little bit strange to me. I would expect it to use more. And Daft Duck, yes, absolutely. Swiss does give out some chocolate. So where is ours? And as it does, I do agree, the CFM engines do look small on the A321. I suppose it's just getting used to the size of the aircraft then. Okay, so what do we have now? Estimated fuel on board 4.6. I doubt it. We are not going to use just 100 kilos for landing. I mean, what do we have over here? Idle fuel flow is 600 kilos per hour, so yeah, okay, 100 kilos every 10 minutes. Yeah, might just about be right, huh? Okay, so quick check of the chart. Minimum holding altitude flight level or altitude 7,000. Let's go down to 7,000 then. Set QNH. QNH 1013 cross check passing correction passing 9,000. Now checked. We will do the ILS. GPS primary is checked, and engine mode selector no. Okay, approach checklist please. Barrow ref, QNH 1013. Seatbelts on, minimum. We have Barrow 1602, auto brake off, engine mode selector, norm, approach checklist complete. Okay, so 1,000 to go. So we need to burn 200 kilos. Yeah, I tell you what, we start the approach. I don't trust this FMS prediction. Well, now it says 4.5. Okay, that's better. So, exit. Even though this route over here looks interesting, we're not gonna do an Immelmann, I promise that. I tell you what, we fly closer to Giepol and then we just make a right and turn towards waypoint 372. I think that's the best thing for us to do over here. Hold stop. So that's gonna burn a bit of fuel as well. Yeah, we'll be more than good to go. We'll be down at the max landing weight by the time we reach the airport. Okay, so everything looking good. Cabin crew, prepare for landing. The texture in the river down here is really cool with all the variations of the color. Really nice. Really, really nice. Okay, so is there any aircraft in the vicinity whom we're getting into the way? No? Excellent. Then let's proceed direct to the waypoint 372. Here we go. Yeah, we'll let it accelerate, that doesn't matter. Burns a bit of fuel as well. And Aviation 320, pretty warm in the cabin, isn't it? No, not really. 26 degrees is quite normal. Those indicators aren't really accurate anyway, so you often see indications like these. Nothing to worry about. It usually feels colder, that's my experience here. And Easy Dream Player, how did you manage the overweight landing? We just flew a little bit faster and did one holding over Giepol, and now we just gotta burn, what's that? Another 100 kilos, and then we're down at the max landing weight already. Alright, so down towards 4,000, and then let's fly direct to the Charlie India. So, direct center fix. Let's scan for any traffic. Nobody. If we go into below, can we find anyone there? No. Excellent. Hi, Emanuel here. Danke. Okay, speed brake out. Let's get the plane down. Even though VNAV still tells me I am below the profile already. But well, it's the first approach with the aircraft, so let's just be on the conservative side here. Anti-cooperative, could I show if the side-stick priority button works? Well, let me give it a try. Speed brake in, let's disconnect the autopilot here. And if we hold the disconnect button, we should get priority. Yeah, it works. See? Works pretty nice. Okay, so one aircraft over here, but he really shouldn't be a factor for us.
163 heavy, market at runway 14.
Okay, manual thrust. Alt star. Approach phase is activated. Cat 1, glide slope, local outs are blue. Lock star. That's too early. I'm not going to start the turn. You can see that over here. I'm not sure where the local outer wants to take us right now, but we'll just follow that turn over here. Then we should be good to go. Alt. Flaps 1. Speed checked. There is no ballooning on Airbus aircraft, as the French like to say. Okay, flaps 2. So that's about 162 knots then on the final approach. That looks okay to me. And Samuel Joseph, how does Lufthansa City Line call in on the radios? Normally they use Lufthansa. Glide slope star. Wow, it does need a lot of thrust here. I didn't expect it to use that much thrust, since we flew the very light A319 yesterday. Okay, here we go though.
Traffic, Eagle Wise 402, pushing back, stand Bravo 39.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 553 Lima established, 7 miles, 1 runway 14.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 26 Hotel at holding point Alpha 1, runway 28, lining up and departing.
Okay, so that does look good to me. Gear down, flaps 3. And flaps full. Again, there is no ballooning on Airbus aircraft. No ballooning at all. Why am I still on the cabin interphone? That's looking better. Landing checklist. Econ memo. Landing no blue. Landing checklist complete.
Traffic 27 Hotel Mike 14 right left.
Okay, let's see. Weight. 75.5. Excellent. We're at the max landing weight now.
Victor, this is 2 Zulu Yankee, check this.
5x5.
Thank you. Sorry, type 8 Kilo Tango, text.
Okay, so that's pretty stable, isn't it? I have to say, it slowed down a lot easier than the A319 did. Now comes the challenge of landing it correctly. So, first landing on the A321 in a long time. My last A321, well, the headwind doesn't count, so my last one was the flight sim labs. That must have been like 5 years ago. So let's see how that is going to work out over here. Slight tailwind component as per the forecast.
Zurich traffic 26 Hotel Airport and 2000 feet following rapid forward departure route.
4.
Land. You can see the tail strike protection symbol comes into view up here. If you pull the pitch into that, that's your tail strike.
200. Minimum.
Continue. Slightly high, but that won't be a problem.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10.
Come on.
Traffic 7 Hotel Mike crossing 28.
Okay, speed break up, thrust was normal, decel. I did flare it in a bit, so let's use some thrust reverse here to help with the deceleration. 70 knots, manual brakes.
Start up and push back at apron 15. I mean Zurich traffic with...
And here we are.
Pushbacking at apron 15.
Okay, so, right down at the maximum landing weight, huh? Flatted in a little bit, but no big problem overall here. Okay, so straight ahead, crossing runway 28. There is nobody at the runway at the moment.
Taxiing to runway 28 via Foxtrot now.
Let's clean it up here. 25 degrees, flaps can go up all the way. We're not going to do single engine taxi here, the plane is a little bit too heavy for that. And that means we can delay the APU start as well. Alright, after landing checklist. Radar and predictive wind shear off, after landing checklist complete. Okay, so straight ahead, in kilo we're going to cross the runway and then off on the first taxiway to the right. Zurich, Swiss 553 Lima, runway 14 vacated, crossing runway 28, and we'll turn first right onto the outer, give way to the company 320. That's provided he doesn't have to turn into here now. Which, of course, he does not. Excellent. I wasn't sure if there was a taxiway over here, but looks like there is. Okay. Splendid. Then we can go off to the right. Here we go. Okay. We'll stay clear of the apron over here. Too many aircraft here. And we'll go into the bay on the other end side.
Back once the companies with A321 and the Airline A320 have paused on industry traffic.
We'll go somewhere in here. We'll have to see where there is a free gate. Lots of traffic over here. This seems to be almost all Watson traffic. So we'll have to find our way around. And I spot a couple of A321s over here. Number 1, 2, 3, 4. What's that, Eurowings? Yeah, that might be an A320. But there are a couple of them. I wonder how that could be. I wonder how that could be. Now, Paul Newman asking in the comments whether the A319 321 is worth it. In my opinion, yes. Of course, it's not, you know, significantly different than the A320. Airbus built them so that they are as similar as possible. But on my first impression on the 319 yesterday, Fenix did seem to get all those lovely nuances right, which I really liked, and on at least the first flight on the 321, it felt quite a bit different than the A320 as well, so that is quite some good news there. Alright then, first to the left, get that speed under control please. And here we go.
So traffic is 2 through Yankee pushing back facing west stand Alpha 49er, the check.
Alpha 49er, where exactly is he? Is that gonna affect us? There's 48. No, it doesn't seem to be in here. That's good. Ah, God. Okay, well, if he's pushing from 48, then we are going to taxi into 48. That way we don't block one another. So Alpha 48 is going to be our stand. Starting APU. We'll wait until he has pushed clear of the stand, then we're going to enter the stand that he's pushing out of at the moment. And Luis, that's the Asobo Zurich scenery. well, the world update scenery, so technically it's been done by Gaia, not by Asobo. Okay. Just looks funny how the aircraft is lifted up here. But good to see that GSX have at last finished this, have fixed that bug with the aircraft, you know, looking really silly on pushback. That was an issue for quite a while, but luckily that's fixed. Okay, so lights going off.
Zurich traffic, Edelweiss 402, lining at runway 2.
Come on, push a bit further, please. The Swiss that pushed from Alpha 48, could you extend your pushback a little bit so that we fit into the gate? That's really close. I can't get past him like that. Okay, well, stand by.
Well, you can take the first one on your right on the Bravo stand as close as possible.
Yeah, that's not really gonna fit either. We really expected you to go back a little bit further.
Well, I made the call.
Exactly, you said you're pushing out of the gate, so you should have kept it clear. Oh well, I'm gonna log off, I don't care. Stupid VATSIM. Normally, if you push out of the gate, you always need to push back far enough that the gate is clear for entry. That would be standard procedure. So, I'm not sure if he used the GSX profile or not. If he did use the GSX profile, then the profile is bad. If he didn't use the GSX profile, then GSX is bad. Oh, that was interesting. Sometimes my views are a little bit laggy here because of some changed settings. Okay, so A321 is on the guidance system. First it tells us to go left, then right. That's... And why is it in feet? Oh boy, GSX is so buggy. Okay, well, entering the gate now. And here we are. Okay, so bleed on and shutting down. Cabin crew, all doors in park. So I really don't know what it is with Zurich. It's... Whenever we fly here, always something happens. Okay, engines running down. Here we go. So, request deboarding, yes. Alright, parking checklist. Park and brake our trucks. Brake set, engines, off, wing light, off, fuel pumps, off, parking checklist complete. We'll turn on the external power, but we'll keep the AVU running because it is just too hot in here. Alright, so flight number 1 is completed, and while GSX is starting the unloading and the deboarding here, let's have a little look at that. And while all of that is in progress, a little bit of feedback on my first flight over here. So overall, the airplane performed as it should. My only point to note over here is that I did use the SimReef profile for the Fenix Airbus, but nonetheless the weights seem to have quite a significant mismatch, which led to us having to do that round in the hold to get the aircraft down to the maximum landing weight. Of course, that was combined with the bad fuel planning from SimReef, So we are going to work over that. So we're going to work over that on our next planning. Now, Giulio asking in the comments. Apologize if you already answered this earlier, but do you need to employ an oversteering technique when taxiing the A321? Yes, absolutely you do. Alright, let's go where it is a little bit more quiet. Wow, this was quite laggy. And another case of a jetway that's bugging around here. That's interesting. We never saw that on the A319 yesterday, did we? So, well, might just be a bug with the A321 then, maybe. In any case, let's just take a quick seat over here, because now we are going to prepare for our next flight. And for the next one, I did prepare something here, so I'm gonna show you right over here. That's the next one we've planned. That's gonna be Swiss 468 Echo. So let's go ahead and log in with a new call sign to figure out if it is available. 468 Echo. And it is. Excellent. So with that out of the way, let's go over to SimBrief and start our next flight plan. Alright, new flight. So we are the Swiss. What's going to be our flight number here? 1272. We're going from Zurich to Copenhagen. It's an A321. And it is an A321 with the Fenix CFM profile. Our off block at 20 should be okay. Just gotta be sure that we don't go too early, because at 1800 UTC a controller assessment starts over there, and we definitely want to be sure that we get in on time over there. So we'll fly the Hotel Bravo India Oscar Mike, and in terms of passengers, I tell you what, we'll go full one more time. And let's see what we're gonna get. Departure runway 28 looks okay. Arrival runway 22 right. No, if it's 22 over there, let's see. 140 at 14. Yeah, probably gonna be runway 22. And it's gonna be 22 left. Monarch 3 Charlie looks okay. The routing in itself looks okay. What we can do is a quick Eurocontrol verification that this is actually valid. I'm afraid you don't see the pop-up right now, but it tells me that there's no errors, so we can use that routing over here. Okay, gonna close that one, and well, 300 kilos of freight should be okay. And now comes the big question of the alternates. So once again, I don't understand the SimBrief alternate planning here. Like, the weather is good. Like, look at that, no clouds, just a little bit of wind. And for some reason, SimBrief wants us to fly all the way to Frankfurt. Like, you've got Billund, you have Aarhus, you have whatever that one is in the north. Then you've got Hamburg, Lübeck, Berlin, Hanover, Leipzig. There's so many suitable alternates over here. Why does SimBrief plan Frankfurt? That's basically what broke our neck on the previous flight. That's why we had too much fuel. So this time, we are going to plan for Billund. And that's going to be a much better number. We might even plan for Malmö. Yeah, I tell you what, why not? ESMS. We're going to take Malmö. Because that's just the very closest that there is available. Now let's have it do its calculations there. And while that's going on, here we go. Okay, so call sign gonna be Swiss 468 Echo. And that should be it. Alright, let's hit generate flight and see what we're going to get. And Scandinavian Aviator, yes, you're right, Malmö is usually the alternate for Copenhagen. You are right. Captain Paramo, there's one important bug. Once the plane gets into cruise, the thrust applied and one accelerates and decelerates all the time, not keeping a constant thrust with constant winds. Well, I think, let me think about it. On the 737 I would have said yes, you're right. On the Airbus I have to say I'm not sure. The A330 at least really does give you variations all the time. Couple percent only, like 1 or 2%, but you definitely do get those variations. Alright, let's pre-file. And that's it. Alright, deboarding is still in progress. Looks like this really does take a little bit of time over here. But I tell you what, we are just going to go back into the cockpit, make a fuel decision already for our next sector, and then we're going to head out for the walk around to take a closer look at the Airbus A321. Okay, so first of all, let's get rid of that. Pre-file here before any one of you starts to complain that you can't see anything. That's definitely much better now. Okay, so Isaac Johnson asking, how similar is the A330 type rating to the A320 family? Honestly, almost exactly the same. The only difference there is a 2-day differences course in the simulator. That's all there is. The rest is pretty much identical. Okay, so they're still deboarding over here. Well, then it is gonna take a little bit longer, nothing we can do about it. But what we can do in the meantime is to go for the walk around. And actually, before we do that, quick look at the brake temperatures here. 150 degrees, yeah, that's fine. Alright, in any case, the chocks are in position, so we'll release the brakes, then they cool a little bit quicker, and then we can go out for the walk around. Oh, that was quick. Okay, looks like I didn't change my camera settings. So here's what I normally use. I use the drone camera, and the drone speed normally goes to 3. And then the drone rotation speed about 45. And that normally gives you some pretty nice settings for a walk around. Okay, so you can see now if we walk around like this, it's a fast walk around. This is the bad weather version of it, but that works rather well. Okay, so we've got our AOA vanes up here, static ports are clear, and the avionics equipment vent is operating just fine. The nose wheel is operating just fine, and just as we found out yesterday, the park and brake satellite up here actually works. That's so cool, having details like this on the aircraft. Apart from that, of course, we have our turn-off lights, and then we have the taxi and the landing lights. Moving to the front, then we've got our pitot probes up here, and then we have our TAT probe. And can anyone tell me in the comments what these things are? What's this and what's this? I will answer that, of course, in a few moments, but wondering if you guys can tell me, if anyone knows. Apart from that, no damages. E&E access doors looking good. The static ports are looking good. Getting over to the back, our door number 2 is looking good. Something to check when you are checking for doors is right here to make sure that everything is flush with the door. That there is nothing sticking out. Alright, the engines are looking good. And so many of you knew. Wow, I didn't expect that. But yes, you're absolutely right. That is the ice detector. I didn't expect so many of you to know, honestly. You guys are good. You guys are very good. Alright, the engine is clear. Let's continue along the wing. Making sure that we didn't hit any bird on the way. The green nav light is working. Continue along the back towards the main landing gear. And look at that, I did not damage it. No broken tires or anything. That is good. Alright, let's move further aft. Can't really look into the cargo compartment, it's just up too high. Outflow valve open as it should be, and the stabilizer doesn't show any signs of damages. Moving along the back then, one of the two white position lights here is operating. Position number 1 it is, as selected in the flight deck. Leading edge of the stabilizer is looking good, and then we can move up to the front. Okay, so over here, no visible sign of damages anywhere. Looking excellent, and no signs of a bird strike either. No leaking fluids. Trailing edge is looking good, nothing on there. Red navigation light. And that's it. So, getting to the engine. No thrust reverser pins installed, and no damages to the leading edges. Finally, a little look below to make sure that the latches are not open. And then we can head back up again and back inside. Well, and that's our walk around. That's pretty much the quick version of it. So here we are again. Okay, we do have a company message already. That's probably the arrival time. Arrival message, 1650. Okay. 03 right now. Yeah, looks about good. Okay, so I really don't know why one passenger always remains on board here. That just causes issues every now and then. But well, let's continue for the next flight. So this is going to be Swiss 1272 towards Copenhagen, off block in 17 minutes. Seems to be good. Looking into our flight plan, let's give this a little look. Starting on the weather, so Copenhagen is good, alternate Malmö is good as well. Over the night we get a couple of showers and CBs, but by the time we get there shouldn't be any problems at all. Okay, so overall it's no event over there, it's only a controller exam, so I don't see any reason to take extra fuel here. So 7.4 plus what we need for the APU, 7.5 should be a reasonable amount of fuel for us. So mass and balance, fuel plant 7,500. So that is a planned zero fuel weight of 71.4 plus 7.5. Let's just check how much fuel we are going to burn. And of course I can't leave this menu at the moment. Okay, well, doesn't matter. It's going to be okay this way. So apply and load GSX. So please start all the processes. Thank you. Company message. That's going to be the preliminary load sheet, I guess. Yes, it is. So, Swiss 468 Echo, and we're on the Hotel Bravo India Oscar Mike. Zurich to Copenhagen. Again, the incorrect cabin crew down there. In terms of weights, yeah, we are once again going to be heavier. Look at that. The load sheet says 70.7, but the EFB said 71.4. So we'll be about 700 kilos heavier, even though I definitely used the Fenix profile. So there is an issue somewhere. There is something wrong with one of the profiles. Now, Flying ATC asked, are the flight radar times company block times or just takeoff and landing? In anywhere in the world except the US, it's the scheduled block time. In the United States, for some reason, it doesn't seem to be. So, well, in the US it has just something. Anywhere else in the world, it's the scheduled block times. Okay, so just a quick check over here. Estimated landing weight 73.7 plus those 700 kilos extra brings us to 74 point something. Max 75.5. So we will be below the maximum landing weight. So we should be good to go. 230 passengers planned. Yeah, they still calculate 100% portable water. That's okay. Fuel in tank 7.5. Let's hit accept over here. And just while we're on it, since we now know already that we'll be 1,000 kilos heavier, weight change up 1,000 plus 45 kilos of fuel. So that's just for us to take into account. So we need to add 45 to this, brings us to approximately 7,420. So at 7,500 we will still be legal to go off block. So that's the kind of stuff that we need to check over here to make sure that we are actually legal to conduct the flight like that. But okay, that's it for now. So let's go ahead and do our performance. Now, talking about performance, there is a very good question down there in the chat, and that is from Isaac Johnson. Why does the A321 calculate very high takeoff speeds all the time? Is it because it's heavy? Well, partially, but you will see that there are more influences than that. So let's go ahead and synchronize the preliminary load sheet over here and the weather. Now let's hit calculate. You can see that over here on Zurich's runway 28, the speeds are not that high actually. If we go for some intersection data, you can see that we actually get very low speeds. So I touched that yesterday in the live stream already, and I'm probably going to make a dedicated video, but the important point over here is that there are no single takeoff speeds. It's always a range of speeds. So, for example, our V1 might go from 129 to 149. The lower limit being limited by the minimum control speed on the ground, and the upper limit normally being limited by V2. Or by the runway length, or whatever there is. Maximum brake energy, another point that you see often. For this reason, you have a certain range of takeoff speeds. And if you have a long runway, like for example in Nice, we had over 3,000 meters runway. For this reason, we could choose the high takeoff speeds, which gives us the option to reject the takeoff for longer. So if an engine fails during the takeoff run, you can reject longer. Now you can see, if I take runway 28 intersection Bravo, that gives us 1,900 meters of runway, which is really not a lot. For this reason, we only have 129 knots V1 now. But if I just change the intersection without changing any other factors, you can see we get 144. Even though it is the same physics in the background, all of a sudden we can stop at a higher speed, which is obviously because we now have 600 meters more runway. And Valentin, can you please explain V2? Of course. So V2 is the so-called takeoff safety speed. At this speed, the aircraft can safely climb on a single engine. Now, the lower limit for V2 usually is the minimum control speed in the air. So imagine it like this. If you look at the plane from, for example here, one engine fails. So now you have an engine producing thrust that's located away from the center of gravity. Center of gravity is somewhere over here. So since the engine now produces forward thrust, the aircraft starts to yaw into that direction. In order to counter that, you need to apply rudder, like you can see over here. But the force that the rudder can develop greatly depends on the speed of the air that flows over the rudder. For this reason, V2 is on the lower limit at its minimum control speed in the air, and the upper limit is most likely, we can't say for sure because the performance calculator doesn't tell us, but most likely for our minimum climb gradient. Okay, so that much about some performance theory. But as you can see over here, our takeoff speeds are not always very high. It's not, if you got a very long runway, then you get takeoff speeds in the region of 160 knots with the A321 at its typical weights. But if you've got a shorter runway, then you also get lower takeoff speeds. Okay, so that was quite a bit of performance theory there. Let's go ahead and put it to practice. Now that we know that we can depart, we can see our takeoff performance limited weight is 88,950 kilos. We are about 10 tons below that. But something I just find amazing on the A321 is we're doing a flight of 1 hour and 20 length here. That is really not long. That's 1 hour 20. And we have a takeoff weight that is already higher than the maximum takeoff weight for the A320. That's quite impressive, isn't it? Now imagine flying with this amount of passengers on a 4-hour flight somewhere to Egypt or the Canaries. That's just... it's an impressive aircraft, the A321. And now take the XLR add some extra tanks and fly transatlantic. It's just an amazing airplane. Alright, so this good stuff is done now. But they have still not started our boarding. Why is that? Hello, GSX. Why does the window close itself? Such an annoying buggy program. And Julon, no, don't really get A330 feelings with this. The plane would need to grow a little bit more. Okay, anyway, let's go for it. So we'll keep the fasten seatbelt signs and the fuel pumps off for a boarding, and everything else is looking good. Okay, well then, let's go for it. Initialize the flight plan request. And Stronix, would I say that the flare behavior is realistic in the Fenix? Hard to say really. I think it used to be very good, and now it got a little bit worse again with the recent updates. That used to be better, but yeah, it's just hard to say because the feeling on our joysticks here is just different from the real Airbus side sticks, so can't really give you a really accurate answer here. My apologies for that. But I would say that for a computer game, which ultimately it still is, it's certainly getting very close. Okay, Degas 3 Whiskey. That should be it. And for the arrival, it will be an ILS approach onto runway 22 left, following the Monarch 3 Charlie, isn't it? Yeah, Monarch 3 Charlie. But please, not via Kastrup. No via. Okay, so quick check to make sure that everything we entered is correct. Let's get rid of that and get us our departure chart. Degas, where's the whiskey one? Degas, 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 here we go, 3 whiskey. Okay, straight at 2.3 dmi clo, then a left turn, 252 out until 6.5 dmi. That's pretty much what we have. Left turn back to the VOR, and then via Momol, Kolul, 504, 525, Degas. Looking good. And just for the rest of it, make sure that that is okay as well. Yep. That's what we're expecting. Looking excellent. Okay, so Cloten VOR. Into here, 252. And what else do we have? Back inbound on 051. So that way we have a little bit of conventional backup stuff as well. So that's going to be Zurich, runway 28 for our departure. Now on to the performance. Zero fuel weight 70.7 / 25. Fuel, what did we order? 7.4? Still refueling, so we don't know just yet. 7.5 I believe. So 7.5, and then for the fuel values 0.3, 1.5, 1.3. So 0.3, 1.5, 1... Nope, wrong button. 1.3, here we go. Okay, wind data, request. And GD, how did I get the docking and guidance system at the gate? I believe it comes from GSX. That's added through GSX through a custom profile that I downloaded from flightsim.to. Okay, so that thing's in. Then we had a flap 2 takeoff over here. Let's see the takeoff data. So 42 degrees, 44, 48, 49. Okay, so let's now go ahead and find out about our noise abatement and that good stuff. So again, I do really like the website from Blackbox711. I really can't overemphasize this. Web app. And we are going out from Zurich, it seems. Runway 28, NADP 1 over here. Thrust reduction 1920, acceleration 4420. Okay, well, let's start putting that in. So 2920/4420. Here we go, and then we can continue. So, for the engine out, runway 28 at 1.5 DME Cloten, left turn, proceed radial 270 to 15 DME Cloten, then right turn to Gipole and hold. Okay. So, now we just gotta think about it for a moment. How are we gonna program that? Acceleration in 3,300. Well, let's start with that, I suppose. Okay, so secondary flight plan, copy. Okay, so we have the Cloten 2.3 mile ring over there. So KLO slash the runway track is 274/1.5. Oh boy, it still breaks. Okay. Gotta do that again. So PBD02 is what we just created. Here we go. Then, from there we proceed on the radial 270 to 15 DME Kilo Lima Oscar. So that's gonna be KLO/270/15. Just gotta remember that we have to fly that radial. Okay, and then we are going to turn towards Gipole and hold. Definitely one of the more complicated procedures. What just happened? Why did it throw me out of the secondary? So, Gipole, into here please. Okay, and hold, and that's 077 right turns. We still remember that one. Alright, so from there we will return towards Zurich. And it's going to be an ILS approach runway 14 with a Gipole 14 transition. Okay. Excellent. And now just got to go into here. So basically all I need is the Cloten radial 270, since that is what we have to proceed on. We can't create course to fix waypoints manually here, so we have to enter it manually that way, and then onto Gipole. That's fine. If we now look at our flight plan, let's see that over here. Secondary 1.5 miles. Then radial 270 to 15 miles, and then to Gipole. Okay, so it's more or less straight out, isn't it? Yeah. More or less straight out to 15 miles, and then to Gipole. Okay, that's easy. I can fly that. Even I can fly that. Alright, awesome. So that good stuff is entered. Refueling is done as well now, so pumps are coming on, and the seatbelts are coming on as well. The tankvorgang is beendet. The refueling is complete. Okay, the truck guy asking, are we flying in VATSIM? Yes, we are. Alright, so I think we're pretty much done now with all our entries. But it starts to become that time of the day where we better dim our displays a little bit. And when we are done with that, I'd say we can start with our briefing if you're ready. Okay, MSA wise, 6,000 is going to keep us safe. We have got 4,500 first, then 5,600, so 6,000 is safe. Zurich runway 28 via the Degas 3 Whiskey departure. Climbing initially, believe it's 5,000. Where is it? Just be on the safe side here, let's look it up. Yeah, initial climb clearance 5,000. MSA 6,000 and extra fuel. We didn't really take anything here, so that's going to leave us with 1 minute in form of 0 kilos. Interesting. Well, rounding errors. Alright, no hotspots for the taxi. Stop margin is not going to be all that much, even though we don't know how much exactly. Engine outsits straight at 1.5 miles, then join the radial 270 outbound Zurich, outbound Klöten VOR to 15 miles and then towards Dipol. In case we have to return, Zurich is our best option. ILS 14 is pre-programmed. I don't have anything special or non-standard over here. Is there a speed restriction on the sit? Yeah, 210. And 207 is our slat retraction, so we'll have to keep the flaps in 1, just like we did on the previous one. Any threats for the departure? No? Wonderful. Okay, so that is our briefing completed. Alright, just got a private message here from someone saying, "Hi there, good flight." Well, thank you very much. Okay, great. So, cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 7,480 kilogram balanced. Seatbelts on. ADIRS. Nav. Bajo reference. QNH 1013. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. So, how's the boarding? Oh, aircraft loaded. Wow, that was good timing. That was very good timing. I didn't expect that. Have to be honest here. I did not expect that. Alright, wonderful. Then let's go ahead and get our aircraft ready. Eine wunderschöne gute Abend, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren aus der Cockpit spricht hier Kapitän. Mein Name ist Emanuel, im Namen des Swiss darf ich Sie ganz herzlich an Bord unseres Fluges 1727 nach Kopenhagen willkommen heißen. Flugzeit heute etwa 1 Stunde und 20 Minuten in einer Reiseflughöhe von 35.000 Fuß. Wir bedanken uns herzlich, dass Sie heute unsere Gäste sind. Lehnen Sie sich zurück, genießen Sie den Flug mit uns. Und wenn es etwas gibt, womit wir Ihnen diesen schönen gestalten können, zögern Sie nicht, sich mit unserer Kabinenbesatzung in Kontakt zu setzen. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. From the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. My name is Emanuel, and in the name of Swiss, welcome aboard our flight 1272 towards Copenhagen. Flight time today, about 1 hour and 20 minutes at a cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. We would like to thank you very much for being our guests. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. And if there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew. Alright. Let's close that down. I know you guys like to hear them, so let's turn on the PA down here though. Okay, no ATC online at the moment, and then let's have a look at the final load sheet that should hopefully have arrived by now. Load sheet, in compliance with edition number 1, 71.4. Well, that's quite a difference. Is that sufficient to be in compliance? Really not sure. So, 25.1. Takeoff weight, 78.7. And that's 78.6. 230 passengers, 3 infants. We're going to accept this and takeoff CG 26.6. And looking over here, 26.6 is about up 0.6, I would say. So here we go. Alright, we're a little bit heavier than planned. Let us just redo our takeoff calculation to be on the safe side here. Calculate. So flaps 2 up 0.5, 41 degrees. So we lost a degree of flex here. And the takeoff speed is 44, 48, 50. And we have 44, 48, 50. Alright, that is looking good. Okay, I think we have it. Let's go ahead and prepare the aircraft for pushback, please. Ground flight deck, go ahead. Please confirm all doors and hatches closed, ground equipment removed, and bypass pin is installed. That's all confirmed. Roger, stand by. So, we're all clear behind. So, facing west looks good. Now I'm excited to see how the pushback is actually going to look like. So, ground flight, go. Ready, push. Oh, sorry, clear the push, face west, park brake released. Roger, start on the push. Zurich traffic, Swiss 468, Echo, pushing back, Alpha 48. So now let's see where our final position is actually going to be. Okay, before start checklist. Park and brake, released, takeoff speeds and thrust, V1 144, VR 148, V2 150, flex 41. Windows. Closed, bacon, tasty, and on. Before start checklist complete. Okay, ground flight, we'll start engines 2 and 1 in sequence. And clear engine 2. Starting 2. Engine 2 start. That's, in my opinion, one of the worst things in Airbus SOP. They say to the ground guy, you say starting engine 2. To your colleague in the flight deck, you say engine 2 start. It doesn't make much sense in my opinion, but that's how they put it into the AFCOM, so that's how we do it. Guys, be nice to one another in the chat, please. Okay, we've got a good start on engine number 2. Let's start engine number 1. And park and brake set. So, quick check of our end position over here. Yeah, beyond that line. So with the correct GSX profile you do get sufficient distance from the gate line. So it was indeed the profile of the other guy earlier on that caused the issues. And not... well... Okay, so that's 2 good starts down here. Alright, 25 degrees. Yeah, let's keep both packs on. Okay, so where is our handling agent? There she comes. And that's our clear signal received down there. After start checklist, please. Anti-ice, most definitely off. Ecam status checked. Pitch trim 20. What is it? 27%. Radar trim neutral. After start checklist complete. Zurich traffic. Swiss 468 Echo. Taxi holding point runway 28. Right side is clear. Left side is clear. Brakes off. So, contrary to yesterday, you can see the 321 at its high weight does definitely not taxi in idle.
safety exits are identified by exit signs and are located as shown on the screen and the safety on board car. If you're sitting in a row...
A question from someone with a Chinese name there. My apologies for not being able to pronounce it. Would you lose your type rating immediately after you transfer to another type, or do you lose it after a while? And you need to do a check once a year, and if you don't do that check, then the rating expires. You can hold up to 2 type ratings, so if you have 2 and make a third one, then you will lose one immediately. And normally you can choose which one that is. Okay. Interesting, we get the cabin ready signal down here, even though you can clearly hear that the safety demo is still in progress. Someone asked about usage of oversteering technique earlier. I'm going to demonstrate it on the next turn now.
Give all 1-4 transition for ILS 1-4 right traffic. Zurich.
Okay, so there is nobody on the right, that's good. However, we'll just go one further and then straight parallel to the runway over there. Okay, so I explained the oversteering technique in quite some detail on the 777, but it works exactly the same on the 320 and also on the 321. So basically, due to the length of the aircraft and due to the nose wheel being so far in front of the main wheels, we need to steer the nose wheel over the center line of the turn in order to keep the main wheels on that center line. We'll see that in action now as we're about to make that right-hand turn over here. Again, for such a turn, maximum speed is 10 knots. So let's get that ground speed down towards 10. And now watch this. I have to bring my flight deck over the further out on the line in order to have the main wheels centered around the center line here. But you can see where the nose wheel is, quite a bit further outside on the turn. Okay, flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left, full right, neutral. And let's just make sure we are aligned correctly with the center line here. Rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Okay, now let's see, we just received some private message here from a Lufthansa guy wishing us a nice flight. Okay, thank you very much, Lufthansa. I was afraid already that we might have gotten ATC online and that ATC might be changing runways. It's not like we ever had that here in Zurich. Why is my plane going to the side? Interesting. Sometimes it's just starting a turn on its own. Okay, so, no changes to the takeoff briefing. Cabin is ready. Taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conf 2. Radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto. Engine mode selector, norm, ECAM memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete.
Traffic Swiss 6903 Papa, establish ILS 1.
Okay, let's just quickly see. There is one more company message over there.
Zero traffic with Sky 480 taking off from 82.
Swiss Ops complaining about delay. We had that yesterday in the 319 already. I think there is a bug currently somewhere in regards to the delay messages. Not 100% sure as to where exactly the bug is, but there is one. Okay, let's see. The final looks rather clear. Is there anyone on the left? No, only the guy who's departing anyway. Zurich traffic, Swiss 468 Echo, line up runway 28.
Zurich traffic, 112, I know Rockford.
Okay, guy reporting final on 1-4, that shall not be a problem for us. Wow, we've lost a lot of speed while we've been taxiing that little bit uphill over here. Didn't expect it to be that bad, but okay. Alright. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Lineup checklist, please. Takeoff runway, 28 full length, TCAS, TARA, packs 1 and 2, off, lineup checklist complete. So we'll just wait until that guy here is on the ground, which he is now. Perfect. Alright. Then I'd say we're ready to go. Takeoff. Zurich traffic, Swiss 468 Echo, taking off runway 28. Manflex 41, SS runway, A thrust blue. Thrust set.
Zurich traffic with 603 Papa.
100 knots.
144
Check.
miles landing Zurich.
V1. Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Nav. Checked. Right into the sun. Well, we're flying IFR, we don't need to see outside. Okay, arriving traffic on the right over there. Not a problem for us. Okay, so this time let's have the autopilot do the work. On the last one I flew manually quite a bit. Thrust climb, auto thrust. Pack 1 coming on. And approach just locked on, together with tower. So 130.56. Zurich, good evening, Swiss 468 Echo on the biggest Whiskey departure passing 4,500.
468 Echo,
Thank you, on.
identified. Squawk 6702, correction, Zurich arrived and identified. Squawk 6702, climb flight level 120.
Squawk 6702, climb flight level 120, Swiss 468 Echo. Okay, 6702. They just literally all came online. Okay, flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Stop climb flight level 120. 6701 and stopping climb level 120.
Okay, so let's just see. We turned on both the packs and we gotta keep flaps 1 until we have overflown float and VOR. So here we are. I do like it. I do really like it that we have all the different Airbuses now. It just gives us that variety in picking different aircraft. Even though it's all of the A320 family, so all somewhat the same, but yet a little bit different. Okay, so off to the left turn, then we can get rid of the sunshade over here. It's a very nice coloring at the moment as well, isn't it? And I'm not using any shaders over here. This is standard MSFS. This is all standard MSFS. No shaders, no NVIDIA stuff. And I really like how it looks. I really do. Okay, is that standard?
Go around for runway 14.
Standard cross check passing level 75.
Flight
Now,
276, correction,
check.
35 below identified, turn left heading 280, climb 6,000 feet, vectors for island 14. Left heading 280.
okay, so I see a couple of questions coming in the chat. Let's just wait until we're out of the immediate traffic area of Zurich before.
Climb flight level 240.
Swiss 468 Echo, climb flight level 240. Flight level 240 blue. Now here's something. We had a lot less slat retraction speed on the ground, didn't we? But in any case, why is it flying a slower speed than that for the current flap setting? As far as I'm aware, it should accelerate to the S speed now, shouldn't it?
Maintain visual separation from terrain until passing 6,000. Roger, no close to it.
And was Gerber, grüezi von Bern, von Bern.
Sorry, approach, good afternoon, Lambert 077. Lambert 077, city arrive in the low, squawk 1000.
Okay, so interesting. So the 210 knot speed restriction makes the plane fly below the characteristic speed? That's strange. The A330 wouldn't do that. The A330 would fly the S speed anyway, regardless of the speed restriction. But okay, well, clear of the speed restriction now, so at least we can accelerate now. Alright, past the airspeed, flap 0. Isaac Johnson, no, S is not the maximum, but the minimum speed on that flap setting. The maximum is VFE, which is indicated by the red bar. Alright, so, passing 10,000, accelerating. I think we can turn the fasten seatbelt sign off over here. And since there are no more restrictions on our SID, let's go for airport. And airport. Clear and copy, please. Anything over here can go out. Don't need the RATMAF anymore as well. And finally, copy the secondary flight plan. So, cruising flight level 350, optimum 340, maximum 363. Looks good to me, so 350 is a good cruise level here. Keeps us 1,300 clear of the maximum. Listen to the sound of the wind increasing right now.
Flight 270, 5,000.
I really like how the sound of the wind changes with the indicated airspeed right here. They've done a good job on that. They've done a really good job. And Isaac Johnson, you're absolutely right. In the A330, if it would fly the S speed, then it would bust the speed restriction, but that is not a problem. If we're talking, you know, 5 knots or so. But yeah, that's the logic that the plane should follow. It should fly the minimum speed applicable would be the characteristic speed of the respective flap setting. So if you accidentally retract them, the airplane would just accelerate past it. So, Urs Gerber, very good question. How is the optimum flight level calculated? So, I'm not 100% sure about the A320, to be honest. In the A330, this is based on, of course, the weight in the 320 as well, but also the environmental conditions, like the winds and the temperature. And the optimum would be calculated to give us the minimum fuel usage to our destination. So, let's just say the aerodynamic optimum would be level 340, like we have it right now. If we had 100 knots tailwind at level 300 and 100 knot headwind at level 340, then the optimum would go down to level 300. I'm not sure if the A320 family does this. The A330 does. But I've heard a couple comments from cabin crew who were interested in aviation, who said, no, the 320 doesn't do that. So I take it they probably spoke to some pilots on the 320 family, since cabin crew do mixed fleet flying in my airline. Well, that's what they say. So they're probably right on that, I guess. I don't know. I don't fly the A320. I'm happy with the larger Airbus. Okay, lovely view down on Lake Constance down here, and a lovely lack in the simulator. And quite some lacks in the simulator. But here we go. Very good views, aren't they? 133, 905, Swiss 468 Echo. Swiss Radar, good evening, Swiss 468 Echo, flight level 171, climbing 240.
Swiss 468 Echo, hello, you're right there.
Okay. Lucas, am I happy with flying long haul, or do I miss the short to medium haul days in the 737? No, I'm really happy with long haul. It's just a different lifestyle, you know? On short and medium haul, you worked 5 days in a row as well, but you did 20 sectors in that time. On the long haul, you fly there, you spend 2 days in some nice city or at some nice beach, or watching some animals in Africa, or whatever it is, then you fly back home, and you have some off days. I do really prefer that. At Nordic Aviation, no, my airline does not do mixed fleet flying. The pilots only fly either the A330 fleet or the A320 fleet, but that's the two choices you have. Either it's the A330 or the A320 family. Okay, does anyone remember if we received a climb instruction from ATC?
With guide for Yankee.
Gotta ask him.
Bye-bye.
What's the display with guide for Yankee? Thank you, have a good night.
Swiss 468 Echo, confirm our cleared flight level.
468 Echo 240.
Flight level 240, Swiss 468 Echo, danke. Okay, so he did not give us a climb clearance. I was just, you know, I was just confused with that. Now, Marcus, did I get to pick which aircraft I fly, or was it just assigned to me? No, I specifically applied to that particular fleet. The airline does reserve the right to change my fleet if they want to, so they could at any time say, no, we want you on the A320 family now, but we need pilots on the A330 desperately, so I don't see that coming anytime soon. At least not until the upgrade. When they upgrade me to Commander again, then I'll go back to the A320 family, and at some time thereafter back to the A330. But that is the idea. And Captain Angelo, any particular reason why I chose the A330? to be honest. Because it was the one long-haul job available that I could apply to. That's the reason. If it would have been a 777, it would have been a 777. If it would have been an
468 for Uniform 122.8, goodbye.
122.8 with 468 Echo, bye. You know, even though the A330 is a nice aircraft, I do have to say that I don't mind too much. It's the lifestyle that counts. It's the fact that I have a secure home base over here. It's the fact that I will remain in Germany for sure, because we don't have bases abroad. In my previous airline, they could have transferred me to Morocco anytime, you know? And I was really not interested in that. I want to stay home. I want to stay where my friends and family are. So that, and of course the simple fact that flying long haul gives you the ability to you know, see other places, have layovers. You just get to see your destinations, whereas in my previous airline we basically always have been home on the same evening, which can be nice, you know, if you have kids, if you want to see your wife every day, fair enough. But you know, can still do that in a couple of years' time if I want to. But it's really the long-haul lifestyle that matters. It's not, you know, it's not anything related to the A330. It's a nice airplane, but if it would have been a 747 or a 777 or anything else, that would have been fine as well. Walcott, is there any specific 777 procedure for single-engine taxi? Shut down the right engine after 3 minutes of cooling time. And Benjamin Palos, in order to fly long haul, do you need to start over the short haul career first? Yes and no. Let me explain. So a friend of mine just came freshly out of flight school, and he's going to start right on the 777. The 777 will be his first aircraft type, which is pretty cool if you ask me. But in order to be allowed to fly an airliner with passengers on board, you need to have done 3 takeoffs and landings on the real airplane in the last 90 days. And in order to be allowed to fly with passengers after your very first type rating, when you have less than 500 hours total time, you need to do 6 takeoffs and landings on the real airplane, which you cannot do in the simulator without passengers on board. That would mean flying traffic patterns on a 777 or A330 or whatever long-haul plane you want to take. And, well, that's just really expensive. For that reason, that career path of that friend of mine is now going to be, he will be second officer / cruise relief pilot for the first 500 hours, and in that time he will not be allowed to sit in the first officer's seat below 20,000 feet altitude. Except in case of an emergency, of course, but that's something different. So, well, that means that you can start on long haul, but you will just gain a lot less experience. And to be completely frank with you guys, I really think that, you know, doing those 1,500 hours on a short haul plane where you do regular takeoffs and landings is just really, really something you should do. Because once you fly long haul, you do, you know, 1 landing a month, 2 landings a month. You don't gather that much experience. Flying long haul means using the experience you have, putting the experience you have into practice, but not gaining new experience in terms of takeoffs and landings. Of course you gain experience in the en route segments and experience with different systems of aviation everywhere around the world, but that's not the same as gathering experience during takeoffs and landings. So that's most definitely something there. So those 1,500 hours there really are something you should consider. Now, of course, the long-haul lifestyle is something nice, so I can understand why he went for that, but personally I would have gone to the short-haul first. Now, anti-cooperative, does the 3 takeoff, does the 3 landings per month rule exist for cargo airlines like Aerologic? It's 3 takeoffs and landings within 90 days. It's not per month, it's within 90 days. And that rule exists for any commercial operator. Doesn't matter if you have cargo or if you fly passengers, it exists for any commercial operator. And FET, fresh out of flight instructions, how many hours is that? Round about 200. Wow, our rate of climb is really deteriorating here. 800 feet a minute. And Patrick Thieme, is there an airport you really don't like to fly to or from? No, I don't think so. In my current network, I didn't come across anything I did not like yet. And Vui Toi, but why do you get to do so few takeoffs and landings on long haul? That's quite simple. It's because normally you fly with 3 pilots. That means statistically only on every second rotation you do, you get a takeoff and a landing. And since you normally only do 3 rotations, okay, in my airline it's more like 4 to 5, but since in most airlines you only do 3 rotations per month, that means you only get to do 1.5 takeoffs and landings per month. That's the statistic. That's flying long haul. And Vogel, about my old network, any airport there you disliked? Oh yeah, we can start with shitty Stansted, then we have Dublin, then we have Cologne, then we have almost anything in Italy that was not Palermo. Well. And Ethan BB, what do you think is an age where you're too old to start an aviation career? Honestly, very hard to say. I've seen people who started the career at the age of 40. Of course, you will not make it to the very high pay scales, and you will probably never become a captain, but, well, you might. You might. Polish friend of mine here, why is Stansted shitty? Well, that's because the ground handling is just incredibly bad. You arrive on stand, there is no handling personnel, then you get slots, then you've got bad weather, it's raining all the time, it's cold. Yeah. And the truck guy, have I flown to Lisbon? Yes, a couple times. Lisbon was quite nice. And that plane guy, what was my most challenging experience with the airline so far? Well, passing the assessment, getting hired in first place, but challenging within the airline, well, depending on the colleague, of course, staying awake during a night flight isn't that easy at times. Normally it's no problem, but occasionally, but no, I really don't think I've had anything where I would have said like, yeah, that's a really big challenge right now. I mean, you just do so much training, and the training is of such a high quality these days that, to have a real challenge, you know, something really needs to go wrong. And Christian Maglio, why did you dislike every airport in Italy? Ground handling. Yeah, ground handling and the attitude of the ground handlers. You know, you're about to miss a slot. You would think like, okay, could you please close that cargo door and connect that tug? No, they don't care, they don't give a flying F about it. You know, it's that attitude of, oh, I don't care about anything. And that's something that I really noticed in Italy. In Spain, it's just like they don't speak English. But at least they work. In Italy, they do speak English, but it's, you know, that I don't care attitude. And you had that a lot, especially, you know, you've been working your ass off to make that slot and to be ready on time. And then they just take a smoke in front of the aircraft. They smoke a cigarette. You miss the slot because they refuse to work, you know. Jari, have I flown to Helsinki in real life? No, unfortunately not. And Mattes, what airport was the most challenging in the A330 and why? That's got to be Las Vegas, because of the temperatures there. So getting the A330 out of Las Vegas directly to Frankfurt really is a challenge. That's maximum range for the airplane due to the payload limitations you have due to the temperatures. It's a lot of calculations you have to do. And you know, what do you do if the wind changes a little bit here and there? You know that a wind change of 10 degrees or 2 or 3 knots can make a difference of 1,000 kilos takeoff weight. So do you load that extra luggage or do you leave it behind? If you leave it behind, it causes a lot of cost for the airline, because they have to get it back and compensate the passengers. But what if you load it and then the wind changes again and then you can't take off? You know, especially in the US, if you get that lineup clearance and then you tell them you're unable, we're too heavy, they're gonna, I don't want to say they're gonna shoot you because anyone could take literal over there, but they're gonna be mad at you. And MTHAF, which country has the best ATC? Good question. I would say probably the United Kingdom. The reason being that their procedures are fairly straightforward. They vector you a lot and often right across the green line, but you know, procedures are fairly straightforward and they just speak at a good pace and with a good accent. The US are very good as well, the United States, but they just sometimes speak so incredibly fast that you're like, okay, what do you want? And Captain Dwight, if I had to fly only one route for the rest of my life, which one would it be? Well, that's a very good question. Probably Halifax, or maybe New York. Reason being, it's a fairly short flight. Mach Altstar. Alright, 27 minutes, we've reached our cruising altitude. Now that is A330 vibes over here. Though the 330 climbs even slower. Well, let's go ahead and do a quick fuel check. So, top of climb, 25 minutes, 5,000 kilos, 2.4 used. We took 27, 4.9, 25 used. Okay, well, I can live with that. Company message, already complaining about delays, I guess. But let's go ahead and have a look. Swiss Ops, ADC delay for 5 minutes. Well, what did we have? I think it was ground handling. They started the boarding pretty late, didn't they? So... ramp delays. Loading error? No. Late arrival of pushback crew? No. Late removal? No. What was late boarding? But we don't seem to have that in here, do we? I don't care. I write it on other. 30H, 5. Late boarding. Send. So, should probably get an answer here any moment. Yep. Swiss Ops, delay code received. Okay, so landing at 1906, that looks pretty good. So we'll be able to fly it both in and out of Copenhagen within the controller practical test. Okay. And Cesar Beato, is it true that New York ATC is famous for talking too fast? Not necessarily in New York. Miami can do that as well. So can Seattle. Basically, I think it's a thing anywhere in the US, but especially where non-American pilots are. You know, if you've got someone coming from South America and, you know, if those people who basically speak Spanish everywhere in South America and then they fly to the US, you know, once a month, well, you know, they will not be that sufficient in the language, but the controllers won't care. They'll just talk as quick, and then the result is they don't understand. They say again, the controller gets pissed and he doesn't but still speaks so quick. Always the same. That's just, you know, something here. Okay, we just received a contact me. Let's go ahead and call ATC. That's gonna be Rheinräder here. And we'll also log on his CPDLC. Rheinräder, schönen guten Abend, Swiss 468 Echo, flight level 350.
Swiss 468 Echo, how do I identify? Swiss 468 Echo, I also need you on an even flight level. Do you prefer flight level 34 or flight level 360?
Swiss 468 Echo, just confirm an even flight level as we're basically going eastbound?
You're going northbound, that's the key in this case, so I need you on 36 as before.
Stand by.
Aren't we heading to China? Okay,
Well, we are definitely going eastbound here, track 008.
Fly, not even your route, I don't know what you're flying.
What did they do in the real world? Zurich to Copenhagen. Let's just check the real flight, give me a second.
Control A3 Foxtrot, descent flight level 250.
Interesting, they really flew an even flight level. Look at that. That's clearly eastbound, but 380. Interesting. Doesn't make much sense with the odd-even rules, but if they say so. Okay, let's see. Optimum is still 350, maximum 367. What are we gonna do? Well, this is where I would take out the Airbus Performance app, but I only have that for the 320 and the 330, so not the 321. At least I don't have the 321 installed right now. Don't want to download the data set now, so...
Reach level at Austin.
Oh well, I'll tell you what.
Corsair cancel again.
Let's just check the wind.
Level 250 at Austin.
Reach level 250 at Austin.
So, Lore, flight level 350, 47 knots, going upwards, 233 at 51. Yeah, well, if the wind gets stronger going upwards, then we'll go upwards. And the top of descent is how far away? Yeah, like 230 miles. Excellent. We'll climb then.
Level passing 3114, flight level 350, en route Munich.
I flight 745, you identified, hello. Climb for level 350, and what's your next waypoint?
Inbound Oglobe 3.4 nautical miles.
I flight 745, roger, climb for level 350.
Second last.
Climb, flight level 350.
Oh boy, that guy's happy.
Climb flight level 350, I flight 745.
Control, Speedbird at 778 in your frequency.
No, really?
With 778, you identified, flight level 245.
Right, one guy down there, and I think that's him already.
And climb, flight level 330.
Climb flight level 330.
I fly 745.
So, can we find a free spot on the frequency now?
Mike, Oscar.
Seems a little busy there.
Uniform, Mike.
Okay, direct move on Mike Oscar Victor uniform Mike, I flight 745.
Condor 83 Foxtrot, contact Langenrader 125 decimal.
Come on, guy. I logged onto the CPDLC. This is exactly where it would be useful now. I could just send the altitude request over there, and then we wouldn't have to talk that much.
7 altitude 300.
Das war beim Flappen hier identified.
Swiss 468 Echo, request flight level 360.
Swiss 468 Echo, thanks, climb for level 360.
Climb 360 Swiss 468 Echo. We're trying to lock on CPDLT, but no response from you.
Did you try Echo Delta uniform?
Negative, we tried uniform whiskey as per your controller description. We'll try uniform.
My bad, ich hab's nicht geändert.
Habt ihr das jetzt vereinheitlicht?
Nee, aber ich bin auf dem Folder und der Folder ist Echo Delta Uniform und der Würzburg ist Uniform Whiskey und ich habe, weil ich mit dieser Schlüssel eingeloggt bin, nicht geändert. Also my bad.
Alles klar, danke. Okay, so he had a different lock-on code in his controller notification, in his controller info. For that reason, he didn't accept our lock-on. He's actually logged on with a different code. But okay, that makes it easy. Well, let's go on and turn on a couple of lights over here, and then let's get back to business. Oh man, lots of questions came in the meantime. Henry, is it rather difficult to read back clearances in the US, or is it just a thing you're getting used to because of some really long clearances in VATSIM in the US? No, reading back a clearance is really easy in the US. Basically, you press acknowledge, and that's it. Okay, current unit, Rhein Radar. You basically always get your clearance via CPDLC in the USA. You basically go to ATC.com, connection, notification, and then you notify KUSA, like that, hit notify, and then you get the IFR clearance as a return. So it happens all via data link. You don't need to worry about getting a clearance via voice. So it's all data link in the US, making our life really, really easy. Alright. Let's just go back and enjoy those views a little bit. Look at that. Man, that's a large aircraft. Can barely see anything there. Gotta go a little bit further back.
Bravo, you identified.
One CAG, very good question. How do you manage fatigue on long-haul flights and how to be fit and alert for the landing? So, first of all, managing that starts long before the actual flight. Managing fatigue starts 24 hours before the flight, basically. Even though you might be in the Caribbean in a 5-star beach hotel with a very nice beach, if you're gonna fly the next day, you're not gonna party until it's midnight. You are going to go to sleep early. And on the following day then, on the day of the flight, you're also going to go to bed early. Personally, I made it a habit that 4 hours before we get picked up from the hotel, I go to sleep. Sleep for about 2.5 hours, and then I have 90 minutes to get dressed, take a shower, read the flight plan, and get down to the pickup. So that's the part on the ground, and then later on in the flight you can always do controlled rest, and I am a very big fan of doing that. I'm really a very big fan of doing controlled rest. When you start to feel like, okay, I'm getting a little bit tired right now, that's your moment to go to sleep. And you know, take 30 minutes or something. And thereafter you will be awake again for another 2 or 3 hours. And that normally works pretty well. That normally works pretty well. So, man, there's so many comments here. I have some trouble keeping up with everything. Ninja Plays, what is my favorite long turnaround location? Punta Cana? Yeah, Punta Cana. Now, Cam, hi Amy, does your airline allow to film in the cockpit with a GoPro or something? Would be cool to see it on the channel or so. Yes, they do, but under very strict rules, so I can only show you some certain things and not others. And I couldn't figure any proper way out to make that work yet. And Rohit, how was my base training experience? Just great. Honestly, really just great. Of course, you're thinking about a lot of things previously, but they prepare you so well on the simulator. And when you get to fly the base training, it's just fun. At least for me it was. Others felt different, but for me it was. And Calvin 1914, no, I never flew to Kruger National Park. But I did have a couple of other very nice African layovers. I do have quite a library of photos already of all kinds of animals from down there. Elephants, zebras, hippos. A lot of the larger cats. Now, Sean Desai, do I have a favorite airport that I've flown in the United States? Not really. I mean, anything in Florida is nice, but not because of the airport, but because of the nice views and the nice country. Las Vegas is great if it isn't that hot, but favorite? Not really.
Swiss 468 Echo.
Swiss 468 Echo.
I think the CBC message didn't get to you. Contact Bremen 12 system is 760.
128.760 with 468 Echo. Yeah, it did arrive. It just didn't alert us.
Okay, no worries.
128.76.
Seabird 778 has reached flight level.
Note to myself, Phoenix suppresses the CPDLC chime when you're in the cabin.
But 778, make sure you have set squawk standard 1013.
185, contact Rhein radar 133.55. Contacting Rhein radar.
Okay, hand over Echo Delta Whiskey Delta, thanks. Blayman, guten Abend, Swiss 468 Echo, flight level 360.
468 Echo, radar, hallo, identify uniform, descent to flight level 5.
Bravo Originals. In Africa, you heard that before landing, pilots do a flyover close to the runway to scare out the animals. Well, that's general aviation stuff. In a Cessna on some backcountry runway, yes, but on the large airports where the A330 fits into, no, not so much. Even though it would surely be fun to do such a flyover. But I'm pretty sure I would do that once, and thereafter I would be looking for a new job, so no.
Yeah, that's the flight time, so please proceed direct.
Okay, so, still active unit Rhein. Why did the automatic handover not work?
That's the get 3008, monitor Unicom, shutdown.
Oh, look at that, the connection status page is inoperative. I can't access the connection page. Well, over here maybe? Yeah, that works, interesting. Okay, well, disconnect Rhein and back to notification. Echo Delta, Whiskey Delta. Notify. And here we go, notified. Excellent. So let's see, equal time point, Zurich and Copenhagen. Looks like we've already passed it, but makes roughly sense. We're around about in the middle between the two airports here. Okay, let's go ahead and grab some weather. Luke Cullen, did I ever fly to Slovenia? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. So, Mantas asking the really important question. How do you like the A321 so far? Hard to put it into proper words here. It is a very nice airplane, but of course it is very similar to the A320, so it all comes down to expectation. If you expect a longer A320, with a couple of changes of course, then I love it. If you expect a completely different airplane, then of course not, huh? But overall, I do really appreciate it. I think Phoenix has done a very nice simulation with the upgraded engines, with you know, the aircraft performance. Even though this looks strange to me, why is the VLS band above the green dot here? I've never seen an Airbus do that. Doesn't make much sense to me. Like, if you take this one literal, then you cannot select auto thrust to fly green dot. Doesn't make sense in my opinion. Strange. Let's just make it recompute. But nothing. Okay. Oh well. Okay, Matthew, just curious, what was the decision to move on to the A330 from shorter haul aircraft? It's lifestyle. It's a much nicer lifestyle. You get to see your destinations. Okay, lock on accepted. Current unit, Bremen radar. Lovely. Okay, so EKCH 22 left is next. I really hope that at some point you will be able to request an ATIS through the data link down here and not only through, you know, not only through the electronic flight bag. Okay, so 140 at 13, few clouds, flight level 220, 19 degrees, QNH 1011. Okay, anyway, we do need an ATIS, so let's use the EFB for that. Why can I not request an ATIS down here? That's strange. That worked? Aha, here we go. So, view ATIS. No, sorry, view arrival ATIS. Okay, Copenhagen, arrival information, Bravo. Expect ILS approach, Romeo News 22 left. Expect Charlie stars, visual approach on request, transition level 65. Wind is checked, new stars in effect with IRAC 2211. We have that. Yeah, that's it. Easy going, okay. And as a light, really looking forward to Unibuild A350. Hope I will fly it. I'm sure I will. And Oleg, I have not tried lossless scaling yet because my sim just works, so I really don't want to change it now. And Henry, what did I do after I graduated from school? Very interested in becoming a pilot for many years, so it's nice to hear from people having that experience. Do you have a glider license? I did do gliding for 3 years before I changed and then did all the powered aircraft stuff. So yes, I did have a glider's license. I worked for a couple of years to save some money in flight simulation, actually, funnily enough. And after that, I went to flight school. Of course, do take a look at airlines that are training new pilots. For example, in Germany you have Condor and Aerologic doing training, and then of course you have the Lufthansa group. So check out something like that. Okay, let's go ahead and do a little bit of a setup down here.
Delta Sierra Juliet, runway 27 left, 27 right, use QNH 1009er,
so, Monarch 3 Charlie arrival is Monarch code Nexo, maximum 250 knots. Monarch code Nexo 250, and then we proceed via 643 below 90, and all those points towards Adobe. Looking good. And then onto the final approach for runway 22 left, which is down here on the ILS 22 chart. Starting at the center fix, 9.3 miles, 3 degree glide. And we have the center fix, 9.3 roundabout, 3 degrees. We have the final fix at 1600. Then minimum 208, miss approach straight at 500 or 1 DME after the station, whichever is later. To the left 187, climbing 3000 and inform ATC. And that's what we have. Okay. Nothing for the radios, 22 left is in here already. Descent speed is looking good. So QNH 1011, wind 140 at 13, temperature 19, minimum 208. And then, now the large question is, landing on 22 left, the A321 takes a little bit more runway than the A320. Probably gonna... we'll probably aim to the Cape Bravo 4 down here, which is like 1800 meters down the runway. Let's go ahead and do some mathematics to see what we get. Copenhagen 22 left, dry, refresh, apply. So, landing weight, let's see. 3000 kilos on arrival, that means we burn 700. So we're looking at a landing weight of 74.4. 74.4. Low auto brake, flux full, auto thrust off, 2000 to 112. Well, going into a high-speed exit, that may be a little bit... maybe a little bit long. Might have to over-brake that a bit. Especially... well, that is going to result in hot brakes, but... I tell you what, let's take the hot brakes, let's accept that, because I want to see how the aircraft is going to... how the aircraft is going to behave here, so... let's just do it this way. And accept that we might have to apply a little bit of manual brakes. So that stuff looks good. Engine out acceleration altitudes, that means MSA is 1600 in the missed approach sector. So 1600, here we go. 6 minutes extra fuel, so not all that much, but we can easily commit to land at destination here. I don't see any issues with that. Okay, so that's our setup done. No further ATC available. Monitor Unicom 122.8. Roger. Send.
Lufthansa 8 Juliet Alpha, pushback approved facing. Pushback approved facing needs Lufthansa 8 Juliet Alpha.
I still stand with my earlier statement that the font used in here is not correct. It really should be a different font. And you should not be blinking, my friend. Small lesson on ACARS logic in the A320 family. If you receive a message and you click a button to respond to it down here, like we did with the Wilco button, then the ATC message light should go out and you shouldn't get the audio alert. Okay, so close it and 122.8. So in the real world, our challenge is always, when you get the message, respond to it early enough that you don't need to press the ATC call light. Makes the life a little bit easier. And here we go, lock off. So once again, let's do that. Once I hit close, that light should go out. This time it did. Well, interesting. We'll just leave it at that. And Rich Coral, what scenery did I use in Zurich? It was the scenery from the World Updates. From the World Update, Switzerland, Germany and Austria. And Matthew, yes, Datalink is set up using the Hoppy network. Nico, hi. Now that we have both families complete, 320 and 737, well, we don't have them quite complete, the 318 is missing. What do I think? Does PMDG plan to propose any updates to its models in the near futures? In general, PMDG will do updates to the 737 family, bringing new features of the 777 back into the 737s and so on. What we will probably not see is things like a new cabin and stuff like that. I don't think we'll see those, but we'll definitely see system updates and EFB updates and stuff like that. And Hans, did I perhaps have a second message in the queue? Then it should have shown me message 1 out of 2 at the bottom. So that is probably not the case. Man, just look at this. It's beautiful, isn't it? And Thom0172, that's a very good question. What was my reason for starting the YouTube channel? When the PMDG 737 came out, I thought like, well, looking around YouTube and looking how so many other YouTubers are flying the aircraft, I want to show people how it's being flown properly. And that's of course not meant to insult any YouTuber, but you know, if you're not a pilot, then of course you will not fly the plane as a pilot. And I think at that time Flight Deck 2 Sim was the only 737 pilot doing running a big YouTube channel. So I thought like, well, I can do that better. And at least better than not Flight Deck 2 Sim, but you know, better than many of the people who just take it, do a looping and land it, you know? And well, then I started it, and so many people liked it that I thought like, well, if people like it that much, I'll just keep it going. And Rich, does the A321 fly transatlantic, or is it only the Neo? It's only the Neo. The CEO can't do it. Okay, let's see, traffic ahead, 15 miles. It looks like that is oncoming. Doesn't seem to be the guy we had on our departure. And AKIP, I'm not running FS Realistic at the moment, no. And Mr. Doctor, sorry, but that comment is just inappropriate. Quote, I can't take a plane designed for arcade Xbox simulation seriously. Well, I'm sorry you can't take it serious, but that just shows that you can't appreciate what actually went into the plane and what it is and what it can do. But if you can't appreciate what it can do just because it also runs on Xbox, then I feel sorry for you that you're not able to appreciate it, but many others can, including myself, so sorry that you're missing out on that. Now, someone with a Cyrillic name, my apologies for not being able to pronounce it, is Fenix going to make Neo variants? They haven't said anything about it, so they may or they may not. We don't know. And Matthew, thank you very much. Patrick, when do you have to use anti-ice for wings and engines, or can you use ice indicator and standby compass instead? Okay, so that's different things. So the ice indicator and standby compass up here, that's just the light, you know, that just lights up the icing indicator up here. Now, engine anti-ice is always used proactively. In other words, if the temperature is, if you're climbing and the temperature is less than 10 and greater than -40 SAT, so 10 or less TAT, -40 or less, or sorry, -40 or greater SAT, then you use engine anti-ice. If you see ice build up on the probe up here, then you also turn on the wing anti-ice. If there is visible moisture in the air. If you're descending, at any time the TAT is +10 degrees or less, you always turn the engine anti-ice on. And well, that's how we do it. And Benjamin Palus, very good question there. How does it come that the plane has a slight pitch up in cruise but doesn't climb? Well, the reason is quite simple. Let's just start our descent here before we do that. So the reason is quite simple. The pitch of the airplane doesn't matter too much and doesn't give you any information about the lift. It's the design of the wings that matters. And for most airliners, in order to have a good compromise between landing performance and cruise performance, they are built so that you have a very slight pitch up moment in cruise. Very slight pitch up, like 2 degrees, something around that area. So, Bootwin, question about the 737. Directly after takeoff, what speed does the autopilot and auto throttle aim for if you do not do a manual buck up? Well, that depends on the active mode. Normally it's gonna be V2 plus 10 to V2 plus 25, in between that, depending on what speed you have after you finish your rotation. Horizon, why is the zero fuel weight so important in aviation? That's because the zero fuel weight is fixed. The only variable you have in flight, unless you are dropping, you know, paratroopers or stuff, the only variable that changes is the fuel load. Therefore, if you have the 0 fuel weight and you have the fuel on board, then you can calculate any of the other values. Okay, let's go ahead and turn on a little bit of the floodlights here. I do like that, and okay, those are too bright. Let's do that. Alright, that's looking really good. I'm really hoping for a sunset landing here. Might be slightly after sunset by the time we get down. I have a feeling it's gonna be a little dark already, but looking beautiful, doesn't it? Looking really beautiful. Wow. Just wow. I really like the graphics of MSFS. Okay, we're gonna contact me from Copenhagen, and that's the guy who currently has his controller exam. So, let's say hello. 136485.
Lufthansa 344.
Copenhagen, good evening, Swiss 468 Echo, flight level 271 descending inbound Markel.
Lufthansa 5 Yankee, call up 119.805, come on. 119.805, thank you very much.
Copenhagen, good evening, Swiss 468 Echo, flight level 264 descending inbound Markel.
Scandinavian 468 Echo, Copenhagen, good evening, identified. Cleared Monarch 3 Charlie arrival for the earliest runway 27, then flight number 907.
Okay, Monarch 3 Charlie arrival, ILS 22 left, descent flight level 90, and just confirm that's Swiss 468 Echo. He said Scandinavian, that's why I just emphasized on the call sign. You know, there is always a chance that you have a different airline with the same call sign on frequency. So that's why I emphasized on that. So, Caesar, yes, I'm most certainly looking forward to the Edibles A350. And Jay Blinsky, what's my next flight in the real world? I don't know yet. I have reserve duty coming up next, so reserve means that you will be notified of the duty on the reserve day by the previous day, 4 p.m. So I don't know. Reserve could turn into anything or nothing. It could turn into off, but it could also turn into a flight duty.
Scandinavian 1210, descent, please for Copenhagen.
Hey Christian, will I try the iFly 737 MAX when it releases? Absolutely. Lock on accepted. Current unit, Copenhagen control. Okay, thank you. Alright. Did we do the approach briefing yet? I don't think we did. Let's do it now. Just to be on the safe side here. Okay, MSA 1600, Monarch 3 Charlie, arrival ILS 22 left, minimum is 208, go around straight at 1DV after the station, left turn, climbing 3000. Extra fuel in time is 6 minutes, 200 kilos. Alright, the approach will be guided by the flight director with manual thrust, landing flaps full, stop margin is like 1000 meters or so. Idle reverse, outer brakes low, planned runway exit is going to be the second rapid exit taxiway. For the hotspots, we have one crossing runway 1230 on the way in, and nothing special, nothing non-standard here. I don't see any threats, and that's it. Questions? No? Wonderful. And then let me also quickly do the PA. Liebe Gäste aus dem Cockpit, hier Kapitän. Wir haben unseren Sinkflug in Richtung Copenhagen gestartet. Flugzeit jetzt noch etwa 20 Minuten. Wir erwarten eine pünktliche Landung und das Wetter aktuell 19 Grad. Smith 468 Echo 250 knots. Why do we have to go so slow already? Throttle. Ja, liebe Gäste, da wurden wir leider von Flugsicherung unterbrochen, aber jetzt sind wir wieder für Sie da. Die Temperatur in Kopenhagen aktuell 19 Grad und wir erwarten eine pünktliche Landung und wünschen Ihnen dann einen schönen Abend in Kopenhagen, gegebenenfalls eine gute Weiterreise. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We started our descent towards Copenhagen with a remaining flight time of about 20 minutes. The weather over there, temperature at the moment 19 degrees centigrade with a light wind from the southeast. Thank you for flying with us today. We hope you enjoyed your flight and look forward to seeing you again soon. 119.805 Swiss 468 Echo. Bye now. So now comes the maintain 250 via CPDLC. Well, that's a little bit late. Okay, sent that out. Just confirm the Asus here again. Charlie. Come on, the right flight. Throttle, good evening, Swiss 468 Echo, flight level 1901, descending level 90, speed 250, information Charlie.
Swiss 468 Echo, going aboard to low identified, expect Vector 2 left, runway at 22 left.
Vector ILS 22 left, Swiss 468 Echo.
KMN 947 to the right, heading 190 east, cleared LS approach runway 22 left.
And Beluga XL Captain, do I think the default aircraft in MSFS 24 will be high fidelity? No. They will be similar to the aircraft and avionic updated aircraft in MSFS. They're good, but they're not high fidelity. And Tobias Tim, for my offline flights, I'm using FS Traffic from Just Flight.
Right heading to 30, Finland 95.
75 Yankee, descend to 4 fast speed, Copenhagen 2811011.
Then 401011, Lufthansa 5.
Now, Jay Blinsky, how often do reserve days turn into working days? Most of the time. It happens very rarely that a reserve actually goes into an off day. I would say maybe 3 out of 4 times it turns into a flight, and 1 out of 4 turns into an off day, something like that. So, Iggy Kaze, apologizing for potential repeat and maybe commonplace, but I want to ask her about your opinion of the Fenix A320 in comparison to the FS Labs. The Fenix looks a lot better, a lot better. The systems, I would say, are similar. I think the ACAS of the FS Labs is a little bit better, and the EFB as well. But on the other hand side, the Fenix just shines with the visuals, and the systems are very good still. Now, the sounds, personally I prefer the sounds of FS Labs. Which does not at all mean that Fenix would be bad. Quite the opposite, the Fenix sounds are pretty good, especially in the cabin. Well, what else is there? Well, first of all, let's put the seatbelts on. Oh wow, look at the moon coming out. That looks quite cool. Especially the reddish color. But honestly, especially with that crater over here, when I'm looking at the moon in MSFS, it always looks like a Death Star to me. I just feel right in Star Wars. Remember that scene from episode 4 with the Death Star hanging over the horizon? That's always what it looks like to me. I need an X-Wing, now. Okay, back to the question though. Overall, I think the much improved visuals of the Fenix make the Fenix the better add-on than the FS Labs. But there are some parts where FS Labs is still a little bit better than Phoenix, in my opinion.
Düsseldorf 4000 feet, coming QNH 1011 to be leveled by Epic, Scandinavian 120.
Okay, just gotta make sure that we reach the level 90 restriction there. So we probably need a bit of speed brake here. And I think we can finally close that door.
136.485, Scandinavian 160.
Finland 965, turn left, heading 215, clear left, 2 left.
Left heading 215, clear left, Finland 965.
215, Yankee, descend to 3000 feet, continue on, present heading.
Was that for us?
215, Yankee, 215, Yankee,
No.
descend to 3000 feet, continue on, present heading.
Descend 3000, present heading, Lufthansa 5 feet.
Okay, so here's the conflicting traffic, like 17 miles ahead. I think he slowed us down a little bit early there. Like 10 miles is normally what VATSIM wants for separation between aircraft. When you hand them over to the next station, that is. Alright, and speed brake's going back in.
25 Yankee, exit contact Castle Tower, 118.105.
Look at that field of, I guess probably solar, probably wind turbines. Looks beautiful. Right in front of the bridge here. Spirit 468 Echo, descend 4000, QNH 1011. Okay, is that QNH? QNH 1011, cross check, passing 10,000 now.
Left 010, Lufthansa 5, thank you.
Okay, GPS primary and high accuracy. Cabin crew, prepare for landing. Okay, approach checklist. Baro ref, QNH 1011, seatbelts on, minimum, Baro 208, auto brake, low, engine mode selector, norm, approach checklist complete. Interesting that they do the call as well now. Hi, Emmanuel here. Okay. Okay, still locked into CPDLC, interestingly enough. Let's go ahead and lock that off manually. So that would be connection status again, but that one's blocked, so we gotta go via the connection over here and disconnect. Thank you.
Charlie, descend to flight level 80.
Okay, looking good.
Yankee, descend to 3000 feet, continue on present heading.
Descending 3000, maintaining present heading, Sky 48.
5 Yankee, further left, heading 250 east, clear left, 2 left.
Left 250, clear left, to the left, Lufthansa 5, thank you.
Finland 965, contact Castle Tower, 118.105.
Jay Blinky, when should the localizer button be used? Good question. Either when you're cleared for the localizer only, or when you're cleared for the ILS, but you're still too far out and don't get a reliable glide slope indication. That's the two scenarios under which you'd use the localizer button only. Wow.
1210 speed 200.
Just wow.
200, Scandinavian 120.
Look at that. The simulator is such a beauty. Really is. I do like it. I like it a very lot. Okay though, back into the flight deck. So that's the Öresund bridge right below us. So one guy on the final, two guys, one in front of us. Is there anyone on the other end side on the downwind?
18105 Alpha, I want to push up Barcelona.
No. Okay.
Sierra 120, continue on, present heading.
Well, there's one coming from here. So I guess it's gonna be him, then him, and then him. We'll probably fly to somewhere over there as well, I guess.
Sky for Yankee, turn left, heading 250, clear and then 2 left.
250, clear
Okay. And Legendary Aviator, one of my thoughts on the flight model changes they made is the flare mode accurate now. I haven't tried the A320 since the update that came out yesterday, so... This 468 Echo descent 3,000 feet. 3,000 blue. So I can't tell you about that yet. But let's see about the A321. We'll know in a couple minutes. So, Oscar X-Ray Sierra is identified already. So, we still have the 250 knot restriction from previous ATC, so unless approach instructs us of anything different, we will not be able to... we'll not be able to reduce here. Even though I could bet that approach doesn't know about that, because he missed it when we told him that we have speed 250. On the initial call. So 118.105 is my frequency.
Camera 210, speed 180 on the 60 me.
180 to 60 me, Scandinavian 121.
Swiss 468 Echo, continue on, present heading.
Swiss 468 Echo, present heading. That's what the procedure says anyway.
Echo, speed 220 knots, 200 knots.
Speed 200 Swiss 468 Echo. Okay, activate approach race. And extend the center line. 036 looks about alright. Insert. Why is it turning? I selected the extended center line. Why did it start to turn? That didn't make any sense. Okay, heading. And I'll tell you what, let's do open descent. So, pretty small spread between VFE next and the green dot, so gotta be a bit careful there, not to overspeed our flaps. Left heading 305 with 468 Echo. Very precise, 305. Okay, I tell you what, I won't bother 200 exactly, we'll do 202, then we don't need to extend flaps 2. This looks pretty cool as well, doesn't it? Speed out start. Okay then, let's do that manually.
Further left, heading 250, clear ILS approach 2 left.
Further left 250, clear ILS 2 left with 468 Echo.
Approach, good evening. Wings Alpha Sierra with you climbing to 6000.
Wings Alpha Sierra covering about to low identified, climb flat level 190.
Okay, fuel below 3 tons. That's an A321 specific message here, because 3 tons is not all that much in this aircraft. But we are fine with it. We're in final anyway, landing is assured here, and we can commit to destination at any moment. Okay, cleared for the ILS. Cat 1, glide slope and localizer blue. 468 Echo, speed 200 on, established on the glide slope. Swiss 468 Echo, unable. Block star. Sorry, but 200 to the glide is too much. I'll gladly give him 200.
468 Echo, roger, free speed.
Free speed, Swiss 468 Echo, thanks. We'll keep it as fast as possible.
Scan 7 Charlie, descend to 3, fast feet.
Very good ATC. He gives me an instruction, I'm not able to follow it, so he gives me an alternate instruction. Exactly how you should do it. That's very good. So when we're about a dot below the glide, then I'm going to start reducing here. Otherwise, with an aircraft that I'm, you know, not that familiar with, I really don't want to push it like that. Especially not since we just talked about fuel. Of course we have plenty, but we don't need to force a go around, right?
125.
Okay, flaps 2. Speed checked. Glide slope star, go around altitude set. Glide slope. I think this is a reasonable speed here. 180 on the glide slope intercept. That's really nothing he could complain about.
The 7 Charlie, continue right, heading 1908.
The 321 definitely slows down a lot better than the A319 did. Okay, let's give him a bit of speed here.
Swiss 468 Echo, contact Castle Tower, 118.105.
118.105, Swiss 468 Echo. Thank you very much, see you later.
F554, descend to
One way, 2 to left, clear to land. 2 to left, clear to land, Scandinavian 121.
Copenhagen Tower, good evening, Swiss 468 Echo, ILS 22 left.
Swiss 468 Echo, Castle Tower, good evening. The wind is 140 degrees, 12 knots, runway 2 to left, continue, approach, number 2.
Number 2, Swiss 468 Echo.
Right, okay, this is
Tango Whiskey ready.
Okay, gear down.
Delta Tango Whiskey, line up runway 22 right and wait.
Line up in runway 22 right, Tango Whiskey.
Flaps 3.
Panther 55 Yankee, cross runway
And
30,
flaps full.
Zulu, contact Airline 121.630, bye.
Landing checklist, ECAM memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete.
121.630.
And Airline 11630 from the 5 Yankee, right?
Beautiful sunset approach, isn't it?
With Sky for Yankee, continue, Bravo, cross runway 30.
And the A321 really slows down a lot better than the A319 does. A lot better. This aircraft really makes it easy to slow it down. On the 19, I did struggle a bit yesterday. But on the 21, easy going. We could probably have done 200 knots to glide slope intercept, but now we know for the next time. That's the thing, we're getting familiar with a new aircraft type that you haven't flown before. Better take it conservative, and as you could see, ATC could easily adapt, so easy going.
Sky for Yankee now, cross runway 30, who shows wind crossing, contact Airline 121.630, bye.
After the crossing runway 30 and 120 setting the brand on 121.630 with Sky for Yankee, make an attack.
U2, break, Swiss 468 Echo, runway 22 left, clear to land.
Runway 22 left, clear to land, Swiss 468 Echo.
Delta Tango Whiskey, when airborne, contact approach 119.805. Wind is 140.
Alright, let's make it a good one.
Runway 22 right, clear.
Set landing on the A321.
Delta Tango Whiskey, clear for takeoff. Yeah, Delta Tango Whiskey, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, approach 119.805. Have a good flight, bye.
Copy 119.805.
Checked.
Tango Whiskey.
200.
Scandinavian 1210.
Continue.
Welcome to Castle. Continue taxiing Bravo. Hold short runway 30. Continue taxiing Bravo. Hold short 30. Scandinavian 1210.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Tower Boston, Scandinavian.
Okay, speed break up. Thrust was normal.
Scandinavian.
Or in Airbus language, spoilers reverse green.
Controller. The wind is 140 degrees, 12 knots. Continue approach runway 22 left, number 1.
Okay, we didn't quite make the exit here. Manual brakes. Have it roll to the next one. 70 knots. I didn't want to force that exit. Not if we've got another one over here.
Scandinavian 1210, hard runway 30, hold short Zulu, contact apron 121.630, bye. Continue crossing.
Okay, welcome to Copenhagen.
Zulu, contact apron 121.630.
I'd say that was an okay landing.
Cross, break, Scandinavian 78 Charlie, runway 22 left, clear to land. Clear to land, 22 left, Scandinavian 78 Charlie.
Swiss 468 Echo, runway vacated.
Swiss 468 Echo, welcome to Castle. Continue taxiing Bravo and Charlie, hold short runway 30.
Bravo Charlie, hold short runway 30, Swiss 468 Echo. Alright, here we are. Let's speed up a little bit so that the next inbound doesn't overtake us.
Oscar Yankee, Kilo Mike Alpha.
So that's Bravo over here, and then via Charlie, hold short 30. Sounds good?
Vi hører også dig 5. Vores intentioner i dag er landingsrunder på aktiv bane, og vi har...
So, 1 hour 30, that is quite a flight time. Didn't think it would take that long, but here we are.
Oscar Mike Alpha, information Delta.
So, Legendary Aviator, thought on the flare logic. I liked it. I really liked it. I started the flare between 20 and 30 feet, as per the FCOM. Was able to hold it very nicely, had a good pitch control, and could put it on the ground very nicely. So, I liked it. I really liked it. The only critique you could voice on that landing is that I didn't make the second exit, and taking the third one, yeah, I was on the runway for a rather lengthy time here, but nonetheless, we're on the ground. Very nice. Okay, so off at Charlie, so that's going to be next to the left. In the meantime, after landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing checklist complete.
Scandinavian 554, Castle Tower, good evening. The wind is 140, speed 12 knots.
No aircraft that's about to run into us on the right. And then here comes Charlie.
Scandinavian 78 Charlie, welcome to Castle. Continue taxiing Bravo, cross runway 30, hold short Zulu. Taxi by Bravo, crossing runway 30, hold short Zulu, Scandinavian 78 Charlie.
The airport looks lovely with the sunset over here, doesn't it?
Swiss 468 Echo, turn right on Delta, cross runway 30, hold short Zulu. When crossing, contact apron 121.630, bye.
Right Delta, cross 30, hold short Zulu, and say again the frequencies with 468 Echo?
121.630.
121.630 Swiss 468 Echo, see you later.
Bye bye, break, Scandinavian 7, correction, Scandinavian 554.
Okay, 121,
the wind is 140 degrees, 12 knots.
And we're clear left and right. Alright, hold short Zulu, that's the next taxiway.
Oh, Yoke, Stanek Mike, apologies, contact Castle Tower, frequency 118.105. Tower 118.105, no worries, Yoke, Stanek Mike, have a good evening. Thank you.
Hey, Pring, good evening, Swiss 468 Echo, Delta short Zulu.
Swiss 46, Virgin Swiss 468 Echo, taxi stand Alpha 12 via Delta, Quebec and Yankee.
Alpha 12 via Delta, Quebec, Yankee, Swiss 468 Echo. Okay, so Delta.
Everyone craft and Scandinavian 78 Charlie, crossing 30, holding short.
Quebec. Where's Yankee?
Scandinavian 78 Charlie, Castro paper and the very quick.
Oh, on the left, okay. And then Alpha 12 at the end over there. Perfect.
Yes, we are Bravo and Romeo, thank you very much. 78, jeg har en rigtig god aften.
Easy 787, ready for taxi.
Okay, so the first one is Zulu, then we take the second left on to Yankee.
Clear for taxi via Quebec Foxtrot or chopper runway 12 and give priority to Swiss Airline.
Okay, that's probably that guy over here, but we'll pass safely in front of him.
Give way to
Okay, excellent.
A320, easy 787.
Here we are, so Alpha... Oh boy, Alpha 12 is not in there.
Scandinavian 1210, taxi stand Bravo via Mike.
Well, let's just taxi there and see why. There may be a static on there. If there is, we'll just take an adjacent stand.
Switch Air 468 Echo, hold short Mike.
Swiss 468 Echo, hold short Mike. Where is that? Oh, just in front of the terminal. Okay. But why? Okay, Mike up here. I think that guy is coming on to us, is he? No, the taxi light text just looks strange. But why do we have to hold short now?
Scandinavian 549 ready for that.
So what are we waiting for over here? I mean, there's one going into Mike. Why? Ah, okay. There is a second aircraft oncoming. Okay, that's the reason. That's the reason I can live with.
468 Echo, once clear of the Scandinavian Airbus A320 from right to left, continue via Yankee for Alpha 12 behind.
Plus 468 Echo, when clear of the opposite, continue via Yankee. And any chance for Alpha 14 or 15 or something, as we have a static on Alpha 12?
With Air 468 Echo, Alpha 15 is not occupied.
Roger, so Alpha 15 it is, with 468 Echo, thank you. And now someone logs in on the stand. Look at that! Just now someone logs in over there. Did someone just connect on that stand?
Someone just connected. You can take right turn down Mike and then stand Alpha 11.
Thanks, right on Mike, Alpha 11 with 468 Echo. Sorry for that.
No worries.
Okay. That's what I call coincidence. So Alpha 11.
105.
Here we go, handling by, I don't know. We'll take aviators. I made bad experience with Menzies, so we're not gonna take them. Okay, so right onto Mike, that's over here.
105.
Then start APU.
Contact tower 118.105. Easy 787. Thank you, goodbye.
Okay, and then Alpha 11 is gonna be the next on the left.
Canadian 1406, perfect. Push and start to 3 X-ray, QNH 1011.
Okay, so Alpha 11 is left over here. Gotta be careful with our wing that we don't smash it into the stairs down here. I would absolutely not be surprised, as they do look rather close. But they're outside the rat, no problem. It's rather dark over here. I'm gonna keep the taxi lights on for a bit. There is no one standing there anyway. So the guidance system works.
Open the load again up on 31.
And now we should have plenty of lights.
5 is left up, just clearance back to Schiphol.
Oh well, not that many lights to be honest.
Good evening, information.
But here we go.
You're cleared Schiphol, Lango 2.
Hey, A321. On there. Stand 11.
Lango 2 Charlie, squawk 4530, outbound 31 limiter. Airline 31 November Tango, repack correct.
That's interesting. It was at 2 already and went back to 3. But I don't mind. We'll stay over here. So, brake set. APU bleed on. And shutdown. Cabin crew, all doors and park.
Charlie 4 Tango, Charlie's ready for push and start.
Okay.
Charlie, push and start, base south and quick, and H10.
So, here we go. Welcome to Copenhagen. Engines are running down. Both engines below 20%. Connect the external power, please. It's not asking me for deboarding yet. Interesting. Anyway, it probably will. Alright. So, that's it, my friends. Welcome to Copenhagen. What's the temperature? I think 19. Yeah, 19. Okay, APU going off. Parking checklist. Park and brake on shocks. For now, brake set. Engines off. Wing light off. Fuel pumps off. Parking checklist complete. So, welcome to Copenhagen. Now, let's see, it's still not asking me for deboarding. It's probably started that on its own. Yeah, deboarding passengers now. Awesome. Alright, here we are. So, let's do another one, but this time we'll go over to the first officer's seat. I do like to fly from here every now and then as well. You guys know that. Okay, so, back to Copenhagen, anyone? Oh, well, we are in Copenhagen. Back to Zurich, anyone? It's really dark over here, though. They could definitely turn those floodlights on up here. But, well, look at that. The aircraft just barely fits into the gate here. That's the size of an A321 for you. But okay, let's go ahead and fly back to Zurich. This one will make quick though. So let's see. Let's go ahead and do some planning. So we'll start out where the real one started out, and that's with the call sign. So here it is on Flight Radar 24, and it's a Swiss 825 mic by the looks of it. Let's see if we can connect as that. Swiss 825 mic. Call sign in use. Okay, I almost thought so. So what we'll do is we'll go for CPH to Zurich, and there is one more. Well, there is, yeah, two more. Actually, quite a couple more. So let's start at the bottom, Swiss 125 Alpha. See if we can connect as that. Yeah, that works. So this is going to be our flight then. Swiss 125 Alpha. Operated mostly on Embraers, but A320 over here. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. In any case, what that means is that we will actually fly with very little passengers on board. So that does sound good to me, doesn't it? Okay, new flight. It's gonna be Swiss, and is that the correct one now? Yeah, it is. 1277. From Copenhagen to Zurich, A321. Let's hope that by the time we arrive, they will actually have completed the... let's hope that by that time, they will actually have completed all the holdings that they probably have at the moment. Alright, Fenix Simulations A321 CFM. That sounds good to me. Costenix 18, Swiss 125 Mike. And we're in the Hotel Bravo India Oscar Mike. Alright, passengers, let's take something that is suitable for an A220, so I do believe they fit like 100 passengers in there. I tell you what, 94. Let's not make it too many here. If they fly it on the... I don't know, they fly it on the 195. Anyway, 94 sounds good to me. And just to be sure, they do cruise at an odd level for this one. So we are going to manually adjust that SimBrief cruising level to become an odd level. Okay, block time, let's see, from 1720 till 1905, that's an hour and 45 minutes block time, not 2 hours. 22 right is correct, landing runway, 28, not sure if they use that at night, but doesn't matter, we'll get it sorted in the air. No freight, payload auto, looks good. Let's calculate, see what we're going to get. And signal November 8th, the holds over Zurich are massive, just saying. Yeah, we'll see. By the time we get there, we should hopefully be out of all those holdings, but we'll see about it. So, flight level 380 is what SimBrief plans with a step descent to level 370. I tell you what, we'll manually force it to flight level 370 for the entire flight. We might be able to do 390, but let's manually force it to 37, and then we should not have any problems there. Also, one thing I just noticed, alternate. We are not gonna fly to Paris. Why would we? No, Geneva. It's the obvious solution, isn't it? Well, just gonna keep it at that. Also, I'm gonna change my departure time here. Let's make it 40. Should be perfectly capable to do that. Alright, generate flight, and then let's see what we're going to get. So, arrival 21:30 UTC. Yeah, that looks about right. An hour and 27 flight time, but the true airspeed is 455. That's alright. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, so block fuel 6,700. Yeah, I do think those figures look good over here. So let's go ahead and pre-file that flight onto VATSIM. Taking ages to load, but that's fine. Here we are. Okay. I think that looks good. Pre-file. And flight plan filed. Thank you. Okay. So let's get going. Tap to import. Oh no, we have this diverted problem again. Copenhagen to Zurich. It's not diverted. But you guys had some very good tips yesterday on how to fix that, so here we go. That was a really good tip yesterday. Really good one. Alright, so we gotta make a fuel decision here. And we arrive, well, 21:22. That is an hour 22 after the end of the event. No, there's not gonna be much traffic at that time anymore. I'm perfectly happy to take it like that. 7,000 kilos fuel. Maybe a bit more since we probably don't have the transition in. Make it 7,300. But I don't think we'll need any more than that. 73... Oh, not 73 kilos. That would be... Well, it might suffer for the APU for the turnaround, but let's make it 7,300. That's better, isn't it? Alright, apply and load, and we're gonna use GSX for that, and off we go. Okay, it is a bit of a gamble, but I think it should work. We'll arrive so late, by that time they should have all the, problems solved with all the holdings, and, well, otherwise, Geneva is a nice city as well, isn't it? We gotta take that gamble. Weather-wise, we still know that it's gonna be fine over in Zurich, and Geneva is looking good as well, so nothing to worry about at all. So, takeoff performance, Copenhagen, 22 right, this time is correct. Synchronize, synchronize. We'll take Alpha 5, intersection, flaps 2, 58 degrees, 4952, 52, limited at Plenty of weight, almost 90 tons over here. So easy going. Alright, MCDU menu, ATSU menu, flight init, flight data request. And while that's going on, we can also do a weather request here. EKCH. In the real world, I would be requesting the ATIS now, because that's really what matters for me, as it contains the departure runway and stuff like that. But with all of that good stuff in, let's go ahead and go to the received messages. So we do have the arrival message here, then we have our load sheet, and for the first time we're legal with 4 cabin crew. Okay, Copenhagen to Zurich, 0 fuel weight is good, that stuff is all looking good. 94 passengers is looking good as well. Still 100% portable water, that's interesting. We definitely didn't refill it, and I do hope they used some. At least sold a couple of coffees and stuff. Okay, accept, and last but not least, the weather is still the same as we had on our arrival. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So, cabin temperature, 32 and 35. Oh boy. Okay. Let's open that window a bit. It's getting hotter much quicker than I thought. It's 19 degrees outside. Why does it get 32 degrees? That's a bit warm, isn't it? But okay, if it's getting that warm, we'll start the APU again. I really didn't think it would. But okay, that's fine. Alright. Well then, initialize data, initialize request, and in the meantime we can do the overhead scan. So that's good, that's all good, and as it should be, that as well. QNH is checked, and we can reset the flight timer here. And going down here everything's good, flying on the FO side, so Squawk 2000 and transponder number 2. Well, and that's it. Okay, so let's continue with our setup. Swiss 125. Was it an Alpha or what was it? Mike. Cost index 18, cruise level 370. So, flight plan, Copenhagen, departure, 22 right, and we'll go towards Nexon. So it's probably going to be Nexon to Charlie. I have flown that one a couple times in the real world. Okay, hi Metal Eye, nice to see you. So for the arrival it's an ILS to 8 and we'll take a relax to 8 transition. Let's go ahead and grab that chart for quick comparison. Copenhagen, charts. I really like that it remembers the charts we previously saved now. That's new, I believe, and that's a really good feature. Really, really good. That was a great idea from Fenix. Okay, so Nexon to Charlie. Here it is. Initial climb clearance, flight level 70. And here's a specialty for Denmark. That speed restriction is not 250 below level 100 as it is in many other countries, but it's actually 250 below flight level 70. I'll show you how you can enter that into the FMS now. So anywhere on that departure, go to the vertical revision, and in here you have the climate speed limit. So if we enter /7000 over here, then we can change that limit. And now the aircraft is going to accelerate at 7,000 feet and not at 10,000 feet. And C. Lee, Emmanuel, what time is it there? Let's see, that's UTC +2, so 21:30. 9:30 PM at the moment. And Luca, I'm an airline pilot since 2018. And Mark, good evening Amy, nice to see you flying to 3 airports I've flown to before. I appreciate you, thank you. Okay, so let's continue with our sit then. So departure is quite easy, straight out to Rubat, which is an overfly point, and then we continue via Bista towards Nexon, and in here we have Rubat overfly point, Bista Nexon. So easy going, easy stuff. Okay. So this one at least is easy, it's gonna be Copenhagen X3, and that's just on the runway track 25 miles. So EKCH 22 right / What's the runway track down here? 217/25. PVD point, create, store. And, well, should have inserted that automatically, unfortunately, still doesn't, so we have to insert it manually, but here we go, Copenhagen X3, hold, and that's going to be onto 217, right-hand turns, climbing 3000, and for an immediate return, we are going to go back to Copenhagen as well, so new destination Copenhagen, arrival, ILS approach, runway 22 left, here it is. Alright. Then let's go ahead and draw the extended center line. At least we have finally an easy engine outset on today's routings, and not all those complicated things where we had to imagine things and build something custom. But these easy and straight going. And Guido, yeah, 30 degrees at the back of the plane. Just doesn't make sense. Why? It's empty and it's 19 degrees outside. But I started the APU already. Just wanted to give it a little while before I turn the APU bleed on. But I think we've actually had that time now, so APU bleed is coming online. Oh no. Look at that. Do you guys know that bug where MSFS just really lags really bad? I think we've just gotten that. Did you see it when I've been looking around and all of a sudden it hung up for a second, and now does anyone know a fix for that? Do you know how I can get rid of that? Of these micro stutters? When Mr. Doctor, Control Alt or Alt Enter, some say. Let's try that. Alt Enter should be window mode, I think. So that's window mode over here. That works! It works! You guys are awesome! I never knew the fix for that. I always restarted my sim completely. You guys are absolutely awesome. Wow! So I learned something today as well. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's really cool. That's really cool. And no, Bill, it's not Alt F4. I tried that one on Trackmania back in the day. Wrote to the server message. Alt F4 gives you additional nitro. And 20 players have left the room, huh? Okay, so refueling is finished. Okay. Wonderful. So we've got that good stuff covered. Let's go ahead with our FMS setup now. So zero fuel weight is 58.2. And 7.3 block fuel. So for fuel numbers themselves, 0.3, 1.5, 1.2, 0.3, 1.5, 1.2. Okay, extra fuel 11 minutes. Let's go ahead and load in the wind and see what we'll have then. Probably some less. And performance page, that's gonna be a flap 2 takeoff we set. Let's look the rest up one more time. 58 degrees, 495252. Okay, so 58 degrees, and then we have 149, 152, and 152. Wonderful. Noise abatement procedure number 2, 1000, 1000, 1500 for the acceleration is fine, no speed restriction, so it's easy going all the time today. And Echo Sierra Kilo, hi everyone, just got back from work and I'm surprised that you're still here, joining the flight, you're the best. Thank you so much, ESK. Right, wind data uplink is here. Let's see the forecast fuel, 700 kilos. 7 minutes, 200 kilos. Wonderful. Alright. Then I'd say. Flight director's on. Initial climb, I believe, is 5,000, but let's just verify. No, flight level 70. Here we go. Okay, wonderful. In that case, let's go ahead and start our briefing. So that one's gonna be started by the captain, and we can close the window as well. Here we go. Alright, so let's go for the briefing. Takeoff from a 22 right, figures for Alpha 5. Next into Charlie, climbing flight level 70, MSA 1600, extra fuel 7 minutes in the form of 200 kilos. Yep, I agree on all of that. And we have runway 1230 as a hotspot for the taxi that we got across. Stop margin for the rejected takeoff is over 1 kilometer. Engine out, sit straight ahead, Copenhagen X3, climbing 3000. And for an immediate return, we can come back to Copenhagen. We're under the maximum landing weight, and that's really it. Nothing special, nothing non-standard. Any threats? No? Wonderful. Okay, let's do the cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 7,280 kilogram balanced. Seatbelts on, ADIRS. Nav, a little bit of drift here, but 3.5 is still completely fine. Barrel ref, QNH 1011. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, let's go ahead and get ATC clearance. So, ATC request, PDC, and we're in Alpha 11. Station is going to be EKCH. Good evening, and the ATIS, let's see what that is. Copenhagen, departure ATIS, Delta. And that's 1011, yeah, okay. Awesome. Alright, so Copenhagen Zurich, Swiss 125 Mike, Alpha 11, ATIS Delta, good evening, A321, station Copenhagen. On a quick anecdote over here, with that aircraft type, check that carefully. There is one aircraft in my airline's fleet, which happens to be an A330, but on the aircraft type in the departure request screen, it says A340-300. So, not sure what happened there, but definitely something to pay attention to. Arnaud, hi, nice to see you in the comments. I'm using combined axis for rudder and nose wheel steering at the moment. I still have not gotten myself a tiller just yet. I'm not sure if the ground physics in MSFS are actually good enough that I want to invest money into a tiller, but that's something I will think about in the future. Okay, so Swiss 125 Mike, request being received, being processed, stand by. Very good, so they are working on our PDC. Wonderful, it works, finally. Okay, so what's going on with our boarding? Nothing. Why? Why have they not boarded? I tell you what. Reset. Uplink. Set 7,300, right? Apply and load. Instant. I can't be bothered with GSX problems now. We want to fly, do we? Okay, so I've gotten a couple more load sheets here. That's the previous preliminary that we just worked on, and here's the final one. Perfect, that's the one we're looking for. Okay, so I'll just quickly insert that over here now. So 58.1 versus 58.2, so we're 100 kilos down, that's good, and 20.4. So 7.3 is correct, and that gives us a takeoff weight of 65.2. 65.2, 94 passengers, 5 infants. Poor cabin crew. But okay, here we go. So that load sheet is good, 65.2 tons. Let's see what we calculated previously. Huh, it just deleted the numbers. Okay. Well, we calculate them again. We have time. So, flaps 2, 1.8, 58 degrees. That's flaps 2, 58 degrees, and up 1.8. Okay, takeoff speeds 149, 152, 152. And that's exactly what we have. Wonderful. Still standing by for our clearance. But let's get GSX to start preparing the aircraft already. So MS Lazine, how do we decide on the noise abatement procedure? It's assigned in the charts, normally in the general section, and if there is nothing written about a specific noise abatement procedure for an airport, then you use noise abatement procedure 2. So that's how it normally works. Okay, Stronix, what is TO shift? That's takeoff shift. That's if you use an intersection, then you would enter the missing distance from the runway over here. So we still have a door open. Okay, I tell you what. I have a feeling that we are not going to get that clearance via data link, so let's go ahead and call him on voice. 121.63. Oh, I think I know why. We sent a clearance request for Swiss 125 Mike, but we logged in as Swiss 125 Alpha. That's the reason why we didn't get the clearance. And actually, the real call sign is Swiss 125 Alpha. I messed that up when I created the flight plan. Okay, let's refile. And change it in here as well. And now the data link clearance should actually work. Let's give it a try, shall we? Here we go. ATSU. AOC menu, ATC request, PDC. Okay, so that was actually my mistake. It's of course Swiss 125 Alpha. Information Delta, gate Alpha 11. And station is gonna be Copenhagen. Alright. We can take the time to write the evening, can we?
KLM 347, with you, Kilo 3.
And here we go, send that out.
Good evening, taxi stand Alpha 8 via Lima. Alpha 8 via Lima, KLM 347, thank you.
Alright, let's see if we're going to get a clearance this time. If we don't get it within a minute, then we are just going to request it via voice, as we do want to get going. Alright, in the meantime, I'll do the PA. It's always the captain doing it on the ground. Well, not always, to be honest, but... Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, einen schönen guten Abend aus dem Cockpit. Hier spricht der Kapitän. Mein Name ist der Manuel, im Namen des Swiss. Herzlich willkommen an Bord unseres Airbus A321 auf unserem Flug nach Zürich. Flugzeit heute 1 Stunde und 30 Minuten. Wir erwarten einen ruhigen Flug in einer Höhe von 37.000 Fuß oder 11.300 Metern. Herzlich willkommen an Bord. Lehnen Sie sich zurück, genießen den Flug mit uns. Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening from Flytech. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of Swiss, welcome aboard our flight to Zurich. Flight time 1 hour and 30 minutes. We expect a smooth ride at 37,000 feet or 11,300 meters. Thank you for being our guest. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. Alright, passengers dealt with. Why is that forward door still open? And what's GSX doing? I have a feeling something is not working at the moment. Waiting for boarding to complete. Oh, come on. Reset position, we want to go. Aha! Request received, being processed. Standby. Error, revert to voice procedures. Okay. Can do that. Copenhagen ground, good evening. Swiss 125 Alpha, information, echo request clearance.
Swiss 125 Alpha, Castro Bacon, very good evening. Information echo is correct. You are cleared to destination Zurich. Nixon 2 Charlie departure. Squawk is 5116.
Swiss 125 Alpha, clear to Zurich. Nixon 2 Alpha departure, correction, Nixon 2 Charlie departure, squawk 5116.
Swiss 125 Alpha, read back correct.
Okay, so Nixon 2 Charlie, squawk 5116.
Scandinavian 1444, type A319, stand Bravo 7.
Alright, looks good.
Echo request I-5 to Gothenburg.
Nixon 2 Charlie is confirmed. Squawk 5116 is in here.
1444. Yes, very good evening. Information echo is current. You are cleared to Göteborg. Data 2 Charlie departure. Squawk 4420.
So let's go ahead and close that door and then we go, shall we? So, ground services, one left, close.
Scandinavian 1444.
Looking good. Okay, so let's try that one more time. Let's see if we can get GSX to connect this way. Nice to see the reflection of the beacon, isn't it? That's pretty cool. Let's just see. GSX, yeah, pushback is working now. Excellent. Alright, wonderful. Well then, let's, then let's go. Couple of great comments down there. FS Max, which sceneries are we using in the stream? It was just Zim, Nice V2. Then we used the Gaia Sim / Asobo World Update Zurich and Fly Tampa Copenhagen. Hanstronics, why don't we use the TCAS mode all? So that's the all mode down here. That's basically because in certain situations of flight we're not interested in certain traffic. In the climb we want to see what's above us, not what's below us. In the descent we want to see what's below us, not what's above us. That's the reason why we don't use the all mode. Okay, we have one more company message here. Let's see. I hope that's not a 4th load cheat. No, it's pre-departure clearance. That stuff is done. Wonderful.
Good night.
Okay, good. So, they probably close in 11 minutes. Let's go ahead and get going.
Good evening, taxi stand Alpha 6 via Zulu and Lima.
Taxi stand Alpha 6 via Zulu and Lima, Swiss 127 X-ray.
Swiss 125 Alpha, request push and start, Alpha 11.
Swiss 125 Alpha, push and start approved, please point Yankee 1, QNH 1011.
Push and start approved, Yankee 1, QNH 1011, Swiss 125 Alpha.
That was a lot of ones.
Oh yeah. Another company message. What is it this time? Swiss Ops. Complaining about delay. Yeah, we'll call them on the sat phone once we're in the air. I don't care now. Okay. Ground flight deck. Go ahead. So, push approved, Yankee 1, park and brake set. Okay, release brakes. Brake released.
Scandinavian 1629,
And B4 start checklist. Park and brake, released, takeoff speeds and thrusts. V1 149, VR 152, V2 152, flex 58. Windows. Locked, beacon on, B4 start checklist complete. Okay, ground flight, we're ready for engine start anytime. Roger, stand by. I have a feeling if they are pushing us with a nose towards the terminal now, then Yankee 1 is probably a little bit further away, so let's just wait a bit with the engine start. Now let's see if Fenix actually simulates this correctly. If I set the starter to ignition start and then don't commence engine start within 30 seconds, then the packs should turn back on again. Let's look at that. And Wasp Zero, in regards to the TCAS mode all question, what about cruise? Would you not want to see above and below? No. In cruise I want to see below, because what's above me doesn't interest me. The TCAS always shows within plus minus 2,800. It's just that above and below extended to 7,800 feet.
Copenhagen ground, good evening.
Okay, probably pushing somewhere onto here. I guess Yankee 1 is somewhere over here.
Scandinavian 70 Echo, Casper Nether, good evening, information Echo is indeed correct. You are clear to Amsterdam Schiphol, Tango to Charles Departure, score 2734.
Okay, pushing onto here, I guess Yankee 1 is over here then, is it?
Scandinavian 70 Echo, that's correct.
Wasp Zero, you're welcome. What's the Marshall doing there? This is not an area you want to be during a pushback. Definitely not. GSX is always up for a surprise, isn't it? But I have to say the graphics are phenomenal over here, aren't they? Looking really, really, really good. And IMA 11, how are the brakes today? Didn't have any problems yet, but let's just give it a look down here. So, yeah, 185, that's okay. They seem to be working today. Wow, look at the moon up here. Alright, enough looking. Ground flight, can we start engines? Clear the start, 2 and 1 in sequence. Roger, starting 2. Engine 2 start. Now I'm wondering, did the air conditioning sound stay on? Well, system-wise the packs went off, that's the important thing here. Miles X, that's a good one. Marshall are trying to be a wing walker. Oh yeah. And Caesar, will I make tutorials on the A350? Most likely. Alright, pushback completed, here we are. Okay, good start on 2, starting 1.
Scandinavian 144.
Engine 1 start. You don't need to do timing, but I'm just interested to see what the aircraft gives us here. Likewise in the status page down there, what does it show us? Cat 3 dual, interesting. On the A330 you always get some hydraulic stuff in the status page as the engine start commences.
Larger items such as laptops must be stowed away safely during taxiing, takeoff and landing.
Maximilian, you're right, the packs turned back on again. What I was wondering about, when I commenced the engine start, I didn't hear the packs shut off again. But that's why I checked and they were running, so it was probably me. Okay. Ground flight, we have 2 good starts. Clear to disconnect, showing the sign on the left side with a pin, and have a wonderful evening. Bye bye. So, up 1.8. Oh yeah, that is a lot of trim. Okay, we can definitely go for Econ Flow today. Didn't mean to touch this. Alright. So, we need the marshaller signal. Wherever she is. Can we see her somewhere here? By the way, just while I'm moving through the airplane, that is such an immersive 3D model here, isn't it? Do you really like it? Okay, but where's the marshaller? The other side, maybe? No. Gone. Okay, I can't see her. That's fine. After start checklist. Anti-ice, off, ecom status. Checked, pitch trim. What's that? 22%, rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. Right, and let's shut this, shall we? Swiss 125 Alpha, request taxi.
Swiss Air 125 Alpha, taxi via Yankee and Alpha, hold short runway 12.
Taxi Yankee Alpha, hold short 12, Swiss 125 Alpha. So, Yankee and Alpha. Okay, so straight ahead, second to the right.
1629 approaching start group, face east, 2020.
Park and brake off. Lights off. Look at that, it actually rolls in idle. At 65 tons. Yeah, that might be correct.
Scandinavian
Nice to see.
1444, ready for taxi.
Scandinavian 1444, taxi via Papa and Foxtrot, hold short runway 12.
Okay, flight control track.
Taxi via Papa and Foxtrot,
Full up.
hold short runway 12.
Full down.
1444.
Neutral. Full left.
Scandinavian 70 Echo.
Full right. Neutral. Rudder.
Scandinavian 70 Echo, pushing start group, face south, Munich 1011.
Okay, looks like only the pedal disconnect button on the captain's side works.
Scandinavian 70 Echo.
But that's fine. So, we're showing cabin ready.
The safety on board card shows the various procedures and the use and location of the safety equipment. Please study the card carefully.
Then Alpha is next to the right, hold short runway 12.
Regulations have to be followed at all times. Thank you for your attention.
This is quite immersive, isn't it? The lights, the colors, the moon with the last bit of sunlight here. I really like it. Microsoft Flight Simulator just looks so incredibly amazing. It's just a wonderful sim.
Swiss 125 Alpha, contact Castle Tower, frequency 118.105, at your clock.
118.105, Swiss 125 Alpha, thank you. Tower, good evening, Swiss 125 Alpha, and Alpha holding short runway 12.
Swiss 125 Alpha, Castle Tower, good evening again. Cross runway 30, continue Alpha, holding point 2 to right.
Cross runway 30, continue Alpha, holding point 2 to right, Swiss 125 Alpha, good evening again. Okay, clear the cross, clear left side, clear right side, we continue via Alpha, that's the right one, to the holding point. Alright, the cabin is ready. Hi, Emmanuel here. Danke. Okay, crossing over here. Reset. Gold Engine, thank you so much for the 10 Canadian dollar donation. Hello Captain, do you still use Active Sky for the weather? Not at the moment.
Castrop Tower, hello, Scandinavian 144.
Taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conf 2. Radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto. Engine mode selector, norm. Ecam memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete.
Cross runway 30, continue via Alpha.
Okay, departure frequency is 119.805.
125 Alpha, wind up on contact approach 12. Correction 119.805. The wind is 140 degrees, 13 knots. Runway 2 to right, clear for takeoff.
Swiss 125 Alpha, when airborne 119.805, runway 2 to right, cleared for takeoff. Good night.
Good night, have a safe flight.
Cheers. Cabin crew, prepare for departure.
Lufthansa 6, Mike Bravo, welcome to Kastrup. Continue taxiing via Bravo and Charlie, hold short runway.
Okay, lineup checklist. And that is Alpha 1, 2 to right, right over there. So, takeoff runway. Let's just turn into here. 2 to right, Alpha 1. TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2, off, lineup checklist complete.
Kastrup Tower, good evening, Lufthansa 2, Romeo Whiskey, ILS 22 left. Lufthansa 2, Romeo Whiskey, Kastrup Tower, good evening. The wind is 140 degrees, 13 knots, runway 22 left, clear.
Okay, are you happy with the rolling takeoff?
Runway 22 left, clear
Yes,
to land.
sir.
Lufthansa 2, Romeo Whiskey.
Okay, so rolling takeoff it is.
Behind departing.
One guy
with
crossing
Airbus
over the field it
321.
seems, but
Line up
7,000
runway
feet, not a
22
problem.
Right and wait behind.
Behind departing Swiss A321. Line up and wait, runway 22 right behind.
Okay.
Scandinavian 1444.
Right side is clear, ready to go. Timing? Takeoff.
Door Lufthansa 6 Mike Bravo. Lufthansa 6 Mike Bravo. Just to confirm, Bravo and then via Charlie, hold short 30. A-firm.
Manflex 58, SS runway, A thrust blue. Thrust set, checked. Ooh, a little bit of crosswind effect here.
Scandinavian
100
knots. Good evening. You are cleared to Gardermoen by elevator to Charlie departure out of runway.
Quite a bit of crosswind actually.
Initial climb is flight level
V1, rotate.
4475.
Positive climb, gear up. Nav, checked. Look at that, going out of the rudder. Quite a hard movement to the left. Beautiful rate of climb, isn't it?
Scandinavian 1474, read back correct.
Thrust climb, auto thrust. Flaps 1. Speed checked.
Scandinavian 1629 on Zurich, get ready for taxi.
Midnight Bravo, contact Castle Tower,
Flaps
118.105.
Tower 118.105, Scandinavian 8 Bravo, thank you, beautiful.
Copenhagen departure, good evening. Scandinavian correction. Swiss 125 Alpha, passing 2000, climbing flight level 70. Flap 0.
5 Alpha, Copenhagen aboard below identified, climb flight level 190.
Climb flight level 190, Swiss 125 Alpha. Okay, that's 19,000 blue.
602, turn left heading 300.
Left 300, standing message.
Autopilot 2.
Return 906.
And a quick check to make sure we did everything.
Heading 315.
Looking good.
Left heading 315 with a 906.
Can take Bravo, turn left.
So a little bit of light here makes everything a bit nicer.
045, Scandinavian.
Okay, so here we are, up in the air for our third sector of the day.
Lima Papa, turn left heading 325.
Only that 3 to 5.
Schlittengott, nee, ich bin nicht aus der Schweiz. Ich bin aus dem Ruhrpott. Aber Ruhrpott macht vermutlich nicht viel besser. Okay, up in the air. Set standard. Standard cross-check passing level 55 now. Checked.
Okay, 6 Bravo, descend to 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet, Scandinavian, Bravo.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, 602, we shoot normal speed.
And Caesar, just checked that's by, and Zurich is extremely congested. Yeah, that's normal for this time of the day. The event is just over since 4 minutes, so they still have the enormous holding stacks that they build up through the events all the time. That is going to start reducing over the time, and by the time we arrive in... When do we arrive? Let's see. Yeah, look at that. We have an hour and 20 minutes to go. By that time, there will be nothing going on there anymore. I'm not worried at all about that stuff. Okay, so accelerating over here. Remember what we briefed on the ground, that we can accelerate at flight level 70 here in Copenhagen. And with that, we are up and in the air. But nonetheless, we still do all the rest of the procedures once we get once we pass flight level 100. I'm doing too many things at the same time here. Okay, one guy coming from the left, 3,000 above and descending. But I think we should be clear of him. I think that will be just about 3 miles. Passing level 100. Lights going off. Yeah, there's the other aircraft. No issue at all. Alright. Looks very smooth. Seatbelts off. And then clear and copy, please. Clear. Clear. Nothing in here at all. Excellent. And copy. Okay, so EKCH 22 left.
speed 220
for an immediate return, and the equal time point between Copenhagen and Zurich is good. Okay, looking good. Optimum 380, maximum 390. I tell you what, we'll climb 390, shall we?
Scanner 6 Bravo, turn left, heading 305.
So when they ask us, requested flight level is going to be 390. For a moment I thought I'm looking at the 757. For a moment it really looked like a 75. And then I was like, oh no, wait. Alright, I do like it. Now, so many comments coming in already. Alright, back into the cockpit then. Where do I start? So, Aviation Tom, do you say the IATA code on VATSIM or the airline name? You use the airline call sign. So, easy, even though you connect as Echo Zulu Yankee, you say easy. Approaching? Check.
1444, climb flight level 190.
Flight level 190,
and MZ Lashin in
125 Alpha, Copenhagen Dockland, monitor Unicom 122.8.
Swiss 125 Alpha 122.8. Good evening, thank you for the services today. So, flight level 390 blue.
Copenhagen QNH 1011.
And that's 390 in here checked as well. Awesome.
Right, heading 04.
So 122 decimal
Right, 045.
8. Wonderful. So we're in the air, we're on the way, and I'd say from now on things are gonna get a little bit more relaxed. Okay, so let's go through the ton of comments here. So, where do we start even? MZ Lashin, in real life, do you usually turn landing lights on before entering the runway? We turn them on when we get the takeoff clearance, whenever that is. If we get the clearance before we're on the runway, turn them on. If you get the clearance only once you're on the runway, turn them on at that point. But when you get the takeoff clearance, that's when you turn on the landing lights. Pavel Air, do you know if there is any release date for the A350? To be honest, I haven't followed it that closely, so I cannot tell you. Then, Slimpan has asked, what is the blue button on the overhead, the one you clicked? Okay, so that's that one over here. That's the pack econ flow, and that basically does the same thing at the pack flow selector low in the A320 and A319. Basically the same thing. And since we only carry like 83 passengers, if I remember correctly, then obviously we don't need the pack flow for 230. And putting the pack flow selector to econ or low in the small Airbuses is going to save you quite a bit of gas. I mean, we're talking about 30 or 40 kilos maybe, but if you think about 100,000 aircraft, or sorry, 100,000 commercial flights operated every day, if every one of that saves 40 kilos of fuel, you know that's 400,000 kilos fuel saved. That's almost 500,000 kilos fuel that can be saved with stuff like that. That has a huge impact on the environment and overall on the company's pockets, of course. Then Jordan Weldon, having flown Boeing and Airbus, which do you prefer? Also, what is the purpose of using Autopilot 2? We'll start with the easy one, that's what's the purpose of Autopilot 2. The aircraft has 2 autopilot systems for redundancy, and the captain usually uses Autopilot 1, the first officer uses Autopilot 2. Easy as that. And then, what do I prefer, Boeing or Airbus? That's quite easily Airbus. The reason is that it is more user-friendly. it's a nicer workplace, let's put it like that. And ultimately, an airplane is a workplace. And, you know, you have a lot more space over here. It's easier to fly with a side stick than with a yoke, since you have fewer forces on the stick. You have a table, which is, of course, very, very nice. And the plane is more quiet as well. It is a lot more quiet, actually. Liam, how do you type an ILS frequency in the RadNav page on the A320? Well, you go down here, and I recommend to enter it through the ident. So, for example, for Copenhagen 22 left, Oscar X-ray Sierra over here. So Oscar X-ray Sierra, put that into here, and you can see that it has automatically selected the frequency, the course, and the slope. So 109.5, as you can see, is the correct frequency, and the final approach course, 217 according to the chart, 216 according to this one, but remember we have a slightly outdated IRAC installed. I gotta remember to update that one before the next stream. So enter it through its ident. For example, over here you can see that this frequency has the ident Oscar X-ray Sierra. Enter that one. Makes life a lot easier, in my opinion. So, Skronix, what's my favorite soccer team? To be honest, the only soccer I watch is the European Championship and the World Championship. So, as a German, obviously I gotta support the German team. But I'm not into club soccer. And Schlittengott. Yeah, the reason I fly Swiss from time to time is just because Zurich is a very nice base, as long as they don't completely go under in traffic during their events. And it's very scenic. It has some interesting departures there. And it's just scenic. And it's located in the heart of Europe. So, you know, fly to Nice, like we just did. From home it takes about an hour and a half, from Zurich it takes 50 minutes. Which makes it quite a bit nicer for live streaming. You know, flights like the length we are doing now, an hour and 20 roundabout, is what I expect on landing. That's about the longest I want to do, unless we're on some events, because otherwise it just becomes a lot of cruise flight and a lot of talking, which can be nice if you have some prominent guests, like occasionally we have chaps from PMDG on the channel. I had Raoul from FS Reborn on the channel already. If you have people like those on a live stream with you, or Matthias Koch at one point, you know, that asks for a longer flight. But on, you know, on your average A to B flight, for live streams I prefer something in the region, an hour to an hour and a half or something. But this right now is probably one of the longer ones already. So Arne has asked, are there irreversible actions in the Airbus? So first of all, let me explain for everyone, what does the term irreversible action refer to? Boeing puts red guards on any switch, where if the switch is pressed, you cannot reverse whatever has happened. And Airbus has the same thing. So for example, over here we've got the IDG switches. Those are not reversible. Once it's disconnected, you need to get engineering on hand to reconnect it. Alright, we just received a contact me, 126.325.
Contact Amsterdam on 1575, goodbye.
1575, Alpha 31 Meter.
Bremen, schönen guten Abend. Swiss 125 Alpha, Flight Level 23, correction, Flight Level 323, requesting Flight Level 390.
125 Alpha, braking on radar contact, climb flight level 390 and log on to Echo Delta Whiskey Alpha.
Swiss 125 Alpha, climbing 390 and we're logging on as we speak. Echo Delta Whiskey Alpha. Hey, that's a nice controller. In the real world, that is exactly what they say. If you fly into upper airspace and you have not logged on to CPDLC, they will tell you straight away and log on, and then they tell you their code. So, climb flight level 390, log on Echo Delta Whiskey Alpha. That is exactly what a real controller would have said. With Echo Delta Whiskey Alpha obviously being the lock-on code for this very controller.
Fenix 14 Charlie, contact them.
Alright, lock-on accepted. Current unit, Bremen radar. Easy going. That's how I like it. That's really how I like it. So let's go ahead and turn those lights up a bit. This would be the moment to, you know, write your logbook for the day, prepare all that good stuff. Daft Duck, am I more of a Verdi or Vereinigung Cockpit or UFO guy? Honestly, let's leave the politics out of this. I do lean very strongly into one of those, but I'm not gonna go into details over here. Okay, so many comments here. Luke Skywalker, hi, nice to see you in the chat. May the 4th be with you. When do we use the engine mode selector? So there's basically 3 situations in which we use it. That's of course for engine start, and if we want to get continuous ignition on. So in flight, if we turn it on, it's gonna go into continuous ignition here, as you can see. Okay, proceed direct Omogi. Let's do that real quick. Direct to Omogi. Let's take a beam point so that we can do a fuel check en route. Alright, Omogi, 290 miles, I like it. So that's the one situation. For engine start, then to use continuous ignition in flight, when would you do that? In either severe turbulence or in severe icing. Or if you have an engine failure on one engine, then you definitely go continuous ignition on the other engine to reduce the likelihood of the other engine failing as well. The ECAM will call for that action anyway. Now, next up, we also have the crank mode. I can't use that in flight, of course, but that's on the ground. If you want to turn the engine without actually starting it, that's where you use crank. Now, why would you want to do that? For example, if you had a wet start and if there are residues of fuel in the engine, or if you have an engine tailpipe fire and you want to blow that fire out of the engine. That's situations where you would use the crank mode. Now, another funny one from a recent occasion, I recently collected an A330 from the paint shop, and the plane has been on the ground for like a month or something while it got painted. Now, when we came onto the aircraft and we checked our operating fluids, it showed us an oil quantity of only 1 quart on engine number 1. Now, obviously, that's far too less to fly, and at that particular airport they did not have any spare oil. Luckily, they did have an engineer though, and the engineer was like, okay, what are we gonna do? Mach Alster. The engineer was like, okay, what are we gonna do? They never found any oil spillages while they painted the plane. And it arrived with a full oil quantity, so with a full load of oil. So, he figured it has to be an indication thing. So what did we do? Fire up the APU, put the engine mode selector into crank, and then hit the manual start button to motor the engine. And surprise, surprise, old cruise by the way, surprise, surprise, after a little bit of motoring, all of a sudden, the aircraft, or the oil just returned from 1 to about 8 or 9, and that was sufficient to fly the aircraft back to home base. So that's one situation in which you can use it, I guess, even though it's not your average one. Okay, we've reached our top of climb. Let's go ahead and do a little fuel check here. So 21 minutes, 4.9, 1.9. We took 20 minutes, 5.5, and we used 1.8. Looks good to me. We uplifted a little bit extra, so that does make sense. Okay, in terms of diversion, Hamburg is the best option right now. Let's go ahead and see for en route weather. This is long haul stuff now. On long haul we do this all the time. Whenever we fly past you know, large, good airport that you can use as a diversion, always go for it. Always grab the weather and check it out. Now, grabbing the weather, by the way, is a great point. We can't do that in the simulator, unfortunately, but in the real world, on our EFBs, if you go onto the en route chart and then type on any en route airport, like for example down here we've got Hamburg. If you click on that, you can open a weather menu, and if the airplane has internet on board and the EFB is connected to the internet, it's automatically going to download the ATIS, the METAR and the TAF. Really nice. That way you don't even need to use the FMS to request it, but you can simply get it onto the electronic flight bag straight away. That's a really nice function. Okay, so wind variable 2 knots. Well, let's use Hamburg runway 23 in here. In the real world we would have gone the ATIS that would have told us the runway, but it's always a good idea to enter that stuff. And now that we're using Hamburg, we can also enter that in the equal time point down here. So now we have an ETP between Hamburg and Zurich. And here we go, that's our new ETP. Alright. So let's lean back a little bit. This is like, yeah. This is more like the normal in-flight position. Okay, caution over there. We just heard another aircraft check-in. Swiss 126 Alpha. Our call sign is 125 Alpha. So there's quite a risk of call sign confusion there. And that guy is diverting. Okay. Neat. An easy dream player. Can I do a diversion tutorial for the Fenix? Yeah, I'll think about it. Actually, let me write that one down. I like the idea. I definitely do like the idea. Standby 1. Gotta write that down. Excellent. Got it. But Metal Eye is absolutely right. Just set new destination and enter diversion route from SimBrief. That's one way to do it, or if you divert en route, you can go onto any waypoint. For example here, you can go onto the lateral revision from Sulz and then just enter new destination. So for example, down here, if I enter new destination Stuttgart, if I now hit insert, well then we're going to divert to Stuttgart. I can actually show you a bit here. Let's just copy the active flight plan one more time. So, let's say we wanted to divert now to Stuttgart. Then we can go, for example, from Sulz, new destination, EDDS, insert, and now we have Stuttgart as arrival. And now you just select, you know, ILS 25, insert. And now, if if you divert, ATC is going to give you some sort of routing. So now, for example, on our diversion to Stuttgart, they would, for instance, have us fly along the route over here, and then eventually we would land in Stuttgart with some sort of a direct. And that's really it. There is not much more to that. So now let's get back onto our original route. So heading select, secondary flight plan, activate. And yeah, we're pretty much on the center of the route. Nav. And now we're back to the original towards Zurich. These are things why I love the Airbus FMS so much. You can't do stuff like that with the Boeing FMS. You are going to mess stuff up. But in the Airbus, really easy to use. Really, really easy to use. But don't worry, I'm gonna make you a full tutorial where I'm going to show you that stuff. So, company message. This is of course now, if I would get a company message seconds after doing this, I would be pretty sure the company is gonna ask, what the hell are you doing? Because chances are the aircraft would automatically create an ACAS message to the company where it would advise the company of the diversion. But anyway, send ADC delay for 9 minutes. Huh. Well, what are we gonna blame it on? I think we'll blame it on the late ATC clearance. Always blame it on the others. That's the best strategy. So, ATC startup delay. Yeah, we're gonna put it onto that. AMC, all 9 minutes.
Also 123 flight level.
Send.
At 1,000 feet, climb to 10,000 feet.
And we're gonna get the acknowledged message in a moment. Here it is. Right, ADC received. So that's 126 Alpha, not us. So, Catty, am I flying with Watson? Yes. And Alex Peterson, just started watching due to a late meeting. Are we diverting? No, we're not. It was just, someone asked me about it, so I just explained how we would do it. And Pavel Air, how is it possible to see the fuel at a waypoint? That's quite easy. Go down here on the flight plan page, and then you press the arrow key to the right. So now you're on flight plan page 2, and over here you have the estimated fuel on board over all waypoints. And if you want to see the fuel at the last waypoint, even though you have entered a direct and therefore have a turning point over there, then you can always go to the report page. So progress, report, and over here you always have the last waypoint you've been over, including the fuel on board value. Okay, no further ATC, monitor Unicom 1228. Okay, send. Close. Lock off. Close. Okay, 122.8. Here we go. And now it's silence again. Very nice controller. I really liked his controlling. Initially with the please lock on CPDLC. Later on, that since we were on CPDLC, he used that pretty much exclusively for us. Really good. Exactly how it works in the real world. Daft Duck, what prevents Boeing from using the same FMC function since they come from an external company? Mostly the fact that Boeing simply follows different philosophies. Boeing is happy with what they have. Why would they change to the same thing that Airbus has? I think it would be a political problem if they did. Because the Americans just, you know, are not really happy with that. So lock off, yeah, thank you. I'm pretty sure that the Americans would not allow Boeing to use a European software. Or the other way around. Just to rule that one out as well. Now, my Chinese friend, what's the delay of CPDLC in the real world? Anywhere up to 5 minutes. But normally it's, you know, 5 to 10 seconds, something around that time. But when you're flying in certain airspaces, for example when you're flying across the North Atlantic, you will normally get ATC messages that tell you to set the maximum uplink delay to 300 seconds. And what that does, let me see if we can actually do that in the Fenix. I don't think you can, but let's give it a try. So ATC com, yeah, there's so many pages missing here already compared to the real world unit, but would be either connection status. Let's see, if we go to it over here, yeah, normally you would have a field either over here, or sometimes you have it on the notification field. There's just so many pages missing in here. In any case, you would set the maximum uplink delay to 300 seconds over the Atlantic and in a couple of other FIRs as well. They're going to send you a CPDLC message to do that. And when that happens, you basically tell the computer after 300 seconds, send the user an error message. And that's what it does. Now, Richie, how often do you have delay due to lack of ground crew at an airport? Honestly, all the time. At least back in the days when I flew the 737. Nowadays on the A330 it's not that bad anymore. On the A330 now, sometimes we have a bit of delay due to lack of pushback tuck or lack of especially loading stuff. But on the 737, man, almost all the time. Really, almost all the time. That was really annoying back then, but what can you do about it, huh? And Tom0172, when should you do the taxi flow pattern? Well, during taxi, after the flight control check has completed. So, that's very important, especially in regards to the auto brake. Don't arm the auto brake before the flight control check. The background is that during the flight control check the spoilers extend, and the extension of the spoilers can cause the auto brake to activate. For this reason, once the flight control check is complete, then you can do the flow pattern. And since you also turn the weather radar on in the flow, I would probably recommend to do it once you're away from the terminal area. But that is not dictated by Airbus, that is just, you know, a bit of airmanship there. But nothing that you absolutely need to do. The official answer is once the flight control check is completed. The unofficial answer is once the flight control check is completed and you have moved away from the terminal area. Pascalic has asked, can you retract the ram air turbine during flight? No, you can't. And Lime, I'm sorry, but I will not say which airline I fly for. Now, from my Polish friend, that's the really important question there. Do they serve good ice cream at your airline, and can you eat as much as you want? Number one, yes they do. Since the latest summer meals, we actually do have ice cream there, and it is quite tasty. But we can't eat as much as we want. We can only eat what is left over after the passengers had their service. And then of course we gotta share it with the cabin crew. And well, since the cabin crew are the ones who actually have the ice cream in the first place, it does happen that they eat it completely without even asking us. Now, in terms of the cabin crew is eating all the sweets and then tells us that there is nothing left, the passengers ate it all. I actually had one purser one day who did exactly that. They ate all the pudding and told us that there is nothing left. The captain and I both really loved that pudding. So on the flight back, after mealtime, we activated the camera and we saw them each with 4 cups of pudding, eating the pudding, 4 cups each, and then later they came to the flight deck and said, oh, the passengers ate it all. The captain made a video on his mobile phone of that surveillance camera footage, and he just airdropped that to the purser without any further comment. That was just great. The next times I flew with that purser, I always got food, you know, before anyone else. That was just excellent. That was really just excellent. But Jimi Hendrix, yeah, can't trust FAs, never could. Yep, when it's about food, you can't trust anyone. Now, I'm not gonna say that aloud, so don't tell anyone, guys. Psst, don't tell anyone. But when it comes to food, wait until the flight attendants are all busy in business class, serving passengers, and then quickly run to the galley and help yourself. Just joking, of course, huh? Before anyone starts reporting me to any airline now. I know that a couple of colleagues are watching my channel, so if you're watching this, if you're wondering where the food is, it was the dog. It was not the pilot, it was the dog. Oh well. Okay, cool. The silhouette of the A321 just looks excellent, doesn't it? I really like that airplane. And my Chinese friend, isn't there a rule that the captain and first officer cannot have the same food, or is that only after flight? And it is not a rule like that, but it is a recommendation. Now, here's the clue. Normally in the cockpit we get our food about an hour after the passengers do. So, since our food is always the same stuff that also went to the passengers, many of us say, okay, none of the passengers has died yet, then the food is probably gonna be okay. And, well, the captain can decide. There is a recommendation that both pilots don't eat the same food. But you know, in some cases, if it's only the same meal that is left, then what can you do? And the crew meals that are loaded aboard the aircraft are always the same as well. So, take it or leave it, huh? Take it or leave it, I guess. Now, Metal Eye, my favorite narrow body. Now, that's gonna be the A320 family, but I can't tell you which one. Even though that is, of course, limited to those aircraft that I either have flown myself or that are available as high-fidelity flight sim add-ons. Like, I could very well imagine the A220 to be a candidate for favorite narrow body. Likewise, maybe the Embraer E2 series. There's just no good version of it for flight sims, so I can't really comment on those. But anything 5th generation is lovely, and 4th generation is okay as well. So, nur der EHC, is the light that you see from other planes in MSFS realistic? I mean, see them, don't see them. Yeah, no. Normally you have a very good view on aircraft. Now, Sapphire Aviation 64, can I explain how to use the weather radar properly and the different modes? I promise that as soon as we get a good weather radar for our simulator, I'm going to do a full and extensive tutorial on it. But with the prerequisite, once we get a full and working weather radar. We don't have one at the moment, unfortunately. And Prodigy KYP, is it annoying when passengers ask to see the flight deck? Not at all. Not at all. In fact, I do like it. I've been one of those guys myself before I became a pilot. I always asked on every flight if I could visit the flight deck. And likewise, if any passenger asks if he can see it, always. They're always welcome. Now, Scalig, I'm afraid I don't really understand that question. Do you prefer FO or PF? Well, the first officer can be the pilot flying, so I don't really understand that question, sorry. An easy dream player, can I explain the difference between the right seat and the left in the simulator? Well, apart from the obvious facts that they are built to look opposite, there are no differences. You probably mean the difference between the pilot sitting on the left seat and on the right seat. Well, the only real difference is that the captain has more experience and that the captain has the final command authority. But apart from that, both pilots do the same job. The captain has responsibility. That's the good thing, you know. As first officer you can do anything, the captain is gonna get the kick in the butt. And Paul Bremen, what is the best timing to ask to see the flight deck? As early as possible. When you board the airplane, ask as soon as you can. There is no real answer like, you know, before or after the flight or whatever. The best timing is as soon as possible, because that means that the crew has your request on standby and can decide upon it when they have the time available. But there are so many different options of what can happen. It's really impossible to give one certain answer there. Just do it as soon as you can. Vincent, hi! Nice to see you. Been a long time. Hello from Tangier. My condolences. Joking, of course. And Riley the car guy, thoughts on the A330 in the sim? Honestly, it's an A320 looking like an A330. If you mean the headwind one. Apart from that, we don't have any good A330 at the moment. Tolis, for X-Plane. They are probably gonna produce a good A330. But that's gonna be for X-Plane, so not a lot we can do about it, unfortunately. Metal Eye, sorry, but I'm getting a second eye. And Vincent, we'll talk about whether that's nicer than Germany. Now, Bogdan, am I waiting for the Aerosoft A330? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be an entertaining plane, but don't put up too many hopes for it. It's not gonna be Fenix level. It's not gonna be high fidelity, I suppose. Edwin, hello to Martinique. I do hope to come there in the winter finally. I do hope to catch one of those flights. And Riley, hi to Boston. And Flight 320 and Duff Duck, do I think the Inibuild A330 will be better than the Aerosoft one? Honestly, I think they will be very similar to one another. I think they will be very similar. Now, Aerosoft has started development on the A330neo. We haven't seen anything about a Neo from Inibuild, so there's that hope that we might get the Neo from Aerosoft at some point. But I think the Inibuilds and the Aerosoft one are going to be very similar to one another. And Jimi Hendrix, welcome as an economy class member. By the way, Jimmy, have you chosen that name based on the guitar player? I sure hope you did. And Riley the car guy, we don't get ground crew delays because of the size of the A330, no. It's just that in general there are too few ground workers, and so you get ground delays every now and then. Now, sheesh, what is my favorite destination that we fly to? Probably Punta Cana. Because it's just a lovely hotel we have there. We're in a really lovely all-inclusive beach resort, and we have layovers of like 2 or 3 days every time. So Punta Cana really is my favorite. And there's so many things you can do in the Dominican Republic, you know? You can either do boat trips, you can go diving, you can go snorkeling, or you can just lie at the beach. Well, or you can go partying if that's for you. I bet you there's always some cabin crew who's gonna go party, so if you wanna join. And Flight 320, would I recommend buying the A321? Yeah, I really would. It's very nice to have that little bit of difference there, you know? Flying the A320 is nice, but if you have a 19 and 21 aircraft behaving slightly different, it adds to the immersion if you ask me. And I just think it's really cool. You know, one day you fly the 319, the next you fly the 21, the next you may fly the 320. I think it adds a bit to the complexity, also due to the slightly different aircraft systems and slightly different behaviors, due to the whole different range of the aircraft weights, different flight levels, stuff like that. That's all stuff that I do really like. Hey Scorp, hi, nice to see you. And Caesar, I fully agree, I should do a flight to Punta Cana soon. Give me a good A330, man, and we are absolutely gonna do it. Now, Kevin, what is the extra layer of engine information on the IAE variant? That's the sorry, not the IAE. That's the EPR gauge, of course. And EPR is the engine pressure ratio. That's the ratio of the pressure at the back of the engine to the front of the engine. So that is a certain indicator of the actual thrust that the engine produces. And one, as we have it here with the CFM engine, is a number that relates to the revolutions per minute of the fan of the engine. But as the engine degrades over time, and one does not give you any certain information on the thrust that the engine actually produces. EPR, on the other side, since it's based on actual pressures, always gives you accurate indication. And a couple of guys asking which airline I fly for. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to mention that. And Tom0172, do pilots get a pay rise if they fly a wide-body aircraft compared to a narrow-body aircraft? That really depends on the airline. In my airline, no. It's the same tables for the A320 family and for the A330. But of course, you do get some money for being abroad. But you know that maybe $500 or $600 per month. So there's that. But then again, when you are abroad, you need to buy food for yourself. So you basically spend that immediately anyway. If there's any Germans among us, I'm talking about the Spesen. Now, Hunter 20 Call of the Wild, would I recommend the ATR 42 and 72? Yeah, probably. I really liked it when I flew it. I didn't fly it too much recently, but yeah, it is a nice plane. And Envy, would I rather be on the short-haul Airbus fleet? No. I'm really happy flying long-haul at the moment. Getting to see all those destinations, it's an experience. I mean, I'm probably gonna do it for like 5 or 6 years or something. And then I will upgrade to captain again. And that's gonna be going over to short-haul. So, there's always that. But for the next couple of years, I'm really happy flying long haul. And Riley, the car guy, yeah, of course the airline pays for the hotels, and they're normally really good hotels. So normally we're looking at 5 stars, 4 stars, many all-inclusive hotels even. Alex Peterson, do we need to apply an additional margin for older CFM engines? Not really, I think. Not really.
Terrific.
Prodi KYP, thank you so much for the £2 donation. Hey man, huge inspiration, huge fan of you. Keep it up. Thank you very much, my friend. That's really welcome. And Daft Duck, we are not allowed to disclose which hotels we have exactly. I can tell you that they're really nice, but we are not allowed to mention the name of the hotels. That's for safety. That's for security reasons for the crew. There have been cases of passengers sexually assaulting flight attendants in the crew hotels because they were unhappy with anything that happened on the flight. So most definitely we are not allowed to talk about which crew hotels we have exactly. I have a feeling, by the way, that this one is an FS traffic guy. Let's just hit remove up there. See if we can get rid of him. Yeah. And 737 guy, thank you very much for the €1 donation. Really appreciate it, thank you. Now Dave, I am well, thank you very much for wondering. What sensitivities do I run for the A320? I have them as per the official Fenix recommendation. I believe that's -20 at the moment. But it really depends on the hardware I'm using. Right now I'm flying with the Thrustmaster Airbus stick, and for that, -20 works really nice. When I'm using the WinWing Airbus, or when I'm using the WinWings stick, on that one, nah, I prefer neutral sensitivity. But for the Thrustmaster Airbus stick, the -20 that Fenix recommends is working really, really good. And my Polish friend has joined as an economy class member. Welcome! Aviator, hi, nice to see you! Things are going on really well here. And Catty, for how long do we usually stay in a hotel before the next flight? Now, that varies between 1 and 3 days. There are layovers where you just have 24 hours. I would say maybe half of our trips are 24 hours. And the other half is between 1 and 3 days staying there. My longest layover so far has been 4 days. That was just prior to Christmas, and that was just wonderful. That was just prior last Christmas. We flew to La Romana, then with a taxi to the crew hotel in Punta Cana, and then we had 4 entire days at the beach before we flew back, arrived back home on the 22nd of December, and then had the 24th off. Well, on the 25th they got me with a standby. Shit happens. I ended up spending the 26th in Miami Beach, so I'm not gonna complain. But that was really awesome. 4 entire days in a 5-star all-inclusive hotel at the beach in the Dominican Republic. Wow. I totally loved it. And if anyone asks me why I prefer flying long haul to flying short haul, well, that's your ultimate answer, guys. That's the ultimate answer. I mean, that was just paid holidays. Other people spend several thousand euros to get into these kind of hotels on these prime time holidays, you know, and we get it from the airline. It's our job to go to those hotels. That's amazing, isn't it? Really amazing. Lamb Aviation, can I give feedback from the WinWings stick? Yeah, that's coming up. I have recorded the video already. It's gonna come over the next couple of days. Alright, we're slowly closing into Zurich. Let's just do a little bit of FMS work here. So normally they want us to reach Ibini at flight level 180. Let's go ahead and put that in. Ibini 180, insert. And then, let's see if there is still any ATC online. Arrival, Zurich, ATIS. Oh yeah, there is. So now comes the big question, are they still doing holdings? Let's see. Well, there is still quite some aircraft, but they are not holding anymore. And all of the ATC is actually offline by now. Okay, we'll be able to get in. So expect ILS approach runway 28. That's awesome, that is what we have prepared. ILS 28 is in here already. Great. Nur der ERC, thank you so much for the $5.99 donation. Do you think we'll see an A320neo from Phoenix anytime? And thanks for your videos, I learned so much from you already and surely will in the future. Thank you very much, my friend, really appreciate it. I don't think that we will see a Phoenix A320neo, for the reason that it would take them quite an effort to develop it, similar to the A321 and A319. But there are so many Neos out there already that I think the return on investment would be not so great. If they made an A330 on the other hand side, things might look completely different. So, who knows? Who knows? Now, Striking Scorp, what's my dream aircraft to fly? Probably the A350. Rick C, I have tried Beyond ATC, not say intentions yet, but I don't know, you know, AI just can't keep it up with a real human at this point. AI just can't completely keep it up. By the way, a lovely view on Stuttgart, no, Frankfurt down here, that's Frankfurt. Really awesome, really awesome. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful, isn't it? Lockheed, wow, thanks for the 10 Swedish krona donation. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And Riley the car guy, am I going to fully switch to FS24 when it comes out? Now that will depend on how quickly add-ons will be made compatible. If everything works from the first day on, I will most likely switch. But if it takes a bit longer, then I might just use a mixed setup for a certain while. And the end production, regarding the Headwind A330, I think it's a wonderful freeware, but it is freeware quality, not payware quality. It's too much of an A320 in there. I do have to say that. For my taste, that is. Others might like it, but personally, for me personally, it's a little bit too much of an A320 still. Okay, so relax to 8 transition. That's what we have. Coming in via relax, and I think if we plan Zulu Hotel 454 at 6,000, we should be good. Ramam at 5,000. Let's make it 454 at 6,000, shall we? So, relax, 446 above 100, 448 above 80, that's all checked, then 450, 452, and then that little downwind down there, which we have in here as well. From there we're going to join the ILS approach runway 28. Man, that chart looks busy. Okay, approach starts at Ramem 5000, 3.3 degree glide, so a little bit steeper than usual. And in here we have Ramem 3.3. Alright, then comes our missed approach. Straight at 2.5 India Zulu Whiskey. Then turn left, maximum 210 knots, 193 degrees. Continue climb to 7000, intercept Wilsau radial 061 inbound. At 10 meter right, 328, intercept. Oh, what's it doing? Oh, that's gotta be a lovely wind change. Welcome back to Flight Simulator, my friends. Okay, so missed approach is checked in here. Now, what do we need? We need the Wildsau. And I think it's 241 inbound at first, isn't it? Radial 061 inbound, so 241, yeah. Okay, looks good. So we can take Zurich in here. Runway 28. And then performance. That stuff looks good. For the weather, what do we have here? Well, that's from 1920. That's a little bit out of date by now. Let's go for the METAR. Variable 1, 20 degrees, 1014. And variable 1, I'll just make that 0 and 0. Okay, so even on an A321, at this weight we can make it config 3. But we'll do some mathematics in a few moments to determine it entirely. Okay, category Delta aircraft. The A321 is a Cat Delta. We have a 4% gradient, and that is a minimum of 2,102. So 2102. Alright, and finally engine out acceleration. For that we need the MSA in this sector, 4,500. Alright, 24 minutes of extra time. Copy the secondary. And here we go. So, last thing we need then is going to be our landing run. And runway 28, vacating to the left, most likely Lima 7, I guess. So then we have quite a bit of runway. Or we could aim for Foxtrot. So if we make it flaps full auto brake medium, we could just go off at Foxtrot. But now, let's make it 3 and low. Flaps 3, auto brake low. Vacate a little bit further at the end, and then cross runway 32 and taxi to the apron. And I think that's pretty much it. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and get all our stuff out of the way. So let's start with a briefing over here. And the MSA is 9,100. Relax to 8 transition for an ILS approach. Minimums 2,102. Go around trajectory is via the points we have in the FMS. 4,000 at first, 7,000 later. Extra fuel and time about 20 minutes. It will be an ILS approach with the flight director, manual thrust, landing flaps 3, and if we do that we can actually select it up here as well. I always forget since the A330 doesn't have that button, but we're in an A321 here, that one does have it. Okay, so landing flap 3, stop margin, we're looking at about 500 meters-ish. Idle reverse, outer brakes low, planned runway exit is the high speed after the crossing. For the taxi in, we have one hotspot, and that is the runway crossing. And we have nothing special. Non-standard is that we don't have ATC online, and there is still quite a couple of inbounds. So we'll have to be careful with that. Runway over here. Just gotta make carefully sure that just really gotta be carefully sure that we don't run into anybody. I have a feeling that it's still gonna be busy by the time we get there. Even though looking at VATSpy, as predicted, the amount of traffic is slowly dying down, so I think we'll be good to go. Really not many aircraft left in Zurich anymore. The vast majority has landed already, as we predicted. Okay, I think that's really it. Now, Fox Tango Bravo Charlie. Hi, don't you find the fuel consumption quite low for a plane as heavy as an A321? No. because we're currently flying only with 80 passengers. So if you look at this, gross weight is just 62 tons. And I think that fuel consumption for that gross weight looks about alright. I mean, we're in flight level 390 up here. Don't expect too much fuel consumption there. Mike Massard, thank you very much for the £5 donation. Thank you for knowledge sharing. Tried the A321 CFM. The green ignition message surprised me. Can I add a CFM difference video to the wish list? You can add it to the wish list, but if I'm completely honest with you, I'm not that much of an expert. I'll see if I can get some information, but I really cannot promise that. At least not, you know, I could of course do some general stuff, but let's just face it here. I'm not sure if I will be able to create a video to the level of standard that I want for my channel. I'll try, but I can't promise. Okay, looks like opposite traffic there. Let's level off in 360 then. Until we are past him. And reduce our rate of descent. That's 1,000 feet a minute. Okay. So, no, let's wait until we are past him. And once we are past this guy, then I will do my passenger announcement once we have resumed our descent. But, Mike Mussard, I'm not sure if he may be able to help, but why don't you ask either Blackbox 711 or V1 simulations? I think both of them fly both engine types, so maybe they are able to help here. Maybe they will be able to help. Even though Blackbox has transitioned to the 8.7 now, so I'm not sure if he can help still, but V1 simulations might be able to help you. Okay, thrust eye load and descent, and down we go. Okay, so let's quickly do a PA, and when we're done with that, we are going to answer a couple more questions. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, einen wunderschönen guten Abend aus dem Cockpit. Hier spricht noch einmal Ihr Kapitän. Wir haben jetzt unseren Sinkflug in Richtung Zürich gestartet. Vorladende Flugzeit jetzt noch etwa 25 Minuten. Das Wetter aktuell klarer Himmel bei 20 Grad. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Danke, dass Sie heute Swiss geflogen sind und wir wünschen eine angenehme und sichere Weiterreise. Ladies and gentlemen, from Flight Deck, this is your captain speaking. We started our descent towards Zurich, remaining flight time about 25 minutes. The weather currently 20 degrees and clear skies. We wish you a nice day, nice and safe onwards journey, and we hope to see you again on a future timely Swiss flight. Okay, so how high are we? 1,700, yeah, no problem. Let's increase that CI a little bit to make the descent a tad steeper. Oh yeah, here we are on profile. Easy going. Mark descent. Okay, so so many questions. Do you miss the 737 like in real life? No, I'm happy on the Airbus. I really think the Airbus is the A330. I can't compare the A320, but I really think the A330 is the better plane than the 737. It's just much more pilot-friendly. And after all, as a pilot, that's what counts for me. I don't care whether there's a computer between my side stick and the controls, or whether there's just cables and hydraulic actuators. You know, if I move my stick to the left, the plane goes left, no matter if it's a 737 or an A330. So I don't care about those computers. but I do care that it's more ergonomic to sit in here, that in my opinion the avionics are a bit more pilot friendly, that it is much more quiet, you don't have to wear a headset in flight, and it has a crew rest compartment. Now, Richie the car guy, do you have to translate announcements during takeoff and landing? No, not at all. Fixed announcements, like for example, cabin crew prepare for landing. That stuff is always done in English, no matter what. Now, DN Productions, what does open descent do? Now, open descent mode works similar to level change in a Boeing. Basically, the airplane is gonna go to idle thrust, and then it will pitch in order to maintain the target airspeed. So right now, for example, if we change to open descent, then the plane would pitch down and accelerate to exactly the magenta speed over here, 296 or whatever that is, and then maintain that by pitching the aircraft. So, my Polish friend, unfortunately I don't have daily contact with English, but virtual flying helps me stay in shape when it comes to my listening skills in this language. I'm grateful for that. Yeah, it really does. I really think that the best way to learn a language is to use it. And if you can't find an opportunity to speak it, at least listen to it. You know, I learned a lot watching English TV shows and stuff like that, watching movies in the original language. It's not only that many translations are really bad, like when I watched Top Gun Maverick in English for the first time and compared that to my experience. I had seen it 2 times in German before, and then I saw it in English, and I recognized so many of the phrases. There were so incredibly many. Now, what's the English word? Really fitting right now that I don't that I can't think of the English words, but there were so incredibly many English references to things that happened in the earlier Top Gun movies in Maverick, which in the German translation of it you couldn't get any of them, while in the English version I sat there like, man, I never thought that they would be talking about this right now. So start with that kind of stuff. Now, C. Lee, is the descent rate of minus 4,000 allowed in reality? Absolutely. We do that regularly. Passengers don't feel the descent rate. Passengers feel the pitch of the aircraft. And anything to about minus 5 is not a problem. You don't want to pitch it 10 degrees down. Passengers are not going to like that. But 5 degrees pitch down, no problem. And the cabin pressure computer is good enough that it can correct for those variations and still give you a proper and decent cabin rate of descent. So passengers don't feel the rate of descent, they only feel your pitch. And anything minus 5 degrees to plus 10 is okay. And Mark, on the A330 I'm flying as a first officer now. Now, Savior Aviation, in the real life, how do you manage the cockpit lights? I did a dedicated video, so I'm gonna keep it short over here. In cruise, I like the dome light on bright. I just think that in the simulator bright is a little bit too bright, so in the A330 this is probably the bright position, and the dim is really much more dim. All of the others, like the intake lights, roundabout at 3/4 full. Panel floodlights about half. And the display lights, I normally have them roundabout at the 1 or 2 o'clock position at night. And that's about it. So it's this is pretty much what it would look like in cruise. And then in the descent, of course, you would start turning your lights off and dim the rest down a bit. It's just that in Flight Simulator, I don't really like my lights to be that dim. Let's go ahead and continue the descent here, just while we're on it. So in Flight Simulator, I don't like the lights to be that dim. In the real world, you can easily see everything here. In Flight Simulator, on the other hand side, you know, the glare shield just became a black wall with a little bit of text written on it. But I can't see the switches and stuff. And in the real world you can, because you have all those, you have all that light that's just reflecting back of you know, your uniform, of the walls in the cockpit. So there is a general level of brightness in the cockpit, even with the dome light turned off. And you don't have that in the sim. For that reason, I prefer to keep my dome light turned on in the simulator. Captain Angelo, I'm improving my German by listening to your cabin announcements. Nice one, nice one. And Echo Sierra Kilo, I'm improving my English by watching this live stream. Well, thank you. And Hunter 20 Call of the Wild, 737-800 versus 900ER. Well, for the airlines it's going to be the 800. For me, I don't really have a favorite there. It's the same as with the A320 family. I appreciate the airplane that I sit in, but I wouldn't call any of those my favorite. Like, I like the 319, 320 and 321, but which of them is my favorite? I really don't know. In terms of the behavior of the aircraft slowing down on approach, probably the A321, because it slows down the easiest. And the 19 is a little bit itchy at the moment, but we'll see about it after they issued an update or two. And then we'll talk about the topic again. And Aviator, have I ever visited Clearwater Beach in Tampa? I have. Just about exactly 1 year ago. And man, that must be an awesome area to live there, isn't it? Now, Stone 327, you trimmed the A321. Is there no trimming required on the A320? It's exactly the same. It's just that on this very takeoff, due to the little passenger numbers we have on board, the aircraft was pretty... Wait a moment, we had to trim it up, so it was pretty nose heavy. The A320, on the other hand side, usually is rather balanced. At least the Fenix one is. In the real world, it's a different thing. But with Fenix, you basically always get more or less the same load distribution. So for that reason, you barely need to give it significant trim. It's a bit different in the real world. Okay, so let's go all the way down here, 5,000. Set QNH. QNH 1011, cross-check, passing 11,000. Now. Checked. That's what I meant to do. Landing lights on. Okay. So, looking good so far. And Riley the car guy, yoke or joystick based off real life? Not sure. Honestly, if I compare 737 with A330, it makes no difference to me. But if I compare, for example, the Aquila with the Cessna 172, then I much prefer the yoke. Now, Aviator, at how many DME do you turn on the LS button? It's not related to the DME, it's related to the altitude. We turn it on at 10,000 feet above ground. Okay, I'm thinking whether I should just try with the lights off here. Yeah, let's do it for the atmosphere once, shall we? Okay, just to be sure, 1228. Zurich traffic was 125 Alpha on the right hand downwind runway 28. And Tom 0172, is a visual approach possible when at night? European authorities do not allow that. The FAA does allow it. In the US it's very common to do that. And honestly, in many occasions you can see more than enough. Like right now, if we're looking out, we can see the terrain, so why not fly a visual approach? But European authorities don't allow it. But in the US, it's really common practice. And then when the European comes over, they're always like, oh god, now we have to use the ILS again, for which we need more separation. But that's just what it is. That's how these things work. Now, Captain Steve, do you use the NT node in nav much in real life on approach? No. I'm a fan of the ARC display. In fact, I use it a lot more in the simulator because I want to know what traffic is there around me when there's no ATC online. But in the real world, I usually stay on ARC mode or on the LS mode. That one I use as well. Alright, there is one aircraft over there. Let's just make sure that this is not actually an FS traffic guy. If it is a Watson guy, then we are going to approach behind him.
Traffic, and 139 fuel traffic above the Zurich Lake, turning right base runway 28 after 3 Zurich.
I tell you what, we're a beam Rahmen. I think we have 7 miles to run. That guy has about 12 miles to run. We can go in as number 1 here. We gotta make it quick, but we can do it. Zurich, Swiss 125 Alpha, turning right base, runway 28, 7 miles from Rahmen. We might actually cut it inside a little bit. Just because I don't want to cut the way off for the other guy. Let's do it that way, radial indirect.
Is it Emmanuel?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, that guy is now about 9 miles out. We are 5 miles out. We'll keep the speed up high. Now we are going to test what the A321 can do. We're going to intercept the ILS at 250, and then we'll throw all the drag devices we have. Because that guy is going fast here, it seems. Seems to be going really fast. Okay, and since we are that fast, we might just about start the right-hand turn now. Speed alt star. So, heading 240. Let's descend 4,500. To intercept. Zurich, Swiss 125 Alpha, 11 miles final, ILS 28, and speed is still 250. We are reducing to stay clear of the aircraft behind. Alright. Approach armed, autopilot 1 and 2.
Roger, aircraft behind is Sunflower 11 Whiskey.
Thanks, we're at 250 knots right now, we start to reduce, I'll give you 180 until 6 miles. That Transavia was really fast. Okay, flaps 1.
Traffic, 1329,
We've got glide slope star.
At 7,000, turning now right.
Initially 4,000 for the mist, I believe. But let's just cross-check that. Yeah, initially 4,000. Excellent. Now the big question, did we do the approach checklist? Of course not. It's late, guys, it's late. In the meantime, some spoilers here to help it slow down. Okay, approach checks. Barrel ref, QNH 1011, seatbelts on minimum. Baro 2102. Auto brake, low, engine mode select, and norm, approach checklist complete. Alright, flaps 2. Look at that, in the A319 we would have been completely lost. In the A321, easy going. Really easy going. Alright, gear down, speed brake going back in. And the Transavia is where? 3 miles behind. Wonderful. That's exactly the separation you need. Okay, flaps 3, landing checklist. ECA memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete. Swiss 125 Alpha, 5 miles final, reducing 140 knots, final approach speed. Okay. Swiss 125 Alpha, we will expedite vacating.
Okay, thank you. Transavia 11 basically.
We are legal, just about. To be honest, I thought there would be a little bit more separation here between the Transavia and me. Otherwise I would probably have turned in behind him. For that reason.
Zurich traffic with a 1329er, 10 mile final, runway 28, Zurich.
Minimum.
Continue. Look at our thrust setting, that is really almost nothing, is it?
4.
Land.
300. 200.
So a little bit of wind from the right.
100.
Light slow.
Disregard.
40. 30. 20. Retard. 10.
Speed brake up. Thrust was normal. Manual brakes. Swiss 125 Alpha vacating.
Roger, please don't make us go around.
Absolutely not, we're off the runway right now.
Roger, continuing.
Hope it wasn't too close. I really thought there would be a little bit more distance between us. Alright, there he is, about touching down right now. I really thought it would have been a little bit more space between us. But anyway, here we are. So, A321 lands really awesome. And there he comes. No, you. Here we go. So, 1 hour and 29. Man, that time really went by quick. Let's go ahead and start up that APU. But we're almost at the parking position. I don't see us doing a lot of single engine taxi here. Okay, wonderful. Welcome to Zurich, everyone. I do surely hope that you enjoyed this.
Traffic with a 1329er, short final runway.
So, runway 34. That's the Wizz Air up there.
Okay, runway 28, Zurich, vacated.
Wow, that's what I call timing here. ATC could not have been more efficient. Swiss 125 Alpha, crossing runway 34, straight at gate Alpha 48. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Emmanuel.
Okay, let's... Wow, good landing. Good landing. Okay, after landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing checklist complete.
Zurich traffic, Wings 40 may established ILS runway 28.
Mark, very good question. How often have I been on the jump seat and how's the experience sitting there as a third pilot? I think maybe, I don't know, 20 or 30 flights or something. It's cool, it's relaxed. You basically watch the two colleagues do their work. Of course you cross-check that they don't do any nonsense, but let's admit it, we're professionals.
Traffic with a 1338.
I didn't have to intervene at any point yet. So it's relaxed flying on the jump seat as relief pilot. It's really relaxed. Of course I prefer to be in the front seat, but sometimes, especially after those long night flights, you know, an hour before landing, your job is done. You go to sleep. Like it. Alright, APU avail. Air leg pump on, engine 2 off. Okay, 48, here it is. Lights going off.
The traffic with the 1329er, cross runway 34, taxi Echo, Foxtrot 2, parking, bye-bye.
Good night. Have a good train.
And a wonderful job with the separation, everyone. Alright, let's ignore that.
Stream. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Stop. Ah, come on, that's not too far. Okay, doesn't matter. So that's that. APU bleed is coming on and shutting down. Not you. Alright. Here we are. Cabin crew, all doors in park. That was simultaneous with the purser. In my airline, the pilots do that announcement because they know when to do it. Okay, that's both engines below 20. The beacon is coming off. The slides are disarmed, so the seatbelt's going off as well. Alright, we do have the power. Let's turn off the APU. And then let's do the parking checklist, please. So that's parking brake shocks, brake set, engines off, wing lights off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zurich. Fenix A321. I surely hope that you loved this live stream. I absolutely love doing it, and it's an awesome airplane. Now that we've flown both the A319 and the A321, really what I can say is it's wonderful. It's a really, really good expansion. Couple of small issues, of course. I talked with Amir about a couple. I'm also submitting a couple of tickets, but nothing major. Really enjoyable. Full recommendation here. Absolutely full recommendation to get it. I really see no reason at all why I should hold back. Costs about $50. Really good value for money if you ask me. And well, what can I say? You will see me fly this more over the next couple of days. You absolutely will. And I think that's all we can say. So, thank you very much for watching. I sure hope you liked this. I'm very much looking forward to see you all again on the next one. In the meantime, be sure to like, comment and subscribe. And if you really love what I'm doing, would appreciate a small donation through the Buy Me Coffee link in the video description below. In the meantime, thank you very much for watching, and have a wonderful evening, everyone. Enjoy your brand new Airbuses. It's really, really worth it. That's really all I can say. It's really worth it. I do love them. Alright guys, see you maybe tomorrow, for sure the day after tomorrow. And with all of that out of the way, have a wonderful evening, everyone. See you!